Hello, everyone. We are back at Radio Row for day 2 on a Wednesday. Iain MacMillan here, joined by Malcolm. What's going on, man?
What's going on, Iain? How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I'll say fantastic, Malcolm. We were talking a little bit earlier. This is the 8-year anniversary of the 28-3 game as a Falcons fan, so it's going to be a little bit of a bummer for me to get through this day. I'm going to do my best, though, but I am going to be thinking about that 28-3 game all day.
It's going to be bittersweet for you, kind of.
It will be, yes. But I'm glad to be here with you. I'm excited to talk to the guests. We have a loaded slate of guests for today's show, starting with Vince Wilfork, who will be joining us here shortly. Malcolm, talk to me about what are your thoughts of New Orleans here through the first couple of days?
I mean, the first couple of days, Iain, I got to tell you, New Orleans is just rich in history. I mean, I tell you.
Yeah.
Seeing Jackson Square, seeing the French Quarter, seeing Bourbon Street, seeing all the different restaurants, it is amazing. I mean, it's just the food here is prestige.
What is your favorite thing that you've ate so far in New Orleans?
The favorite thing I've eaten so far has been the seafood omelet.
Ooh.
It's been to die for.
Have you tried alligator yet?
Not yet. I'm gonna try to see if I can try the rest of the week while I'm here. So I'm gonna give it a shot.
That is what I'm looking for to eat. I'm not a big seafood guy, but I do want to try alligator. I hear that it tastes like chicken. So
what about beignets?
I have had that, yes, but I feel like every state or every city has a version of that. I mean, it's just deep fried dough. It's delicious,
right?
But it's not exactly original.
Does Canada have some? Do they have a variation of beignets?
Yeah. So actually, on the East Coast, where I'm from Canada, Nova Scotia, it's something very similar, and it's actually called beaver tails.
Wow.
Believe it or not.
Wow.
It's a little bit of a flatter version, and you put some like chocolate sauce on top, and it's called a beaver tail. It's delicious.
I'm gonna have to try some of that beaver tail.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, maybe next year for the Super Bowl, maybe I'll make some beaver tails.
Yeah, make some. I would love for you to bring. To bring some. I would love to try it.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's quickly talk before Vince Wilfork here joins us in about 8 minutes at the top of the hour. Your initial thoughts right now about the Super Bowl on Sunday. Chiefs-Eagles, rematch from a couple of years ago. Just some general thoughts about the game.
So my general thoughts, Iain, are going to be it's going to be all about what Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, does against Saquon Barkley to try to neutralize him, try to slow him down. That's going to be the number one key for me, leading up to Sunday. So that's my initial thought.
Let me ask you this, Malcolm, because I have kind of been on record being a little bit of a Chiefs hater this season, if I'm being completely honest. Because me personally, I like seeing different teams win. I don't like seeing the same team win over and over again. Do you feel that way, or do you feel – I know a lot of other people just like witnessing greatness because we do have the opportunity where we might see the first ever Super Bowl three-peat. Are you on the side where you enjoy just watching greatness, or are you kind of sick of seeing the Chiefs win every year?
I actually enjoy seeing greatness because – You're witnessing something that's never been done before, Iain.
Yep.
A team that's won 3 in a row. I'm telling you, it's like it. I just love seeing greatness, and we as the media and as fans, we just need to enjoy this because, in our lifetime, you'll probably never see another team win 3 straight.
Well, great point.
Yeah.
And let me actually ask you about that because you are a Tampa Bay fan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And Tom Brady joined the Buccaneers, led them to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Where, if Patrick Mahomes pulls this off on Sunday and completes the three-peat, where does he rank compared to Tom Brady, who Tom Brady lost the championships, was never able to do 3 in a row?
For me, I would say Patrick Mahomes is top 3.
Top 3.
Yep, top 3. He'll be top 3. He's already cemented his legacy no matter what happens.
I agree.
After Sunday's game. And we also know that Coach Andy Reid for the Chiefs is coming back for next year.
Yes.
He's not retiring anytime soon. So I'm telling you, the Chiefs, they're built to win for years to come. Even if they don't win on Sunday, they're built to win, for years to come because, they're Patrick Mahomes' legacy is already cemented no matter what happens.
Yes.
So
and as long as they have Patrick Mahomes, they're always going to be able to contend because we've even seen the first year that the Chiefs won the Super Bowl with Mahomes, that was almost a completely different team from what we're seeing this year. So
absolutely.
As long as they have Mahomes as their quarterback, they have a chance to win. Now, you mentioned he's already top 3. I assume Tom Brady is one of the other 2, in your opinion, for top 3 quarterbacks of all time. Who is the third then?
So my third would be.
Do you go old school? Do you go Joe Montana?
I am going to go Joe Montana.
Yeah.
Joe Montana. I would have to say Joe Montana is right there with TB12 and Patrick Mahomes. I mean, Joe Montana set the standard, for winning big games, big championships for San Francisco. Before he started his career in San Fran, he was the Kansas City Chief. And, and everybody should know that because, he's Joe Montana. Joe Montana is going to be, the greatest quarterback, whoever played the sport.
Yeah, and we got to give some love to those guys who played, 20, 40 years ago. We can't just be picking the quarterbacks who played recently, right?
Exactly.
We can't let that recency bias take over because those guys deserve credit as well. Let me ask you this. Super Bowl this Sunday, if the Eagles do win, do you think Saquon Barkley has a chance to be Super Bowl MVP? Because we haven't seen a running back win Super Bowl MVP in a long time.
I am going to say yes. If the Eagles win on Sunday, I would give Saquon Barkley MVP because he has been running rampant all season long, and there's no team that has really been able to slow him down. Let's go back to a couple weeks ago with the Commanders.
Yes.
The Commanders' rush defense was ranked 28th, as everybody knows, and the Eagles were just running right over that Washington defense.
Yep.
So I think Kansas City is going to have to find a way. If they can't slow down Saquon Barkley, they got to try ways to neutralize him at some point.
Yes.
And I know Spags is going to do a phenomenal job as defensive coordinator.
Yep.
So he loves disguising blitzes. He's a genius at what he does, And like I said, when I interviewed him on opening night, he even said to me that, his defense is not really unique. He just said that the guys just find ways to get it done, when it matters most.
And Steve Spagnuolo has drawn up a lot of really good defensive game plans over the year. Obviously, he was the defensive coordinator for the Giants when they upset the Patriots back in 2007. So if there's one man out there that can draw up a defensive game plan to slow down Saquon Barkley, you have to think it's Steve Spagnuolo. Right.
And Spags and Andy Reid have had a relationship for a long time. So they've been friends for a very, very long time.
Yes. Yeah, do you think they're feeling a little bit of added pressure because they have a chance to be the first team to pull off 3 straight Super Bowls? Or do you think they've been here so many times now that they're calm, they're used to these big moments?
I think they're calm. They're not worried about the pressure. They've been here, year in, year out. They just find a way to get it done, Ian. So I believe the Chiefs know what they have to do. They've been through the fire before, so they're not nervous. They're not going to succumb to the pressure.
Now, I asked you about Saquon Barkley potentially being the Super Bowl MVP if the Eagles win. Give me a name for your prediction, not Patrick Mahomes, because he's the obvious call if the Chiefs win. Is there a name not Patrick Mahomes that you think could win Super Bowl MVP for the Chiefs?
Yes. I'm either going to go Justin Reed on defense or I'm going to go Travis Kelce on the offense side of football for the Chiefs.
What do you think the role Xavier Worthy, I think, is going to play a big role in Sunday's game? What do you think about Xavier Worthy? Because he's really stepped it up in the second half of the season.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy, to me, is going to be a key weapon for the Chiefs against the Eagles on Sunday. So if I'm the Eagles, I would try to maybe double team him, try to get in front of him, try to see if you can, if you could get through his routes, and try to be disruptive. So, to me, Xavier Worthy, I think, if Patrick Mahomes does not get MVP on Sunday, I'm either going to go Travis Kelce, I'm going to go Justin Reed, or I'm going to go Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy is going to be that X factor for me.
And you know who I think could be the X factor on defense for the Chiefs? Nick Bolton, because like we said earlier, a big thing the Chiefs need to do if they want to win this game is slow down Saquon Barkley. They need someone to be able to disrupt the running game kind of before it even gets started, and I think Nick Bolton, that middle linebacker, could play a huge role in that as well.
Absolutely, for sure.
Now, you are a Buccaneers fan, Malcolm. We talked about this before we went live. I'm a Falcons fan. Usually we are rivals.
Yeah, I know.
We're going to do this show today. I think we can. I mean, both our teams are eliminated, so
yeah, we're good.
I think we can get through this day. But talk to me about your Buccaneers before we get Vince Wilfork on, because they look like they could have been a dark horse in the playoffs. Tough opening round loss to the Commanders in a game a lot of people thought the Buccaneers were going to win.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, the way the Buccaneers were all season long, they're off. Their rushing attack was good this year. with Liam Cohen, as offensive coordinator. Now he's with Jacksonville. Now we have passing game coordinator Josh Grizzard as OC. So now I think the Buccaneers, are going to be a team that's going to figure out a way to win the division.
Yeah. We got Vince Wilfork here joining us in just a moment. Obviously, two-time Super Bowl champion with the New England Patriots, also Houston Texan. He probably feels some similarities, which I'm looking forward to asking him, with the Kansas City Chiefs, because the Patriots for a long time just were winning every single year. And now the Chiefs are kind of winning every single year. So I wonder if he feels kind of similar to kind of going through what the Chiefs are going through. And there he is.
Here's Vince Wilfork.
Vince Wilfork, two-time Super Bowl champion. How's it going? How are you doing this morning, Vince?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
We're
doing
Vince,
well.
How you doing?
I'm Iain. This is Malcom here joining me. Malcom, do you got a question here for Vince?
I do. I would like to know, Vince, what was that transition like for you when you played for the University of Miami to the NFL? Talk about that.
It was a smooth transition for me, honestly, because we learned how to be champions down in college and how we practice and how we play. Success wasn't nothing for us. So we played fast. We was physical. We were big. We trained hard. We trained in the weather. So that transition for me to college to pros wasn't a big jump as some people it might be, but for me it was just a smooth transition because I was used to it.
Awesome.
Now, I should have mentioned you're joining us now on behalf of Kingsford to remind fans everywhere that while you can't win every game, you can win every tailgate with Kingsford Charcoal. And the big game presents a great opportunity to fire up the grill, plan a feast for friends and family. Vince, I want to ask you about the Chiefs and what they're going through right now, because obviously you're on the Patriots. Patriots won a lot, 2 Super Bowls. As a fan myself, it feels like the Chiefs have almost become the bad guys a little bit, because some people are just kind of sick of seeing the same team every year. Did you feel that at all when you were with the Patriots?
Absolutely.
And can you relate to the Chiefs in that sense?
Absolutely. I mean, because when you win, it comes with a lot of hate.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we tired of seeing these guys and this, that, and the other. But my philosophy and what we said is, where if you hate it, just got to beat us. And, teams haven't done that much with the Kansas City, even with this year. Kansas City don't look like the Kansas City of old, but it just goes to show you how great of a coach Andy Reid is to be able to rally his troops when they don't look like the old, Kansas City. It's amazing what they're doing. So I get 100% what they're doing and how they feel, and they are champions. Like they know what it takes to win. They know the ins and outs of playing football and winning games when it counts. And if you don't like it, find a way to beat them. So Eagles have a great opportunity to go in and show the world that they're beatable on the biggest stage in sports, right? So I really do think that Eagles going to go in, and I think I'm picking Eagles to win.
Really?
Yes, I am, because I love the atmosphere of what the Eagles got. I fell in love with Barkley. I mean, I fell in love with him. And everything starts with a run game, being able to run it and being able to stop it. And I think the Eagles are going to run the ball, and I think they're going to play good defense up front and win the trenches from offense and defensive line. I think that is where the game is going to be won. Now, we don't know. It's going to be an X factor. We don't know who that's going to be or what it's going to be.
Right.
But it will be an X factor. But when it comes to being tough and physical and playing with a chip on your shoulder, I just think Eagles have that depth at defensive line where they can just roll guys in, fresh guys in, and they big bodies up there, and they give guys problems. So I want to see how Chiefs going to handle that. If Chiefs can handle that, I think they have a great shot of pulling away. But if they can't slow them guys down up front from the Eagles, it's going to be a long day for Kansas City.
I would love to ask you, what team impressed you the most before the playoffs started?
Before the playoffs started, I think the Rams. I think Rams, they were sneaky, and they played good football down the line, but they just didn't have enough. So I think that was one of the teams where I'm like, you know what? They surprised me. To get to where they got to, they surprised me. So I would say the Rams.
Talk to me about Steve Spagnuolo and the defensive game. I mean, top 3 defense coordinator all time, maybe best defense coordinator.
Yes, he beat me twice.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up, but yeah,
he beat me twice, and he's an amazing defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Absolutely a top D coordinator ever. Like, that's why I say when you look at the Kansas City, they have all the pieces.
Yeah.
You know, they have the coaching, they have the players, they all buy in. You know, they know what it takes to win. Andy Reid is a hell of a coach, one of the greatest offensive mind there is, and with a defensive coordinator and led by Chris Jones on the defensive line, and they just a good football team all around.
Right.
And they don't make any excuses. If they screw up, they screw up. If they lose, they lose. They don't make no excuses, but they play together. And I love it because it's all 3 phases. It's all 3 phases. Special teams don't get off the hook, but special teams go out there and make plays for them, which won them some games this year. Right. So it's a prime example. When you want to show a team, Little League, whatever, what a team should look like in all 3 phases, it's easy to put on them film of Kansas City and just watch them play as a unit led by Andy Reid and Steve.
So I would love to know, like, was there a teammate that you loved playing with back in the day, and who was that teammate?
I used to love playing with Tyler. I haven't – all my teammates been great. And I think my best teammate is Ty Warren. He's a Texas guy, went to A&M. He was drafted the year before me. He was a defensive lineman. He was so underrated. But when I tell you, like, his mindset, the way he played the game, the love he had for the game, a great teammate, great family man, like, everything about him I love. And that's probably, you know, I have a lot more because I didn't have any really bad teammates. I had a couple, but really not much. But he was the one guy I was like, man, because he was so underappreciated from everybody else. But for us, what he meant for us as a team, like it spoke volume. And Ty Warren is my guy when I say who is the most, probably the best teammate and the most underrated at what Ty Warren.
Awesome.
A similarity I see between the Chiefs recently and what I think the Patriots were very good at was winning close games.
Yeah.
It seems like every time there's a game that comes down to a final drive or a kick or a turnover, the Chiefs are on the right side of it just like the Patriots were. What is that? Like, what is it a team can do to always be on the right side of those kind of coin flip games?
Well, it starts with the coaching and the execution, you know, because you got to understand they go through these scenarios. I remember when I first got to the league and Bill Belichick, we went over a lot of scenarios that could happen. And I was like, man, this will never happen. Like, it's just wasting our time out here in practice. And sure enough, those throughout the course of the season, it comes up. So that's the difference from being ahead of the curve or not. And I just think the Kansas City Chiefs, they're coached very, very well. They cover a lot of aspects of the game, possibilities. If we get in this situation, how we would handle it. If this happened, how we would handle it. If we have this much time on the clock and we have to do this, how we would handle it. I just think it's execution and understanding the situation that you're in. Those would separate the best teams from the great teams. Those two, and that's why you see the Kansas City Chiefs the way they are, because Andy Reid, he don't shy away. He don't miss a beat when it comes to situational football.
Right.
But a lot of people don't understand how important situational football is because, just for example, I know going into the fourth quarter, depending on if I'm up or down, this team is going to play different. So I don't care what they did before. In the fourth quarter, things change depending on the situation. So the game plan that we got the first 3 quarters, not all of a sudden here we are in the fourth. If they're down, that changed dramatically. Like, so throw that playbook out. This is the new playbook. Or if they up, what are they going to do? Are they going to stick to it, or are they going to be more conservative? So our game plan changes. But those are certain scenarios that, trust me, teams are not having that conversation. But those are the things when you have great coaches like an Andy Reid and a Bill Belichick and guys Mike Tomlin, guys that played and won a lot, they cover those scenarios. So it makes the game a lot easier. That's why you see guys and teams play a certain type of way towards the end of the game, because it has changed, so they handle it differently. But a lot of teams don't do that. But that's just a small example.
I would love to ask you, what was it like playing for the Houston Texans?
It was cool. It was amazing. I had an amazing time. My final 2 years was down in Houston. I love the city. The city embraced me. The team embraced me. A great organization, the McNairs. I mean, I can't wait for those guys to win them because listen what I'm telling you. If the when the Houston Texans win the Super Bowl, it will be like no other city because it's like New Orleans winning the Super Bowl. You know how everything goes on. If when Houston, Texas win one, the city is going to go nuts. But they're heading in the right direction, but it's tough. Like, people don't understand how hard it is to win, let alone win a Super Bowl. You know, it's very, very hard. And, you know, I played for an organization in Patriots that we made it look very easy, but it was nothing easy about winning, especially winning. Like I said, I've been in 2 Super Bowls. I won 2, lost 2. So there's nothing easy about winning those games. But when the Texans finally get there, I would be so happy for the city of Houston and the organization because they deserve one.
Awesome.
What do you think about your former coach, Bill Belichick, going to the college ranks, UNC?
Well, the thing is, I want to see exactly – I think he's going to be fine. One thing I know about him, he's a hell of a coach. And, you know, Saban did it, and Saban basically said Bill gave him the blueprint on how to run it. So now he's implementing his own blueprint of what he gave Saban going to North Carolina. So I'm excited to see how he's going to do. We've never seen Bill Belichick in the college scene, so this is going to be our first, so we're going to see.
Yeah, that's what I find interesting because I feel like coaching at the college ranks has to be pretty different from coaching at the NFL level.
I think coaching, you know, you're dealing with kids, so it's you have to attack it differently, but coaching is coaching. Yep. Teaching is and Bill does that. Even in the NFL, Bill, he taught. That's what made Bill a great coach because he took time to teach about the history and just teach the game itself. He took that time. So I think in that aspect, it won't be a problem of him teaching these kids what it takes. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a sight to see.
Tell us about your partnership with Kingsford.
Well, see, the thing, like I mentioned before, I'm a champion. I want to be the best at what I do. And here we go. Kingsford Original is the choice of champions. Simple as that. And it doesn't matter if you're a first-time griller or you retire or whatever, or your neighborhood. You know, when it comes to grilling, especially game day, Kingsford is the way to go, Kingsford Original, because you can't replace the smell. You can't replace the aroma. You can't replace that flavor. So when it comes to grilling and being the best, you want to be able to use the best, and that's Kingsford Original.
Do you have a last question, Mel?
Yeah, I got a last question for you, Vince. I would love to know, who was your favorite University of Miami teammate you played for?
Oh, I can't do that. All of them. All of them. Like, we are such a brotherhood, and like I tell people all the time, you know, our brotherhood runs deep, and our brotherhood runs to the 70s. Mm-hmm. So it's like when we get together, we have old heads from the 70s and we have the new guys. So it's not like, you know, just the new school here. It's everyone. When we have functions or when we hanging out, it's all of us. And I don't think there's a college out there that do what we do and operate how we operate. There's nothing to be able to see, you know, 15, 20 top-ranked NFL Hurricane players hanging out at the goddamn school. Like, that's just what it is. And it's just an amazing feeling to have the brotherhood that we have. It's special, and we hold it very near and dear to our heart. It's very important for us to be a Hurricane. Like, it is a honor to be a Hurricane, and I would cherish that until the day I die.
That's great. Thank you so much for joining us, Vince.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right. Enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Hey, Vince, I got something for you.
What you got for me? Uh-oh. This mine?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Nice. You want to sign it? Who want to sign it? You guys going to sign it for you? You going to sign it for me?
Let's
Come on now. Everybody always asks for my autograph. Come on, sign it for me.
All right.
Sign it for me.
All right, I got you.
Yeah, sign it for me. That's going next to all my stuff I cherish.
Fantastic.
Thank you very, very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Vince.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the week.
I will. You too now.
Thanks.
All right, there you go. Vince Wilfork, 2-time Super Bowl champion. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I like his answer there at the end about all the his brotherhood for the University of Miami.
Yeah, I'm glad I got that question in there. So
yeah,
that was great.
Seemed like it meant to a lot to me. Even I feel like I kind of got choked up there a little bit talking about that Miami brotherhood. So yeah, Malcolm, let's we got a little bit of a break here before our next guest. We got Shawne Merriman coming up at 9:30 our time, 10:30 Eastern. Let's really quick. I mean, we talked about this Super Bowl a little bit. Next year, is there a chance the Chiefs get back to the Super Bowl for a 4th straight year?
I am going to say no.
Ooh.
I'm going to say no. I think somebody else from the AFC is going to get there. And I'm going to surprise you with this team that's going to get there.
Hit me with it.
I think the Houston Texans are going to get there.
Was it because of Vince? Did he just convince you?
Yeah, he convinced me. I love what the Texans are doing with C.J. Stroud. I love what they're doing with Tanedale. I love what they're doing with Nico Collins. If Stephon Diggs can stay healthy and that defense for DeMeco Ryans' crew can get there for Houston, I'm telling you, C.J. Stroud's going to he's going to make a huge difference for them.
Because a lot of people, obviously, I think the obvious answers, Malcolm, would be the Bills or the Ravens. But it sounds like Vince just convinced you. You think it could be the Texans. The Texans, who, I mean, one of the best young teams in the NFL. And in the
NFC, right, I actually got the Lions making it next year.
The Lions finally getting over the hump.
Finally. They're going to get over the hump next year.
Who had a heartbreaking loss in the playoffs. Number 1 seed. Everyone believed in them. They were the Super Bowl favorites. Lost to the Commanders.
Commanders in the upset. That's crazy.
It kind of seemed like injuries just got the best of the Lions there
Yeah,
in the playoffs.
it did,
Do
unfortunately.
you agree?
I totally agree with that, Iain, for sure. And if the Lions had all their defensive starters, the Lions would be here right now, honestly.
Yeah. Do you think the Lions will be able to overcome losing both their offensive coordinator and Ben Johnson and their defensive coordinator and Aaron Glenn?
I don't think they will. I think
it'll be tough. The players will have to step up.
And I think next year's going to be a down year for them.
So the Buccaneers, you're a Buccaneers fan.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Buccaneers next season because they have a new offensive coordinator?
I love their schedule for next year because their road games are at the Rams, at the Seahawks.
Yep.
And I just love where they're at as a team right now. If they could just get their defense beefed up and just find ways to score offensive, their offense is good. If Bucky Irving can just have a great second year, as a running back and do what he did, as a rookie, I mean Tampa Bay is right there. They're right there. And next year's gonna be 50 years as a franchise for them, and that's big.
Yep.
It's a big year for them. So, I love what Tampa Bay's doing. So we'll see what happens.
Talk to me about Bucky Irving. He exploded on the scene as a rookie this year. I mean, immediately became one of the best running backs in the NFL.
Yeah, I loved what Bucky Irving was doing all season long for Tampa Bay. Every time he touched the football, everybody would always chant Bucky, Bucky, Bucky. Every time he had a powerful run. Everybody was just enjoying him. So I love what Bucky Irving is all about. For Tampa Bay, and I just think he's going to continue to do what he does.
Tell me, Malcolm, give me some optimism about my Falcons. Do you think the Falcons can make the playoffs next year?
Yes, the Falcons will make the playoffs. Michael Penix, is going to find a way to get it done. I don't see him winning the division, though. You're
going to give it to your Buccaneers.
Yeah, my Buccaneers are going to win the division again.
I can't convince you otherwise. You're a Buccaneers fan. You got to take them to win the division. You think Falcons can get in as a wild card spot, though?
Yeah, they're going to get in as a wild card.
Wyatt, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. You're here with me for the next little bit here. We actually hadn't met. I wish I had the chance to meet you before we went live, but nice to meet you. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
Of course. We got a big day today. Shawne Merriman coming up here in a little bit. Wyatt, we were talking about the Super Bowl earlier with Malcolm. Let's start off there. What is your prediction for the Super Bowl on Sunday?
I got Chiefs winning it 27-24. I think it comes down to maybe like a field goal or less, second drive, last play maybe. Maybe Kelsey catches winning touchdown, but I think it'll be a very good game. But the Super Bowl they played in a couple years ago was really good. So for the Eagles.
Yeah, if it's anything like that game, I think we're in for a fun one on Sunday. So you think the Chiefs are going to pull off the three-peat. If you could predict a Super Bowl MVP for the Chiefs, not named Patrick Mahomes, is there a player you think can win it?
I'm going to go Xavier.
Xavier Worthy?
Yeah, I'm going to Xavier because I think everyone thought like he wouldn't be as good coming out of the draft because he was so skinny, but he ran the fastest 40-timer at the combine.
Yep.
Look what he's done, like what Andy Reid has developed him into. I mean, yeah, like Kelsey is kind of the obvious choice, which I think he would win it too, but it would be kind of cool to see like someone no one expected, and I think he's got the potential to do it, especially if the Eagles are like double teaming Kelsey. then which I don't know how Kelce gets open all the time. Like,
it's
how
crazy.
do you not double team that guy?
Yeah.
Right.
But it's like guys like Xavier can just get open and Mahomes can get them the ball. But I also think that Mahomes will have at least one rushing touchdown in the game.
You think so?
Yeah.
Are you a Taylor Swift fan?
I mean, I'm a Kelce fan, so
He's a Swiftie.
I was just like, I don't really listen to a lot of the music. But
I hear you.
I was like, whatever, I don't care. I'm just here to watch the game, man.
Yeah, Malcolm, are you a Taylor Swift guy?
I love Taylor Swift. You know she's born the same year as me.
Really? There you go.
And Travis Kelce.
There you go.
Yeah, they're both born the same year as me, 1989.
Wyatt, if the Eagles do win, what do you think will be the key to their victory on Sunday if the Eagles are able to pull off the upset?
I think their defense is just so good. Like, they have one of the best defensive line in the league, obviously. And, let's face it, the Chiefs, they've won a lot of games, but every game's been close.
Yep.
And there are some games you're like, how did they pull that off? Like, sometimes when you're in so many close games, it's like eventually the magic's going to stop. And I think the Eagles have the opportunity to do that. And I think what people don't realize is, like, the Eagles were, like, they only lost, 2-3 games all year?
Yeah.
And so they're not just a team coming in here that is just over 500 or lost 6 games. They lost less than 4 games. And I think – and they're kind of out for revenge. They lost that Super Bowl against the Chiefs several years ago.
Yeah.
So I think they have the opportunity to do it. And with a guy like Saquon, they had a good running game before, but now they have a great running game.
Right.
So.
Yeah, he really took it to the next level.
He took it to the next level, definitely.
Yeah. Now, the Eagles, you mentioned it, 3 losses this season. One was to the Commanders with Jalen Hurts out of the game for 3/4 of it. So I think we can forgive that one. The other 2 to the Buccaneers and to my Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
And also the Falcons beat the Buccaneers twice, so I think that cancels it out. So as a Falcons fan, I think if the Eagles win on Sunday, the Falcons deserve a rematch to figure out the true Super Bowl champion.
Right.
What do you think about that idea?
I love that idea, absolutely, and I love that idea.
What team do you cheer for? We got a Buccaneers fan, a Falcons fan.
I'm a Vikings fan.
Vikings fan.
Vikings.
And it was a good season. You know, we're the 5th seed, and we were 14-2. And it's just what happened? We just had a good ride going.
Yeah.
I thought we'd maybe make the championship game, but then it was once we lost to the Lions, it was you felt a little defeated.
Yeah.
Even though playoffs hadn't started
right.
yet. When you knew who you had to play Shawne Merriman, which I love Shawne Merriman. He's one of the best coaches in the league.
Yeah.
And you're just I'd rather play anybody but the Rams.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was just, and I liked it, Darnold, but it was just there was something missing with the team, but you want Darnold to come back, but you don't know who our quarterback's going to be now again because he was on a 1-year deal. So now it's just when you don't know who your quarterback is going to be next season, it's it's not a good feeling.
Yeah,
they also got J.J. McCarthy too.
Yeah, but I think he's good.
Right.
But he's also a rookie.
Right, that's true.
Technically, because he didn't play.
True.
So it's just are we going to be good next year? Or are we going to be mediocre?
Right.
Are we going to be terrible?
Yeah.
And so.
Because, they drafted J.J. McCarthy high, but you never know what you're going to get from a rookie quarterback until you see him in action. And we obviously have not seen him in action yet. So,
right.
Malcolm, your thoughts on the Vikings then?
I loved what the Vikings did all season long. Unfortunately, they lost to the Rams. The Rams were just – it's like Vince Wilfork said, the first guest that we had on. Mm-hmm. He said he was impressed with the Rams all season long because they were able to come, they were able to overcome so many difficult challenges, with the wildfires they had to deal with, in California and that sort of thing. So I loved what the Vikings did all season long. I think next year Minnesota's going to be really good. They just got to get weapons to surround Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, that must have been, both you guys kind of suffered heartbreaking playoff losses. Especially for the Vikings in a situation where it seemed like it was one of those seasons that just everything was going right for them for a long time. They were underrated all season, and then you fall a little bit short.
But as a Vikings fan, you don't say, oh, we're going to win all. You hope.
Right.
And then it's at the beginning it seems we're too good. What's happening?
Right. Yeah.
We're going to blow it. And then people got hope. And it happened, and it's just so defeating, but also kind of like the Chiefs. They won some games. How did the Vikings win those games? It wasn't they were killing the teams.
Yeah.
Like, we were up, like, I think we were up, like, by 2 or 3 touchdowns against the Packers, and we won by, like, 3 or something the first time. And it was like, we should have blown them out. But we let them back in the game, and, yeah, just like there were some games I felt like we should have won by 4 or 5 touchdowns, and we won by 1 or 2, and it's just like
kind of like the Buccaneers this year. For me, as a Buccaneers fan, like the game against the Commanders, we had a lead. We just, in the wild card game, we just couldn't hold on.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's just one of those things.
And then, like, if your best player is not the quarterback,
right?
Like ours is Jefferson, and so like you want to make Jefferson happy because you don't want Jefferson to leave. I mean, they did sign him to that big deal, but still, it's like that's gotta be frustrating. Like we have Jefferson and Addison, and we keep switching quarterbacks, and that can't be great all the time because you need the chemistry.
Right.
And it's just like, I don't know. It's like, as a Vikings fan, like, you're happy. Like, I'd rather have a good season and then be disappointed than, like, be like, why don't we just be bad? And I was like, because that would be a terrible season.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to kind of be happy with the Vikings season because, maybe you're optimistic, but most people didn't think this was going to be a great year for Minnesota.
Yeah. You're like, oh, we're going to go, like, 8 wins. Or, like, especially when JJ went down, it was just like, oh man, what are we gonna do?
And it's like the first, and it's the first time that the Vikings were a 5 seed and they had double-digit wins.
Yeah,
that was unprecedented.
Yeah, you should be like a 3 seed at least. And
right.
It's just like,
exactly.
But the division was so strong in the regular season, but it honestly didn't matter if the Vikings lost because the Lions and Packers lost right away too. Like they were awful in the playoffs.
So let me ask you about the Chiefs because I asked this to Malcom earlier. I'm a little bit of a Chiefs hater in some sense because I'm personally kind of sick of seeing the same team win every single year. And I feel like there's 2 camps. There are people who don't like the Chiefs because they want to see them lose, and then there are people who kind of like the Chiefs because they like witnessing greatness and they want to see the Super Bowl three-peat. Which side do you fall on with that discussion?
I want to see the Super Bowl three-peat, man. I've followed Mahomes since college.
Yeah.
And being from Nebraska, I'm a big Nebraska football fan, but when they went on, I liked it when Mike Leach coached Texas Tech, so I followed Texas Tech. And then Mahomes came that couple years, and I just think, like, I want to see greatness. I want to see something done that's never been done before, three-peat. And I know people don't like the Chiefs now, which is funny because they loved them before. But it's like, if you don't want them to win, then beat them. And obviously, no one could.
And it's like Josh Allen said a couple weeks ago. When the Bills lost to the Chiefs, he said, "To be the champs, you have to beat them."
Exactly.
So
like,
there you go.
It's kind of like put up
or shut
up.
Right.
And
exactly.
So, and everyone just needs the guys that didn't beat them need to shut up, and the Eagles are the only ones that can say something because they got a shot.
Exactly right.
They got a shot.
Yeah.
And it looks like we got our next guest coming on.
Yeah, we got Shawne Merriman.
Shawne Merriman,
out.
NFL legend. Hey, good to see you, Shawne.
What's up, Shawne?
How you doing? How's it going?
How's it going?
How are you doing today? How's your week going so far?
Good, man. Just cranking away. Just love the time of year, though.
So I got Wyatt and Malcom here. Malcom, why don't you start? Do you have your first question there?
Yeah, I have my first question for you, Shawne. Talk more about your high school game, and where'd you get your nickname Lights Out from?
Yeah, I knocked out four players in my sophomore year in high school. So I didn't plan on it happening, right? But I had 20 students come around to me and said, "Man, you knocked those kids' lights out." And I said, "Yeah, you know what? Call me Lights Out." And I got to school on Monday, and everybody's called me Lights, short for Lights Out. And so I went home and I literally begged my mom to let me get this Lights Out tattoo on my right foot.
Oh, nice.
That's
awesome.
where the whole sack dance and everything came from. So, yeah, I've been called Lights Out since I was 16 years old, man. So, yeah.
Cool. Wyatt, do you have a question?
Well, yeah, kind of back to the game. Do you think if you would have done that today, they would have, like, fined you in high school or something? Like,
yeah, look, if I did that today, I would be broke, right?
Oh,
I would
yeah.
be paying all those
fines.
Look, it'll be hard for somebody like me to play today because I played the game like a certain way.
Yeah.
But again, it's still football. Like
right.
I'm not one of these older guys where it's like, oh, everybody's soft.
Uh-huh.
I don't think that's the case. I think there's a lot of rules that prohibits guys to going out and playing the way they want to. So I don't think the game necessarily soft. But I couldn't play. No, for sure.
Yeah, Shawne. I would love for you to talk about. I would love for you to talk about how the lessons you learned in football help you in business with your Lights Out brand.
I think one of the biggest things, kind of making that transition from football to business is discipline. Like, since I was 10 years old, I've been on the clock always. I got to wake up at 6 and eat at a certain time, watch film at a certain time, work out at a certain time. And that just created a habit. And that's really the only way I know how to live. I still to this day, I still train and I still operate like I'm playing on Sunday, right? Everything I do is like I'm playing on Sunday and how I take care of my body, my regimen. But I think ultimately it comes down to discipline and time management, because you got to be a certain way. So, hey, I can't go hang out with friends. I can't go do – so everything was about discipline and time management, and really helped me a lot in building Lights Out.
How does football, help you learn about inclusion and including everyone and the relationships and friendships you built through the game?
It's everything. If you talk to any former player in general, the first thing they'll tell you that they miss is the locker room, like playing around guys. Yeah. Win and lose, right? Because win, everybody's smiling, having a good time after the game, and lose, everybody's head's kind of down, but your head is down together. And so, being able to learn how to work with other people and be around other people, and also, come together when you need to. And that's really ultimately what makes a great team.
I would love for you to talk about, Shawne, talk about how good is it to have a good edge rush. And how vital that is.
It's if you ask me, I'm gonna give my opinion, but I think the next closest important person on the field from the quarterback is the one who can stop him. And that's an edge rusher, and that's why a lot of these guys, these great pass rushers, they get the money they do, right? Because the only thing to eliminate a great quarterback is to stop him from throwing. The only person on the field who can stop him the most is a great pass rusher. And so when you have that, it gives you an opportunity to get the ball back, turnover on down, sack, force fumbles, all those things help the team to win.
How is during your NFL career you learned more about recovery and nutrition and just keeping your body fit as you went along your career so you could have a longer career?
Yeah, it was tough because I was the one, I loved to work out all the time, and I loved to go, and I wasn't really resting and taking care of my body. And, I learned that the rest is just as important as working out. And I had to really train myself for that, to say, hey, it's okay to take a day off to give my body some recovery. And mentally, I don't beat yourself up too much when you do, because we're always told, if you don't get up and work, somebody else is out there trying to outwork you. And so I had to let that go. And I'm actually helping myself if I take a day off and able to rest my body.
So what was the number one high point of your career, Shawne, if you could shed some light on that?
What's crazy, and out of all the sacks and things like that, 3 or 4 sack games that I've had, probably the sack that I got in the Denver Broncos game, that I got a sack forced fumble. I recovered the fumble. And then the very next play, LaDainian Tomlinson went out and broke the rushing record. So I think because, again, that was so big in history that I was a part of it. And so for me, I've just remembered them kind of raising LaDainian up and this crowd. And it was like a movie, right? And I know I'm part of that history, man. So I think that was probably one of the highlights of my career.
Would you say because LaDainian was going for that record, that just made the locker room closer, like you said earlier, because you wanted to see him get it?
Yeah, because, the truth is, football is the ultimate team sport. And, I got plenty of friends that play baseball and basketball, and I think, guys, look, you can have 2 stars of the basketball team and win a championship. You can have 2 stars of the football team and still be terrible, right?
Yeah,
because you need so many guys to do their job in order to win. So I think that, when LT scored, you see all the offensive linemen and everybody lifting him up. It was like a team accomplishment. And, of course, those things like that brings teams together.
I would love to ask you, what was the greatest piece of advice you ever received?
For me is take one day at a time and kind of live more in the moment, because when you're young, I was 20 years old when I got drafted, and at the time I think I was the youngest drafted NFL player ever. And you get in there, and then you have a great first season, defensive rookie of the year, and all these accolades and stuff. You get to the next year, and so you're constantly trying to move forward. And I never really stopped to look at any accomplishments or anything like that, or kind of be like, oh man, this is cool, right? I'm always like, I got to do it again. And so it was actually from Ray Lewis, kind of saying, kind of slow down a little bit and take a bow, pat yourself on the back once in a while.
So, like, growing up, did you play other sports, and did those other sports help you with your football game growing up?
Yeah, I actually I wasn't bad in basketball, man. I was all county, all state.
Nice.
And I was recruited for basketball out of college too, and I kept growing this way, and I stopped, doing that. So I played in the same AAU teams that Kevin Durant went through, and Michael Beasley, Nolan Smith. We probably had 10 guys to go to the NBA to play through the same AAU program. Wow. So I was around those guys. Like I said, they kept going here. They kept getting taller. Yeah. I kept just getting wider, and I made a decision that football was my path. So,
do you have an NBA team you would love to play for if you ever did play in the NBA?
I mean, it seems like the Lakers getting everybody.
Yeah,
so,
I know, right?
If they needed somebody to go down there and defend and block some shots and get some technicals, man, I can go tie up Draymond a little bit.
Now, you started a MMA promotion, Lights Out Extreme Fighting.
Yeah.
So, actually, related to that last question, what position in the NFL do you think translates the most to MMA? If you had to go make that transition from football to
I would say like a strong safety or inside linebacker, right? Because a strong safety, all these guys can lose 20 or 30 pounds in a heartbeat because most of the time football players are eating and lifting to keep weight on for the most part. And so it's easy to trim down after you get done. So if you get sometimes I used to look at Cam Chancellor, and I'm like, man, that dude with that mentality, if you taught him MMA and taught him how to wrestle and jiu-jitsu and box, he would be unstoppable. Aaron Donald is probably walking around at 260 right now, right? I mean, he's lost, I think, 20 pounds. You get him to be in heavyweight, he'll go in there and just annihilate people. And so you got certain positions that, Patrick Willis. I used to look at him and I'm like, man, Patrick Willis, if he learned how to – and actually he could. Patrick Willis could fight a little bit. I saw him, hitting the mitts and sparring a little bit, so he can go. So, yeah, man, just I love the sport of MMA. We got a big fight Friday in Long Beach, Lights Out Extreme Fighting 22. 10 fights on the night. That'll be live on my streaming platform, Lights Out Sports TV. You can download any smart TV, iOS, Android, completely free. Just always put that out there that our service is free, so people don't worry about there's going to be another subscription service they got to pay for. But yeah, we got a massive fight in Long Beach, California on Friday.
Yeah, so Lights Out Sports TV, everyone check that out. If you could pick one player from the NFL right now and put them in an MMA ring to have a fight right now, what player would you pick?
Khalil Mack.
Yeah,
man, I would love and I would get Khalil Mack or T.J. Watt because T.J. has he's long arms. He's and his kicks and punches would be just insane because his distance would be a lot. A Nick Bosa, man, if you got slammed by that dude a few times, I mean he's ridiculously yoked up too. It's so funny. I watch the games now. Obviously, I'm looking at the game, but I'm also I ask myself all the time, man. If he just put on some gloves, he'd be really, really good, So I would say some of those guys.
Malcolm, do you have one last question here for Shawne?
I would love to get your thoughts on the matchup for Sunday. How do you see it?
I picked against the Chiefs the last couple of years, and I can't do it again.
I'm with you.
I just at this point, it's really it's just really hard to go against these guys because they know how to win, and they do the best job is when they capitalize off other people's mistakes. And so you almost in a sense have to play mistake-free football when playing them. And if you don't, the chances of them beating you are extremely high. So I think most of the country is probably rooting for the Eagles. All the people I know, everybody I talk to, even down here, everybody's rooting for the Eagles.
Yeah.
But the likelihood of this game going that way is going to be tough.
What do you think the score is going to be?
I think a 28-24 Chiefs.
Yeah.
I think that Patrick Mahomes is going to march the ball down the field somehow, some way towards the end of that game. Yeah. To be honest,
who do you see as MVP?
A non-quarterback, because they always
non-quarterback.
I want to go here. I think obviously if the Eagles win, it's going to be Saquon.
Yeah.
Right. If the Chiefs win, Patrick. But if you want to go non-quarterback, I'm on the offense side of the ball. I'm going to Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
On the Chiefs, and I'm gonna go on the defensive side with Slay. Man, I think that Slay can come up with 2 picks.
Oh, yeah.
Well, great. Thank you so much for joining us, Shawne. I appreciate it. Everyone,
Thanks
check
for
out
joining us,
Lights Out Extreme Fighting and Lights Out Sports TV. Everyone, check it out. Thank you so much.
Got it.
Shawne.
Thanks for having me.
Take care. All right. We do got some more guests here coming up in a little bit. Malcolm, what else are you looking forward to doing in New Orleans?
Man, I'm looking forward to doing all the interviews with you, Iain, with Wyatt as well, and this is going to be amazing. It's just the beginning.
Wyatt, Malcolm, you'll be heading out here right now, and you're going to come back here in a little bit. So thank you for joining us to start off the show.
Of course, Iain.
On
I'll
Wednesday, and I'll talk to you again in a little bit.
Yeah, talk to you in a little bit too, Iain.
And I think, am I going to shift down here? Okay. Wyatt, what are your early thoughts on New Orleans? Is this your first time here?
Yeah. First off, I love the weather. Being
Yeah.
from Nebraska, it's like 16 degrees. I also had to fly from Minnesota. It's like 0 degrees there. So I was just like, I don't know if I ever want to leave,
Is it a little? It's a little warm for me. I'm Canadian. I got some Canadian blood. I got here and I completely forgot that in some states it's still warm in the middle of winter. So I did not pack correctly for New Orleans.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I knew it'd be warm. I didn't think we'd be outside, but I stepped out. It's humid.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It
It's
is
like
humid.
February.
Yeah.
And it's like when you're from cold places like us, it's like this doesn't seem right. Like, what's wrong with the world? But I mean, once you get here, it's like I never want to leave. I hate being cold, and I think it's great. They got good food here.
Have you gotten a chance to try any of the New Orleans food yet?
Unfortunately, no. I had to have a special diet, but my friend Kenny has tried it. He said it's been great. And the service, we had breakfast this morning. Had great service. And just I've never thought I'd be in New Orleans, so it's a really cool experience.
It is a very unique city for sure. Lots of music going
Yeah.
on. Are you here? You're here with us all week. Are you here on the weekend for the weekend as well?
Oh, no, unfortunately not. I have to go out on Thursday evening, but I'm trying to enjoy as much as I can. It's my first year here, so I'm just watch what Malcom does, watch what you do, and soaking it up all in. I could probably talk sports all day. So
and that's exactly what we're going to do. So let's go back to your Vikings here while we have a few minutes before our next guest. Are you optimistic about the Vikings next year? Because this was a little bit of a year that we talked about earlier that some people didn't expect. Is it a flash in the pan kind of year for the Vikings, or is this something that you think they're going to be able to repeat next year in the next couple of years coming up?
I think they'll be able to repeat. Now, do I think they'll go 14-2 or whatever?
Right.
No, probably not. And if they do again, great. But I don't want to, get my hopes up too much. But I think Kevin O'Connell has his team going in the right direction. They re-signed him to a bigger contract, so the Vikings definitely have faith in what he's doing. I mean, I think he's a big reason why Sam Darnold did so well. Think about when Sam Darnold came in the league. Played on the Jets.
Yeah.
And when have the Jets been good? I mean.
Yes.
And see, so that was bad. The Panthers, that was just a bad organization too. And I think when he went to the 49ers, that really helped him, And then now on the Vikings, I mean, he was a good quarterback. Without him, obviously we don't win 14 games. But I just think, we need to be more consistent in games. Like I said, blowing teams out. Finding out who our quarterback is. Are we going to sign Sam Darnold for the future? Is JJ our future? I just think, we have all these pieces, but when you don't have a quarterback or you're not sure, that really doesn't help.
Outside of quarterback, what is the position you think the Vikings need to address this offseason?
Probably the offensive line.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes Darnold was in the pocket and didn't have enough time to throw, or he wasn't a big runner. He could run, but we always seem to have problems on the offensive line, and we have good players, but it's just I think the most important spot after quarterback sometimes is the offensive line. Yeah. And I don't think they give respect to they deserve, because it's without them, your quarterback has no time.
Yeah.
And so we have always struggled with that. I know there's some guys in free agency we could pick up, but I just feel like free agency and the draft, we need to really address the offensive line and go from there. So
and I mean, Shawne Merriman was here, and he said in his opinion, the second most important position besides quarterback is edge rusher, the guy who's going to stop the quarterback,
exactly.
Which then makes the next important position, the guy who's then going to protect the quarterback and stop the guy who can stop the quarterback.
I mean, if you look at the Lions game, they put so much pressure on Darnold.
Yeah.
Like he had no time to throw, or like he was afraid to step up in the pocket, or he couldn't step up in the pocket. I don't know what he was, but he just didn't have time. And when we would play like Seattle or even the game against the Packers, he had time to look and get set, and they kind of just figured it out. Like if you just bring more pressure on our offensive line, you could beat us, and that's what happened.
Now, we talked about J.J. McCarthy, who we still got to see what he has, if he can be an elite NFL quarterback. But it has to be promising to see the other rookie quarterbacks this season play as well as they did. It seemed like this draft class, obviously only 1 year into it, but one of the better quarterback draft classes that we've seen was last year.
Yeah, I mean, look at what is it? All but really Penix played a lot this season, and I mean J.J. got injured. Everyone thought J.J. was going to play eventually.
Yeah. Right.
And I'm just it's hard, though, because you can only look at film from 2 years ago.
Right.
And so it's is he going to do well? I mean, he is young, so that helps a lot. I don't know how much he's learned from just probably watching Sam Darnold. That helps, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, as a Falcons fan, obviously, we had Penix there for 3 games, promising first 3 games, though.
Yeah, he was.
For Mike Penix.
Do you think he should have started earlier in the season?
No, because, they paid so much money for Kirk Cousins. You had to kind of see. And I know things didn't end well for Kirk Cousins, or at least as well as he would have liked, or as I would have liked as a Falcons fan. But you have to remember, early in the season, he had some electric starts. 509 yards he threw for against the Buccaneers early in the season on Thursday Night Football. Falcons franchise record. So, hindsight's 20/20. Maybe we could have made the playoffs if we started Penix a little bit earlier, but it was a tough situation. But promising to see what we got from Penix.
Right.
And here we go. We got our next guest joining us here, BJ Ganem, Mike Smith. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great. How are you guys doing? Do we need this?
Yes.
Doing great. How you doing?
Doing well. Tell us about your story here.
Great. Well, I'm BJ Ganem. I served in the United States Marine Corps until I was injured in 2004 on Thanksgiving night by a roadside bomb. Lost a leg below the knee. And since then, I've done a lot of adaptive sports and whatnot with Team Semper Fi and Team 43. And then Mike Smith here, he's in the Army. I was in the Marine Corps. He was in the Army. And we're a part of Sierra Delta, and we help all veterans or active duty get access to professional training grants. But I'll let Mike introduce himself.
Yeah, like you said, I'm Mike Smith. I did 24 years in the Army, Paralympic athlete. So I did skeleton bobsledding, triathlon. Now I'm doing professional Paralympic cycling. And I also work with the Special Olympics out of Colorado Springs. So I've done a lot of.
Fantastic.
I did their flag football league. I did their first triathlon. So I did all that stuff. So that's pretty dope. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so kind of talk about when you guys first joined the military, how did that really change your lives?
It's a funny story for me. So I joined the military because I was politely asked to leave college after posting a 1.3 GPA. And I really didn't have a plan. And so the Marines sounded like fun. You travel around the world, you get in fights. So that sounded good to me. And so I just up and signed up. And it was one of the best decisions I ever made, at least for myself.
Yeah, me. I went in to support my family. I was not patriotic at all. So I was actually the first person to go into the military in my family. Little did I know I'd be doing it for 24 years and traveling the world. But it changed me as a person. It was a great experience for me. Not everybody has the same story, but fortunately I wasn't as dumb as this one right here. But they kicked me out of school. I have to join. I'm just playing. But it was great. It was a phenomenal experience, and I'd do it all over again. I'm pretty sure BJ would too.
Oh, for sure.
So you guys now are sharing your stories, and obviously what happened to you guys wasn't easy, and that's got to be hard to share at first. So what made you want to be motivational speakers and share your guys' stories? Because that had to be tough to start with.
It is, but it also it makes it better because when you tell your story, it gives other people agency to also recognize the parts of their stories that are similar to yours.
Right.
And so, when I first got injured, I wasn't so much upset that I lost a leg. Obviously I was, but when I didn't finish that deployment and I wasn't there with these guys that I trained with and they're closer to me than than some of my own family, you know, as close to me as my family. It was really tough, and I went through some of the stereotypical things when I got back, you know, getting in trouble with the law, you know, getting a bankruptcy, a bad divorce. And when I got to that low point, I thought it would be better if I wasn't here. And as I was rationalizing everything away, it was my dog. It was Dozer. He was an Old English Bulldog, no special talents, no special breeding, no special training. And yet he was the one that let me know that if I quit, if I left, he would suffer because he ended up in a shelter and be euthanized like the other 800,000 dogs that we kill every year in this country. And so I came up with this mindset of just living a life on the good foot. No matter what foot was bearing the weight of my body, whether it was the carbon fiber and steel foot or the flesh and blood foot, I was going to be able to handle it, right? And I was going to be able to handle it by utilizing the network that I have, my family, my friends, the guys that I serve with, and just people in the community. And so when I started being open and honest, like, hey, this is where I was, this is what happened to make me change, and I'm telling you guys because I want you to help me hold me accountable. You know, that's one of the things that we really stress at Sierra Delta is we help all veterans with dog training, but when it's not going well, we're going to tell you, like, hey, this is what you have to do.
Right.
Like, no one can come take away your pain. No one can come make your life magically better. It just doesn't exist that way. And so it's really freeing, at least for me, to go out. And at first it's really vulnerable, but when people are like, hey, that really touched a point with me, or that's something that I went through too, or that's where I'm at right now, and it feels so good for somebody else to just say it out loud. You know, and that's where we got to with like how we're delivering services to our veterans is causing a lot of the problems within our community. Because yes, we were injured, and yes, we did a lot while we were in the military, but we're still okay. We can get over that, and we still have a lot more left to give. You know, and I think that's probably how Special Olympians feel. Like we're glad to have this space, but we have stuff to give, right? Regardless if we're a little bit different than everybody else. Yeah, at least for me.
Yeah, mine is not as long as that.
Sorry.
Yeah, mine is very simple, honestly. It's for me, it's about diversity and inclusion. Yeah. I'm pretty, like, as you know, like, I'm pretty sure people have come up to you all day since you've been here and be like, man, you really inspire me. You know what I mean? And so I learned a long time ago that people draw energy off of you, not necessarily talking to you face to face, but just watching how you act, watching how you keep your head up, watching the things that you encounter, and you know what I mean? So for me, it's just about being a good person, you know, paying it forward, just doing what I can, and, you know, motivating, inspiring along the way, encouragement. You know, I have a service dog as well, so, you know, myself and Zeus are at a lot of different places, and he serves a need to a lot of different people outside of myself, which is really crazy. I didn't even know I needed a service dog until I got one, you know, and so he's a very special pup to me, and he's very special to other people. He was here a couple of years ago, and he was like the star of Radio Row. And even now when I do interviews, people are asking me about him, and I'm like, but what about me? I'm the one that's sitting here. I'm the one that's sitting here.
It's so true, too.
Yeah, I think, you know.
Yeah. Like, hey, we got some beads. Do you mind? Like, so we're trying to help spread the word of Sierra Delta. Yeah. So as we raise money, that helps us issue more grants to veterans. And so we're going to be able to do 300 this year, and we have a goal to try to do 10,000 annually by 2030. Right? We believe that as a true thank you for your service, the least we can do as a nation is come together and make sure that any veteran that raised their right hand and they want a dog in their life, whether it's a full-blown service dog or just a good buddy, we want them to have access to the professional training grant so they can develop that and have that. And I think that'd be a good thing.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Yeah. So how are you liking your experience? Is this anything like you thought it was going to be? Is this your first time? Like,
yeah, this is my first time.
Okay.
So I've worked for Special Olympics Nebraska. Okay. And then I do like the podcast for them. Yeah, right. I got the job at Special Olympics Nebraska because me and my friend started a podcast with each other.
What's it called?
We don't do it anymore because we both got busy, but it was called Be Unexpected. And what we did was we interviewed people in sports that went through adversity. So, like, I've gone through, like, 15 surgeries in my life and stuff, and then my friend was in a car accident.
Oh, my God.
So, like, what happened was he was in the car accident, and then the next year I had to have major back fusion surgery. was like a 10-hour surgery. So like when I was recovering, he was like the only one I could like relate to. But then when he was recovering, I didn't really notice until it's like, yeah, I reached out to you because like you'd gone through all these medical stuff growing up when we were kids, and I could feel like you would relate to me. And so yeah, we've been friends like all our lives, but we became really close friends then.
That's awesome.
And it just so happened like our dads are best friends like before we were, so it was just really funny. But yeah, so we started that podcast and tried to grow it into business, but just like life happened, and
For sure.
I think we might bring it back someday.
Maybe.
You never know.
You never
But
can tell.
yeah, just podcasting and talking about sports. I just love to do it. And
Well, what's your favorite sport?
Probably basketball.
Okay.
My best sport's tennis.
All right,
Right
let me
on.
stop. Tell me about this Luka. What you think about the Luka trade? Since you like basketball,
Dude.
tell me what you think about the Luka trade.
That was crazy. Like, what are you doing? Like, why trade him? And
Nobody is safe, bro. Nobody is safe.
No,
If you
you're
trade
not.
Luka, nobody is
You're
safe.
not. And it's just like, dude, the Mavs like just want to lose. They made the NBA Finals.
Right,
Like,
right.
and I'm a Celtics fan.
Okay.
I mean, him
I
going.
live in Dallas, so when I woke up, I was looking at my phone like,
Fake news, right?
Yeah.
I was like, this is not right. I called and texted everybody, and they was like, yeah, bro, it just happened. I was like,
Dude, I was like, it was like on the bottom of Sports Center. I was like, okay, like the Dallas beat the Lakers, whatever.
Right,
and it's like they saw it again. It's like that's a weird way to put like Dallas won. And then they came the third time. I'm like, they traded Luka. Like I was just like, I don't get it at all.
there's another big trade that just happened this morning. I just somebody was showing it to me. I haven't read the details, but I think it's with like CJ Miles. Yeah.
What?
There's another big trade that just
Well, I
happened.
hear like the Suns want to trade Kevin Durant now.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I don't know. It's crazy, man.
What if? Yeah. See, Guzman. See, that's a.
Dang. It's like no one's really safe.
What if KD went to the Mavs?
Oh, I heard about that too. Yeah, that would be. I mean, they can make the finals then. I think.
Oh, for sure.
I think they could.
Oh, for sure.
And then
LA is a 5-man from going to.
Oh yeah.
They just need a solid 5, and they're gone. They're going to the ship. But I think Dallas is one piece away, and they know that.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they was like, okay, well, let's get somebody that's going to complement Kyrie a little bit more. Who knows?
I will say this about Luka. He's terrible at defense. He's like awful. And I'm just like, dude, like it's the NBA Finals. You're not going to defend. Right. I mean, I want the Celtics to win, but still, it's like it's NBA Finals.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's no one's safe. I mean, I heard like the Lakers want Steph Curry.
Oh, really?
And and I'm just like, well, one, I don't think Golden State will let that happen. And,
Right.
But you never know. Now I guess Luka got traded. So
Yeah.
So, guys, tell the people where they can find out more about Sierra Delta.
You can go to SierraDelta.com. Veterans, you click right on the community, get your ID me, and you're joining right in. Supporters, you can check out what we're doing. We're trying to build a pathway for the supporters to join the community as well. But until then, you can support, learn about what it is that we're doing. And again, we welcome all veterans. This is a true thank you for your service. And we want you on our team, and you can find us on all the socials at Sierra Dogs.
Yeah. Help us help you. That's kind of how that works, right? You help us and we help you. And by the way we help you is by providing all the services you need for a service dog. You know what I mean? So it's kind of how that works.
It's really great. But anyways, man, we can't thank you enough for giving us the opportunity to tell our story, talk about our organization here on your great platform, man.
Well, thanks for your service, guys.
Great job, bro. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank
man.
you.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, guys. BJ Ganem and Mike Smith. And thank you guys for your service as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Take these off or?
No, you can keep them on for the picture, I think.
Cool.
All right. Fantastic. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate it. All right, coming up, we got Raheem Mostert here joining us here in a little bit, and then that'll wrap it for us for a little bit, Wyatt, and then Arrowhead Addict is going to be going live. So, yeah, Raheem Mostert coming up. Dolphins running back. Got a lot to talk to him about, obviously. A little bit of a disappointing season for the Dolphins this year, so I'm interested to get his thoughts on that and, of course, the Super Bowl and everything else that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really, the year before this last season, he was, led the league in touchdowns.
Yep.
And then just injury, which that's got to be frustrating in the NFL. Like, I mean, and you know that going in.
Yeah.
But it's just, with coming off the season he had before, and I bet sitting on the sidelines knowing you're not able to help your team right away is tough. But
yeah, I had high expectations for the Dolphins heading in this year. They are actually my preseason Super Bowl pick. I'm famously, Wyatt, terrible at picking Super Bowl matchups. My pick this year to play in the Super Bowl before the season started, I said it was going to be a Dolphins against Cowboys Super Bowl, and neither of them even made the playoffs.
No.
So, a little bit of a tough prediction for me. Who'd you have heading into the season? Did you pick the Chiefs getting back to the Super Bowl?
Man, I kind of did because, like, the year before, they had so many drop passes, and their wide receivers were really struggling, and they still won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's like, how? So it's like, okay, you can't pick against them.
Right.
But I would always, like, do, like, fun ones, like, the Bills or maybe the Lions. And, like, honestly, on paper, it looked like the Bills should have made the Super Bowl. But it just didn't happen for them.
Bills Lions would have been the People's Super Bowl. It also would have been Canada's Super Bowl.
Yeah.
A lot of Canadians I know are Bills and Lions fans because obviously Buffalo and Detroit right across the border from Canada. So I know a lot of my fellow Canadians were hoping for at least one of those two teams to make it into the playoffs, hopefully both, and they kind of fell a little bit short. But I think that just speaks to the Chiefs' ability year after year, clutch situations. If you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile every single year. I'm done picking against the Chiefs. I've learned my lesson. I think it was Shawne Merriman earlier said he picked the Eagles to win 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, picked the 49ers to beat the Chiefs last year, and I'm with them. I'm done. At some point, if you just keep picking against the Chiefs, then then you deserve it.
It's kind of like the Patriots winning. It's like
it's the Patriots all over again.
They're going to win eventually, which is crazy because they had like a 10-year drought.
Yes.
And then they won all of a sudden. And so, but it's just like, I mean, in football, I think the only way you can beat those teams is everyone gets injured, and you don't want that to see that. But Andy Reid's done such a good job at, coaching the Chiefs. Ever since he got there, you had Alex Smith. They'd make the playoffs, and they'd always, maybe lose. They had that, collapse against the Colts that one year with Alex Smith. But honestly, if they had a quarterback like Holmes, probably would have pulled it out. But
it seems like year after year, and in almost every single game the Chiefs win, there's a moment or two where the other team can take command of the game, and they just let it slip through their fingers. Against the Bills in the AFC Championship, say what you will about whether or not you think it was a first down, that key fourth down conversion, but I mean, if the Bills just move the ball a full yard, then we wouldn't even be having that discussion.
Yeah.
And then they could have gone down the field, gone up by a touchdown, and then, it could have been a completely different result. So,
well, I don't understand, why they, on some drives, on fourth and short, they didn't give it a Cook.
Right.
Because everyone knew they were going to run it with Allen. And he's not the running back, he's the quarterback.
Yeah.
They ran to the same side every time.
And that's the thing. It's not even just they ran it with Allen. It was the same play every time.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like a QB sneak, but also a little bit off to the left. So
yeah.
Okay, I think we got our next guest joining us. It is Dolphins running back Raheem Mostert joining us here right now. Partner with GoDaddy. What's going on, Raheem? How you doing?
Hey, Raheem.
Raheem, pleasure to meet you. Your name is?
Wyatt.
Wyatt, nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Iain.
Nice to meet you, Iain.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Wyatt, go ahead.
So, what are you doing right now in the off season to get ready for next season, and what were your thoughts on this previous season?
Yeah. Right now, I'm having a baby girl. I just found out on Monday. Yeah.
Awesome.
So I got 3 boys right now.
Oh.
Having a baby girl, so I'm getting prepped and ready for that. But also, getting back into that football shape and the off season and working out. And what I thought last year, I didn't do enough last year. So I left a lot of yards and a lot of opportunities on the table. But I'm gonna shake back this year and be even better.
Yeah, let me ask you about the Dolphins season a little bit, because I was just telling why Dolphins were my preseason pick to win the Super Bowl. I had a lot of faith in you guys this year based on what happened in previous seasons, but it just seemed like it was just kind of a lot of small errors and things just didn't go your guys' way.
Yeah, a lot of errors, a lot of bad callings, a lot of injuries as well.
Yeah.
We had some major injuries. We had guys that weren't able to play, and it was unfortunate. I was so ecstatic to have Nick Chubb back, right? And he unfortunately he couldn't, or Bradley Chubb.
Yeah, right.
And he couldn't come back because of his injury. But He's doing good. Everybody's doing good now. We missed Tua for a couple weeks, and that put a damper on the organization a little bit, and also a scare, right? Because he's dealing with the concussion stuff. Right. But yeah, I mean, just it was just one of those years for us, and we just try to play catch up the entire time.
So you've been in the Super Bowl before with the Niners.
Yep.
What's it like coming to the Super Bowl as someone that's going to play in it? What's like your mindset like? I bet you have a lot of things on your mind, from the game to family and friends.
Yeah, I mean, as a player, the only thing that should be on your mind is the game itself, right? You know, you do have a lot of extracurriculars that are going on throughout the week. You got media day. You got, you know, all types of events, and your family coming and people that support you and love you, supposed to be here for you. You know, you got to have somebody, you know, basically just take over the schedule, so that way they don't bug you. Your family doesn't bug you. Your friends don't bug you. So that way you could have a clear mind going into this game, because this is the biggest game in you know, all of sports. Yeah. And so you have to have that mindset of it's just another game as a player, right? And that's the mindset that you got to have.
As someone that's gone up against the Chiefs in this game, what do the Eagles have to do to beat the Chiefs?
They got to find a way to pick apart the defense. Mm-hmm. You know, Chiefs' defense is very high-powered. They're on a whole different level. And Wyatt, as you know, this defense is tough. Yeah. You know, and me playing against them for the past couple of years, man, it's hard to crack, get him cracked. And Spags, he does a great job as a coordinator, and the players understand the defense a lot, and they mesh really well. You know, and offensive-wise, you know, you have to put a lot of points against this defense and put their offense in predicaments. And come on now, Mahomes, he's going to make that play. You know, he always finds a way to get the job done. So.
You tweeted a few weeks ago that you're going to buy A.J. Brown's book that he's reading on the sideline. Did you end up buying that, Inner Excellence, today?
Pardon me?
The book that A.J. Brown was reading on the sideline.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that you tweeted about that.
End up getting it.
Did you buy it?
Yeah.
Thoughts on that book?
It's actually pretty good. You know, there's a lot of powerful, empowering things in that book that can help you elevate your mindset. And I can see why he was reading it. You know, everybody needs to take a chapter or two out of that book and really digest it. And there's quotes in there that you can live by. And it's a pretty good book.
So could you say we'll see you next season reading a book on the sidelines?
I don't know about. I mean, I'll read a book before the game or during halftime, but I don't know if I'll pull it out, you know, while the game's going on. I have to focus on the game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So, training for the NFL, what's it like when you first came into the league to now you're training now, since you've been in the league for a while?
When you're first getting into the league, you know, as a rookie, you're going through the whole process of the draft, you know, the combine, pro day, training camp. You know, you really don't get a break. But now that you're in the league, you get somewhat of an off season, and you get to learn and tweak your game. You get to watch film from your previous year and figure out what you want to work on in the off season. You know, for me, it's about my catching ability and also staying healthy. I think that's the most important thing that you could do and work on.
Would you say it's a benefit in the beginning of the season because you guys play Miami, like the Heat?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a benefit. You know, you come and play us in at the beginning of the year. You know, we're already prepped and ready to go because training camp is brutal. It's hard. It's tough, right? And it's hot. Yeah. But when teams have to come and play us at the beginning of the season in September and all that good stuff, man, you could just tell the teams wore out because the sun's beating down on them. They're not used to it.
Yeah. Tell us about your partnership with GoDaddy.
Yeah, so I partner with GoDaddy, and I got the Walton Goggins glasses on right now.
Nice.
Who Walton Goggins is? He's a actor.
Yes.
And he created a small business, these goggles. And GoDaddy, they have a platform where it's the GoDaddy Arrow, which is AI-powered platform that helps small businesses grow their business and bring a lot of value. So I partner, being as though I own a fishing team, you know, I partner with GoDaddy to help with my business and helping my website and elevate it. So that's the reason why I partners with them.
Yeah, it's East Coast Remix Angling Club.
Yes, sir.
That you co-own.
Yep.
Yeah, tell us about that.
Yeah. So I did a celebrity fishing tournament last year called The Catch, and it's hosted by SFC, which is Sport Fishing Championship. And I met the commissioner last year, and he reached out to me last year as well and asked me if I wanted to purchase a team. There's teams for going up for sale. Alvin Kamara's he's the owner of a team. I believe Randy Moss is part co-owner of a team as well. And so I was like, hey, why not? I have a passion for fishing, so I ended up buying a team, and here we are talking about it today.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Raheem. Partner with GoDaddy, Dolphins running back. Enjoy the rest of the week. Last really quick question: need a Super Bowl prediction?
I want the Eagles to win, but I also want to see a three-peat from the Chiefs.
Yeah.
It's never been done before, and it'll be cool to witness that, in person.
Yeah.
So I'm encouraged that the Chiefs will win.
All right, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys.
Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Wyatt. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks.
All right, Raheem Mostert, Dolphins running back. That pretty much does it for us, Wyatt. I believe we are going to switch over. Arrowhead Addict is going to be live here next. The guests keep coming. We got a loaded slate of guests today and tomorrow. I'm going to be back on later. Wyatt, we are actually going to be on together a little bit later. We got a few guests as well, Kyle Rudolph, Warren Sapp. So, we're looking forward to that. Are we just going to keep streaming? So we will be back here in just a few moments with Arrowhead Addict. Stay tuned.
Welcome into Arrowhead Addict live on Radio Row down here in New Orleans. Sterling Holmes, Patrick Allen, day three for the squad down here, and wow. Last night's media party was a blast. It's fun. Me and Patrick had a nice little coffee and beignet date.
Yeah, we did. It was very, very romantic.
It's like we're getting to know each other.
Yeah.
Was that our first date? Would you?
I think
would you
so.
Call it that? Second?
I would say it's our first date.
Third. It's not quite third.
We sat on a bench in the park and we ate beignets and drank coffee, and It was beautiful. Went for a walk along the Mississippi River and looked at Shad Khan's ridiculous 400-yard yacht that he has. 400 foot.
Come on now.
400 foot.
You know, we don't need to exaggerate what is already ridiculous here,
nuts.
Patrick.
We
have an absolute jam-packed lineup for you guys come today. Will Shields will be our first guest coming up shortly. Braxton Berrios, Malik Nabers, Joey Porter Sr., Sean Alexander, Fred Warren. I mean, just an absolute jam-packed show.
Star-studded.
Patrick, for you, though, how much fun did you have last night at the media party?
I had a great time, man. I probably shouldn't have got that sugary hurricane right before we left for the road, because that
was a combo.
You know, when we were drinking cocktails, we were drinking beer, and they have all these food tents everywhere. So you're eating one minute you're eating gumbo, then I had baked Alaska, then I was having pork belly. My stomach's not in a good place. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Are you struggling today?
A little bit. It's going to be an endurance challenge today. But I'm so excited about this lineup of guests that we have, man. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. We get the GOAT, Will Shields.
Yes.
Will Shields.
Yes.
I don't think people understand. If you didn't watch Will Shields play, I mean, you're enjoying an incredible career right now with Joe Thuney, who's going to go into the Hall of Fame as well. But Will Shields, just like his resume for people who maybe don't know or didn't watch him play or you're a newer fan, he won the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, which is maybe one of his most impressive feats. 3-time first-team All-Pro, 4-time second-team All-Pro, 12-time Pro Bowler. He's on the 2000s All-Decade team, the Chiefs Ring of Honor, of course, the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and he's coming right now.
Yeah,
he's jacked up.
He is him.
Yeah, he is him. Well, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Patrick, good to
Will
meet you.
Sterling.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Sterling. Loving the suit, man.
He's our fashionista here. He's incredible.
Very nice.
Rocking the seersucker. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. And you?
We're hanging in. It's a long week. It's you know the crazy circus that the Super Bowl is.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
That's what makes it fun, right?
Yes, sir. We were just telling our viewers about your incredible accomplishments. I was saying I think winning the Walter Payton Man of the Year award's got to be right up there with all the things that you've accomplished.
Oh, it is. It's one of those things that's special within itself. I mean, it gives you that simple fact. I don't call it my award. I call it the Kansas City Award because I had so many teammates and so many different people that I called upon to make it happen.
Yeah.
To me, that's what makes it really cool, though, to say that you are one of those guys that actually had the opportunity to win it.
Yeah. Now, who are you working with here this week?
We're working with the alumni, and basically what we're doing is trying to get people to understand that, what we call colon cancer is something that can be prevented. When you're over the age of 45, you should start getting tested so that you understand that there's, it can be prevented. And I think that's what most people try to get. And it's one of those cancers that doesn't really show signs.
Yeah.
It's very rarely that you have it.
Yeah.
And so that's why most people don't go get tested for it. But we say at the age of 45, get your first test, see what happens. And then from there, they will actually tell you, okay, you need 5 years to wait or 6 years to wait or 10 years to wait, just depending on what they saw at that point. But it's preventable.
Yeah.
And so we work with 3 different groups. So we start working out. We work with our own players, of course, helping with health and wellness. Then we work with kids, and then we work with the community. And this is sort of one of our community outreaches. And we know for a fact here in a couple of months, we'll be here in town doing those tests just for the community to try to help those that might not afford to do it or have the time to do it so that we can give them that right time and give them a chance to be as healthy as they can be.
Well, little random here. I don't know if you remember this at all. So I used to be friends with Siobhan growing up. We played basketball in Kansas City together.
Okay.
I remember going to your house a long time ago, and you had bongos and congos. That's what I remember from your house as a kid.
Yes.
Hope Siobhan as well, by the way.
He's doing well.
Yeah.
He's still playing ball in Europe.
Yeah, he
so he's
somehow
doing good.
got a little better than me. I think the height
well,
all of a sudden went
he's
to
a little
him.
taller, He's just a little taller than you.
But so for everyone in Kansas City, Will has always been just a really good community-driven guy. I do want to ask you about this current iteration of the Chiefs team, and I do want to kind of compare it to the offensive line that you were on that set the standard, not just for Chiefs offensive line, but I think offensive line play around the NFL. But what have you taken away and seen from especially the interior of traditionally Joe Thuney, Creed Humphrey, and Trey Smith?
I think they're 3 guys that's done a great job as far as navigating the spaces that they're being in, and being able to move Thuney outside has been beneficial. Give him an opportunity to go out there and flex a little bit. It's always hard, but he's doing a great job. You'll see him do a lot of different things that you normally won't see a tackle do. because he's not a traditional tackle. But for him to be able to, for the team to be able to go and see what these three guys have been able to accomplish, it's a great thing. It's a great run for those guys for sure.
Yeah. Can you explain to our viewers who maybe never played offensive line how difficult it is to move? I think some people say, "Oh, you're just moving over one spot."
Yeah.
Like, how difficult is it to go from guard to tackle?
It's pretty difficult because you have an open end for one. Sometimes you have a tight end, sometimes you don't. But your pass sets are different. We call it, as a guard, playing in the phone booth.
Right.
We have sideboards on either side all the time, and we enjoy those sideboards because we can use them whenever we want to.
Sure.
Once you get to an edge, you now have the smaller, faster athlete outside of you, where we're used to going against 300, 350 pounders.
Okay.
Where on the outside, they're about 260.
Sure.
And they're blazing fast. So that makes a big difference for us as far as just the speed comparison. Not only the size and athleticism. I'm not saying my big guys inside aren't athletic, but they're closer to us.
Right.
So we can jump on them right away, where when you're in space, it's sort of like that one thing. When you want to dance with somebody, you want to be close to them.
Yeah.
When they got that space on the outside edge, it makes it a little harder.
What about arm length? Sterling brought up when we were talking about, hey, is Joe going to move outside, the length of Joe's arms. How important is that for a guard versus a tackle?
Very important, but also I think most people don't realize is more or less how well can you bend and can you slide.
Yeah.
You can make up for arm space by your footwork, and then vice versa. And I think some of that comes into play when you can actually get to a guy, get closer to him because your arms are shorter.
Yeah.
And that also, how fast can you get there makes a difference. But it does. They like guys that are long and lengthy, but also can you bend, and I think that's where he's got the advantage, being a guard and a little shorter, to be able to bend a little better than some of the tackles that's been playing that position.
When you look at the teams that went far this year, they were all built a lot of times on the offensive line. The Eagles, known for their offensive line. Kansas City, known for their offensive line. Detroit, known for their offensive line. Maybe Washington was the outlier in that regard this year. Buffalo had a really good offensive line this year as well. I think the average fan, though, doesn't always think that. They see wide receiver, they see quarterback, they see running back. What does it take for the average fan to understand the importance of the offensive line and building around it?
I think it's hard for them to understand that because the quarterbacks are good. They make things happen. I mean, even if you have a subpar offensive line, your quarterback can make up for it, or your running back, or how fast they get the ball out. They can make up for that, and sometimes scheme can also help you with that. And that helps a little bit when you have a little more run play action, which is, fake the run and then throw it over the top. Those kind of things make a big difference, and I think each game becomes different. You got to play to the strength of your offensive line. If you're a running team, run the ball and understand that. Run it as much as you can, and then run play action off of it, which I think a lot of coaches have a hard time with because they don't really want to believe that, hey, these are what really benefits my team because I want to show my quarterback's arm off, or I want to show what this guy does. And I think that's what's hard for us to understand, that each pieces are played in those different ways. But you also got to have the strength of the team over the strength of what you want to produce.
Yeah. Is it also hard to play, I guess, for offensive line, just RPOs? In regard, because the Chiefs have been recently. They used to run a lot of RPOs. They stopped for a little bit, and now it seems like they brought it back towards the second half of the season, especially with Hollywood Brown back. That's kind of what I noticed these. But for an offensive lineman, what does that do for you guys?
RPOs are hard because we are trying to figure out, is it a run or is it a pass? Can I actually come off the ball and actually hit this guy in the mouth, or do I have to slow play and figure out I can't get down the field? Those are the things that makes it hard, and then you always get penalized for it as a lineman.
Right. You don't have eyes in the back of your head.
Yeah, you're going, hey, I'm down here trying to block this guy, and he throws the ball late because the guy stepped in front of where he wanted to throw it, so you get in trouble. So that's also the give and take of it, of is it worth it to get the win, but also as a lineman, you can't just fire off the ball and just, hey, we're going to smash these guys and know it's a run play compared to the RPO piece. But I think that's what makes it hard as offensive lineman, because it's a rhythm. Can you get in the rhythm and actually, hey, I'm going to double team this guy compared to not? Are we going to do this or that? And that's what makes it hard. So you're sort of stuck in limbo.
Yeah.
Because, hey, I can block him, but I can only block him 2 yards down the field, but then the running back runs into the back of me. So, I think that's what makes most people understand. RPOs are hard to do because you can't just play smash mouth football.
Sure. listen, during your time in Kansas City, you blocked for some really great running backs, guys like Marcus Allen, Priest Holmes. Did you have a favorite guy that you liked blocking for?
You just named two guys that were a lot of fun to block for. I mean, we had great running backs, and it was a lot of fun, especially when those two were in the game. And Marcus, what was cool about Marcus, he knew his role. He was like, hey, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, right at the end zone. I'm good. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get you that 4, 5, 3, get in the end zone, that kind of stuff. Where Priest was a home run hitter. He was one of those guys that was like, yeah, well, give me enough time. I'll get back to you, and we're going to make it happen. And so you knew you had to work on that block longer with specific guys. And what was really cool is that Marcus would actually sit in the room with you and study film with you, and he would ask you, hey, Will, what can you do with this guy? Hey, what are we going to do with that guy? So we already had a game plan going into it, where on the other hand, Priest was one of those guys that was like, yeah, you just hold him long enough and I'll get there and we'll make it happen. And so it was really cool.
Before the tush push, I mean, when you guys had Marcus Allen, you guys got down to the 1 or the 2 yard line. It was like a guaranteed touchdown with the line that you had and Marcus.
Yeah, we had our favorite play, man. We'd run this little play where we pull around and you get the pancake people on the other side.
Yeah, it's fun.
It was pretty tough to stop.
Well, you had some great running backs you got to block for, but you also played with incredible players on that offensive line during your time in Kansas City, guys like Willie Roaf. What was your favorite combination? Like, what do you think was the best combination of linemen that you had during your time?
I don't know if it was best, but I think when we had Willie, Brian, Casey, myself, and John Tate, we weren't bad. We weren't bad at all.
We were okay.
And we were okay.
I think I might have been able to get a yard behind you.
The cool thing about it is that we had our competitions inside of that, right side versus left side and things like that. And I think that's what made it fun.
What kind of competitions did you have?
Oh, man, who's the best side and who does this and who does that.
You break down film and say, like, we got more push here than you guys.
Exactly. Well, that's why they start on our side and come back to you. I was like, no, that's because I blocked the backside better than you blocked the front side.
Do you like watching the explosion of the, especially guard market in the NFL for contracts? You saw Robert Hunt get his.
Unreal.
The talks of Trey Smith and the thoughts that he's going to get. But you're almost seeing the guards becoming just as valuable almost as tackles, or at least the market's starting to reflect that a little bit more.
Well, and I think it's because the market has grown so much also, so that the dollars have to matriculate somewhere. And so now it's matriculating back to the guards and everything else. And, I feel bad because, you have the running backs that sort of got put on the back seat for a while, which I think there's going to be an explosion in it next year because they're going to see the value of it. But it's also just figuring out what pieces fit where. And each market sort of grows. And I think some of that comes from, hey, if I got a great guard that I want to keep, if I franchise him, guess what's going to happen? He's going to get top of the four lineman money, not necessarily just one. So
that Trent Williams contracts count.
So that's what makes that bubble pop up every time, because it's an average of all 5, not necessarily just the 1 or 2.
Yeah. Now, I want to ask you about the late great Marty Schottenheimer, who you got to play for.
Yeah.
Marty is he's the only Hall of Fame eligible coach with 200+ wins that's not been inducted. What made him such a special coach, and do you think he should be joining you in Canton?
Marty was such a unique guy, and he had his mantras and he had his different things that he would pull us into to get us going. He was a defensive-oriented coach, had great defenses with Derek Thomas and Neil and all those guys. So he made it was really an interesting thing because it was almost like me coming from college into the pros, but our pro offense was similar to our college offense. Smash mouth football. He believed run downhill, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and he's happy. You score 14 points, you should win a game. That kind of thing. And that's what he brought to the table, and that's the way he believed. He believed that you're supposed to be a smash mouth team and your defense would win the game for you. And he built his teams that way. And he was a great guy when he did that.
Would you have preferred, though, playing in that style of offense versus even Andy's? Because Andy's, it has to be very confusing for offensive linemen. And most offensive linemen prefer to run block over pass block, right?
Yeah, you get to that point. But I think what we really end up getting to was when we had Coach Vermeil. That's an offensive-oriented coach. And he made it so much fun because your mindset changed. It was the first coach that said, you can score in 3 plays, score. And your mindset should be when you we walked into a huddle and say, how many plays you want to score in? 4, 5, 3, or 1? And we walk in the huddle and we would talk that way.
Wow.
So your vibrato became big, your chest became puffed out because, we didn't know we had Priest until that Washington game. And that's when Priest sort of said, oh, okay, I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, my gosh, who do we have in the backfield? And then that's when we start believing we can score at any time we wanted to score.
Yeah.
And, and that's what makes a difference. And I think if you get that same mentality on both sides, that's what you become a great team.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we got to let you go. Before you do, though, can you tell us who's going to win the game?
Chiefs.
Absolutely.
I want the Chiefs to win, man. They got to make it happen.
Yeah. Going for history. And speaking of history, one of the all-time greats, Will Shields.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for coming by. Yeah. Yeah. And get screened. Colon cancer.
Yes.
Get your screening.
Get your screening.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, Sterling. We do this every year.
Thank you. Yeah. Take it easy. Good seeing you.
And we do this every year. And it's hard to get starstruck because we're here. We're seeing Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. We're talking to him. We do it every year. There's been a few times on Radio Row, Joe Montana, Bruce Smith, and now Will Shields, where I'm just like, man, I'm going to think about that one for a long time.
Yeah,
what a really cool
just a great guy.
Yeah.
Great in the Kansas City community, still around there.
Yeah.
You'll see him around at events. It's also crazy when you see how much larger he was. He's in great shape now. Just those offensive linemen, a lot of times, once their post-career's over,
especially
their
back
playing
then,
career, oh my gosh.
It was a different kind of style of offense. The guys were a little bit bigger, a little hardier, and now it's more a lot more pulling and that kind of thing.
Well, that was my question. I was actually wondering, is Marty easier to block for an offensive lineman? Do you prefer that versus a more complex one like Andy? But I liked his answer of how he had someone similar with Dick Vermeil who was kind of a in-between of an Andy and a Marty, right? And you kind of had that complexity while also still being probably an offensive lineman's dream right there, because there's so much more that goes into, I think, maybe blocking for Andy with the RPOs as he was alluding to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just what a great treat to get to talk offensive line with one of the best to ever do it, to get that insight, to hear about how difficult it is to pull off what Joe Thuney's pulling off right now. Just absolutely incredible. And you've heard me say it, man. I think if they win this Super Bowl, Joe Thuney should get a statue outside Arrowhead, because it would be one of the biggest contributions, in my opinion, in Chiefs history. Yeah. This team was struggling, man. They didn't have an answer, and he stepped up, and they're asking him to do something that, a lot of guys would say, hey, man, what are you trying to do to me? Like, I'm an all-pro guard. Why you want me to play quarterback next? I totally would get it and understand. Just what an incredible interview that was. We've got Braxton Berrios coming up here, former Jet, Dolphin, and here he comes.
Oh, yeah, and he's got a great polo. That is nice. The knit right there, that is solid, Braxton.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Real solid. I like that.
From the seersucker. That's a compliment.
Well, for you, for Miami, I thought this would be a nice.
You nailed it.
A nice touch.
You nailed it.
A nice touch.
It almost looks like you're at the Derby.
I thought about it.
Yeah.
I thought about it.
You just need a hat.
I mean, there's a track. There's a track in Miami that you can wear that to as well. So,
beautiful.
Yeah, it works.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Braxton, who are you working with here this week?
IR Code. I'll tell you a little bit about them. So I guess the point is to help fans interact more directly, and for us as players also to interact with fans in a different way. Yeah. So say you're watching the Super Bowl, and so this actually just launched, so you're going to be able to do this. Say you're watching the Super Bowl, and you name it comes up on the screen. Let's call it Patrick Mahomes. You pull out the phone, and you just hold it up to the screen, and in real time, you can get a link to his jersey. You get his live fantasy stats, his player stats. Say he has a foundation, right? Direct link to his foundation. And so essentially it's a really cool interactive way that fans can now become more part of the game. Because, everything is about instant gratification. Sure. Everything's about gamification. So it's actually a really cool new app.
That's cool. And, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of fans, you're watching a team, you got rookies coming in, maybe you don't know as much about them. You see a guy make a big hit on another game you're watching, like, who's that guy? You can pull it all
Exactly. Off. Or, I mean, think about you just won your bet because somebody scored.
Boom.
You know what? I'm going to buy his jersey.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's amazing. Very, very, very cool. And that's in the App Store?
That is in the App Store, IR Code.
All right, Check it out, everybody.
Please.
Well, speaking of, scoring touchdowns and, great offenses, you've been playing with Miami. What makes Mike McDaniels, who's a hilarious character for us in the media, we love him. Yeah. What makes his offense so successful, do you think?
I mean, it's first and foremost, I think He's a big part of it. I think his creativity, his offensive mind is incredible. Also think Tua is an absolute huge part of it. I think as we see, I mean, his timing is second to none, and I think that offense is based a lot around that, at least in the pass game, obviously. Based a lot around timing, and he's just Tua with his timing and his accuracy. He's second to none.
Yeah, people talk a lot about his accuracy. What's it like being a receiver, having a guy that he's going to put the ball right on the money, make things a little bit easier for you in that sense?
Well, it's huge, and especially with those timings, you hit your certain steps, you come out of the break, and the ball's going to be on you, right? He already released it. It's in the air, and it's not is it going to be way down here, back there, but it's going to be here. Yeah. And so it really makes the offense tick when you have a quarterback who can put it on the spot like that.
What is he like behind the scenes? Because I think in the public it's very unique. He has got the big glasses on now, he got the chain. He went all Miami. He's got the capris.
He did.
Right?
He did. Everybody, when you spend a certain amount of time in Miami, you tend to become a little bit more Miami.
Yeah, but dog, he'll be in Pittsburgh. It's snowing outside, and he's still rocking that. I'm like, man, your ankles have to be frozen right now.
Yeah, no, he's he's awesome. He's a great guy. He's just what you expect. He's a dude. He's a guy's guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a very close friend, and he's fun to hang out with.
But behind the scenes, though, with some of those play calls and some of the offensive, not many teams can be I don't want to say run-oriented, but, with Devon Achane and Mostert and some of these guys down there, just the explosive runs at times, the creativity that goes behind it. What does he do? Because to me, this is so unique. I mean, the Eagles do a little bit of this right now with Saquon.
Yeah.
But Miami's doing it with a multitude of running backs back there, and they all seem to come up with explosive plays. What goes into that?
A lot. Obviously, it's especially in the run game, it's about everybody doing their job and being on the right keys, being on the right people, and actually caring, because we obviously know, and I think everybody knows this across the league, that the run game opens up the pass game. Yeah. If you don't have the run game, then the play action is not going to work, and those intermediate throws are not going to be there. All the real timing, right across the middle throws that Tua's amazing at, Tyreek, Waddle are unbelievable where they cross court and take it to the house. Those aren't there if you don't run the ball. So, we put obviously just as much emphasis on that, because once you're able to run the ball, you can have your way. But if you don't, then, defenses, they can kind of sit back and start to close off everything else.
Yeah. You guys have speed all over the field.
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, Mostert. If you line up against Waddle and Tyreek in a 100-yard dash, where are you finishing?
I finished third.
Yeah.
That's still bronze, though.
That's
still bronze, though. You still get a medal.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's still bronze. You still get a medal.
Yeah. No, I'm still on the podium.
Yeah.
But no, truthfully, that is, I played on a few different teams. Even in college, we had some fast guys at Miami. But the level of speed, there's elite, and then there's superhuman elite.
Yeah.
And to be surrounded by that every day, it kind of, by the transitive property, you kind of get a little faster as well. So I kind of love it.
It's kind of crazy to think about. You're one of the better athletes in the world. To make it to the NFL, you have to be. And then you get there and you see a guy like Tyreek Hill. Is it a little bit humbling for some guys to you're one of the best athletes your whole life in any team you play for, and then you go and you see that guy and you're like, holy crap.
Well, it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
It's one of those what are you going to do?
Right. Yeah.
So you kind of sit back and enjoy it in a way. It's and I try to take things from kind of everybody's game, especially as a receiver.
Sure.
Whether big, small, fast, slow, whatever it is, I try to take. But there's just some things that he does, and Waddle as well, that's just you kind of just laugh. It's that's awesome that he can do that, but that's just not going to happen.
Right.
And it's really impressive, and it's a lot of fun to be in that room and to see them do things, and also to learn from them.
What's it like being, every single, wife, fiance, girlfriend's favorite player now? My wife, my wife is Alex Earl. Alex, I know him.
It's a new market. Right?
Yes, you're just tapping in. It's smart.
Yeah, it's not bad. No, it's cool. I think she's brought a lot of kind of outsider fans, or fans that their husbands or their boyfriends or whoever would watch the games, but they didn't care. So I think there's a little bit of a different market and demographic that now is involved in the sport, and I think anything that's good for that is good for the game.
Oh, we know, because with Kansas City and Taylor Swift, so
exactly,
they're just competing, Miami and Kansas City. The two new power powerhouses.
Yes, yeah. You speaking of the Chiefs, you've gone up against this team a couple of times with the Dolphins, including the wild card round of the playoffs. What makes this Steve Spagnuolo defense so challenging for an opposing offense?
Look, they're very good, and honestly, I don't think they get the credit they deserve. A lot of it is always focused on the offense, who's obviously exceptional in its own sense. Yeah. But they play together. They're rarely out of place. They know who they are. They know their identity. And at the end of the day, they have athletes, right? Like they have guys who are absolute dudes out there that go and make plays. So it's really hard to beat a very sound athletic football team, and that's what they are.
I don't mean to bring up a bad memory here,
but
last year
you want to talk about that?
Not. The cold. Okay. Just what is that like for a player? Because that
it's hilarious.
It's miserably cold. The fans are getting frostbite. You at least have some warmth on the sidelines, some of those big coats.
Yep.
But still, when you're out there, it's brutal. You're doing a punt return, kick return. You're getting rocked.
Yeah.
You're seeing Patrick with a broken helmet at one point.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that like for a player playing in that weather?
I mean, it's one of those things you just kind of have to accept it is what it is and just go with it. Like when we went out for our pre-game warm-ups, we kind of laughed. It's like, what else do you do? You know, it's still football. You still got to play the game. But I'm also a person, and there's a few on our team that, I'll never wear sleeves. I've never worn sleeves, especially with return game. I just don't like anything in between, the forearm and the ball.
Sure.
So, and catching a punt out of the air, it's hard enough as it is. Let's not add a slippery sleeve to it. So it's one of those things where you just know a few days ahead of time, this is going to be absolutely miserable. Let's just call it what it is, and let's play football. So, no, I've always said, that cold, the -30, whatever it really got down to feel-wise, it changed me as a human.
Do you think people make too big of a deal about it, though? You always hear these narratives, right? These guys from Miami, they have to come up and play in the cold in Kansas City. Do you think it actually negatively affects teams coming from a warm weather city to play in the cold?
No, I don't, right? I do not think that, and I hate that narrative.
Yeah.
Because I was in New England, I was in New York, and I was in Miami.
Right.
I've played in cold. I have not, and most of the people that are now, call it last year's team that were on the Dolphins or whatever, 2 years ago when we went up to Kansas City, most of them have played in cold weather before. It's not like they were born, raised in Miami, and they've never seen snow before.
Yeah.
Now in college, I had a few of those, right? We were at a bowl game in El Paso, Texas, called the Sun Bowl, had their second largest blizzard ever.
Ooh.
And all of a sudden it came in the middle of the game, and we have players on the sideline catching it in their hand and being yo, it melted. It's guys, we have a game. That was an issue. We lost that game.
Yeah.
Right? We lost that game.
Yeah.
But I think in the NFL, you have people from all over that played in college and pro from all over teams. I don't think that that's a true narrative, but I think it's a fun one to run with. And again, it's true until you change it. Right?
I think it'd be more the opposite, the heat. People coming down to Miami and having to play in the heat.
I think that definitely can play a factor in the early September games, especially in our stadium. It's very shaded on our side.
You guys roast
I did not create the stadium.
Braxton actually, he chooses. He says we're going to put the opposing team on the hot side.
Look, if I had to choose, the University of Miami would have never left the Orange Bowl. Okay, so I did not choose, but that is that's definitely because that truly drains you. Cold, yes, it's physical, a lot mental, but the humidity and stuff. Kind of even in Denver, sometimes the altitude that can really you can be winded the whole game.
Yeah.
Who was the hardest guy to catch a punt from? Is there a huge difference from lefties versus righties? Are there some fairly similar styles? Because I don't know what all goes into that.
That's fair. Lefties versus righties, not much different at all. The ball just spins another way.
Sure.
On their best, on a righty, it floats back left. Best on a lefty, floats back right. But the patterns are opposite but the same. But there are people who hit a different ball or hit the spin is more.
Sure.
Right. So there's some people that when they kick, it kind of floats more.
Like a knuckleball almost, maybe.
Yes, but even their spirals, they're not as powerful, I should say. They're not as tight.
Sure.
And that doesn't mean it doesn't go as far or anything, and there's no difference in, distance and hang time, but there's different speeds on it, which is kind of interesting. There's a few, I'm not going to name them because I could play them again and I don't want them to know these things.
Sure. Yeah.
There's a few you're kind of here we go, it's one of those.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of punters now who can do the banana ball, can do the knuckleballs. I mean, they're getting so skilled to where it's there's a new thing every year of well, now I got to watch out for that.
But that helps you though, Because if punters get more skilled, then returners become more valuable.
Absolutely, and that's a great way to look at it.
Yeah.
As long
I'll
as
be your agent, Braxton. See,
yes.
here you go.
You know what? There we go. We can go to the horse track and you be my agent. We're ready. We're ready.
See, we're ready, baby.
We got to let you go, but before we do, who you got on Sunday?
It's tough. They find a way. I can't go against them until somebody else finds a way.
Yeah.
I got to go with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I think it's a really close game. And I think Philly has everything to do it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think they're an incredibly talented team. But I think, again, somehow, some way, I think they find a way, and I think the Chiefs pull it out.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you stopping by. Best of luck to you next season. Enjoy the game. You going?
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah. I see you, man. Take care.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Take it easy.
Braxton Berrios, again, he's working with IR Code, so make sure you want to check that out. Sounds like a lot of fun. And we got a big one coming up here, Sterling.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Yeah.
I have a player coming up who ruined one of my college experiences, Malik Nabers.
Let me tell you how jacked up I am. I am the biggest Pepsi guy. I love Pepsi.
Oh, dude.
Like, I have been ever since I was a kid. Tons of fun. They used to do they scan the QR codes. It was a lot of fun. How you doing, man? Malik Nabers joining us now. Yeah, Patrick Allen.
You can
Sterling
tell he's
Holmes.
a wide receiver just based on the hand size. Like, you can tell right away.
Yeah.
When you shake a wide receiver's hand, you're like, this is different.
Yeah.
This is different.
Yeah, absolutely. Malik, how you doing? And tell us a little bit about your work here with Pepsi.
So you know, Pepsi got a challenge this week. It's with Coke against Coke Zero Sugar. They bringing it back the challenge this week. So excited to be a part of that. Excited to take on that challenge. I've been nominated for Pepsi Coke Zero. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Challenge.
Yeah.
With Rookie of the Year this year.
Yeah.
So, excited. It's been with the fans, so I'm excited about that. I think my dance must have been good. That's led me on,
Sure.
the record wasn't so good, but, I think my stats was pretty good enough to get me here. So, I'm excited for that.
Stats were great, man.
It's
more impressive.
Yeah.
It's more impressive, okay?
Yeah, way more impressive. Yeah. So you were born in Louisiana, played your college ball at LSU. How cool is it to have the Super Bowl here in New Orleans?
It's amazing. I'm not too far from here. I get to come back. Eat some great food. I'm not in another spot trying to look for some food. I know all the food spots.
Yeah.
So I'm excited that it's in New Orleans. So home based town. So. I get to come out here. It's not too far from home. I ain't gotta take a plane. I'm good. I can just drive.
Yeah.
Where do we need to go?
Where do we need to go?
So I'm trying to get some big crawfish etouffee guy.
All right.
Love crawfish.
All right. For that, you're going to have to come to my mama.
Okay, all right.
For that, you got to come home. You got to go to my mama.
You have to rent a car.
By the way, I have to point this out. You destroyed the Missouri Tigers when you came to Columbia 2 years ago.
Yeah.
When was that?
Yes.
I was at that game. I went with an LSU fan. So thanks for making me feel horrible out there. He's trash talking me the entire game. You and Brian Thomas just going off.
Oh yeah, BT was going off.
But then now you have a Mizzou quarterback who threw the football a little bit with Drew Lock. So it's all full circle right there.
Yeah.
Man, what surprised you about making the transition to the NFL? Like, what was the biggest thing that you were like, oh man, this is a whole different level?
The level of competition.
Yeah.
You see guys your size bigger than you. So the level of competition way rises. The high level of just keeping up with your body, making sure your body is as healthy as it can be. It's a long season.
Yeah.
A lot going into it. So I'd probably say that was the main thing. It's probably the competition. As you go, it rises.
Yeah, absolutely. You balled out as a rookie, obviously. And it's going to the NFL is hard no matter what position you play. It's especially hard at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Were you surprised that Jaden Daniels had so much success so quickly?
No, I wasn't surprised. His week to week, going into every game, I'm sure everybody hears about him waking up at 5 a.m., going and, watching film. He takes that virtual reality he goes into. So he keeps up with his body. So he's been doing that since college. And when he started doing that, I seen an immediate shift in his game.
Yeah.
He brought me along sometimes. I wasn't able to wake up at 5 a.m. With him, but, sometimes I was able to go. And I seen a complete shift in his game, so I wasn't really surprised at all.
Yeah.
Who was the toughest defensive back you had to go up against? Was there one guy, maybe a veteran here, like, man, I got to go up against this guy now? Come on.
I'll probably say J.C. Horn was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
A.J. Terrell. I went against Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah.
Probably first game of the season.
He's
I was
got some
like,
years
damn.
on you.
I was like, man, already? Like, I got to go against a vet already? So, yeah, probably those guys, yeah.
Yeah.
If you could catch passes from any current NFL quarterback, who would it be and why?
Jaden Daniels.
That's a good
Oh,
answer.
man,
I should have
great.
saw
Come
that
on.
one coming.
If I say anybody else, I'm gonna have to answer the questions to him.
Yeah.
Again, I'm a Mizzou guy. What was it like with Drew Lock? You know, I know Drew Lock had to come in a couple of times. I mean, going through so many quarterbacks as a rookie is tough. But what was it like, Drew Lock behind the scenes, getting ready, and then at the end of the year, he went off that one game, 5 touchdowns. What was that like?
Very competitive. You know, I would say that very competitive, strong leader. You know, when his energy is high, you know, the energy of the offense is high. Throws a pretty ball, easy to catch. So having him throwing me that ball, you know, in that game, it really helped me. He's very accurate. He's going to give me a shot down the field to make a play. I can say that for sure.
Yeah, what do you need? I mean, we don't know exactly who may be the starter in New York next year. What do you need out of the next Giants quarterback to make you the best version of you?
We need a leader. We need somebody that's going to come into the offense, learn that offense pretty quick. You know, the offense is pretty rough, but, you know, if we can get a quarterback and learn that offense very efficiently, you know, read defensive well, take matters into his own hands in the time of the game, be very mobile. You know, those DNs is very moving. Make plays with his feet, able to throw in a run. When there's opportunities to give his guy, you know, a 50-50 chance, he's not really scared of it. And a guy that has grit.
Yeah. Who's on your Mount Rushmore of all-time NFL wide receivers?
All time. All right, I'm going with Calvin. Calvin's probably my favorite receiver of all time.
Yeah.
2, I'm going Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
When it was his time, he was going crazy. I'll probably say another one is Julio Jones.
Yeah. Nice.
And my last one, man.
I know it's hard on the spot.
Jerry?
Yes. I didn't really watch Jerry. I only heard about Jerry's stats.
And you're almost too young for Randy Moss, too.
Yeah. I'm way too young for that, too.
Terrell Owens, you're too young for.
I'll probably say Larry.
Yeah, Larry's a good one.
Yeah, I'll probably say Larry.
It's fun seeing the different generations and era of football where all the older guys, it's Jerry.
Yeah.
Then you go down, it's like Randy and T.O., and now it's Calvin, it's Larry Fitzgerald, and Antonio Brown's there all the time now.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I don't know what they're feeding you guys down at LSU, but you guys are wide receiver, who's on your Mount Rushmore of LSU wide receivers?
Mount Rushmore, LSU. I got to pick myself.
Yeah.
I'm going with myself.
Be up there.
I'm going with Jamar. I'm going with Justin. I'm going with BT.
Okay.
That's a solid 4 right there.
That is a solid 4. It's incredible, man. I've been watching, LSU and Ohio State. Those two schools just seem to turn out wide receivers. Did you get to watch any of Jeremiah Smith this year?
Oh, did I?
Right.
It's kind of hard not to. He's like the LeBron of college football receivers right now. Yeah. He's crazy to watch. I was keeping up with him in high school too.
Yeah.
So seeing him have very successful, freshman season, it's crazy that he did that in his freshman year.
I'm from Ohio, so I'm a big Ohio State fan. I'm watching them turn out. Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson. Then I see Marvin Harrison Jr. come out. I'm like, that's the best wide receiver I'm ever to see out of Ohio State. And then they come out with this kid. He's unbelievable.
Right.
Do you think he has a chance to be the best out of all those guys?
Oh, I think he's definitely got the potential.
Yeah.
When I look at those Ohio State receivers, like you said, Marvin, when you watch Marv, you watch his sophomore year, it was crazy.
Yeah.
You watch his junior year, it was still crazy. So, Jackson Smith and Jigma, when he was going on, it was crazy. So, that's like you said, it's a lot of those guys that come from Ohio State.
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch him in these previous years to come. I think he's most definitely going to be the first receiver taken. He might be number 1 overall.
Yeah.
If he keeps continuing to play like that. So, yeah, I'm excited to watch him play on the years to come.
I know you were playing catch with Shadur Sanders pretty recently up there in New York. What do you think of Shadur in the NFL here?
I think he has the potential. He has the leadership to turn an organization, turn a team around. So I'm excited. I'm very excited to see what team he goes to. I'm very excited to see his journey also.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was so impressive what he did at Colorado.
Right.
I mean, him and Deion turning that program around and seeing Shadur put up the numbers that he was putting up, I thought was just ridiculous.
Right.
Fun to see you two together.
Who did you cheer for growing up?
Growing up, At what position?
You know, like who's your NFL team?
Oh, I really haven't an NFL team, but I was when I played Madden, I was always playing. Some reason I was always playing with the Seahawks. I was always playing with the Seahawks for some reason. I don't know. I liked Marshawn Lynch at the time.
Beast mode.
You know, they had some good receiving. They had Doug Baldwin at the time. I think Golden Tate was on that team at the time.
Yeah.
So I was playing with a lot of those guys. And they had Bobby. They had Jamal. No, they had Jamal on that team at the time also. Yeah. Legion of Boom
Cam
was
Chancellor
going on
back
that time.
there. Yeah.
So yeah, like I was on that team. I had a good defense. I had a solid offense. I was good.
Yeah.
What was the most fun college venue you played at? LSU. You're always playing these incredible SEC environments. You guys are the big dogs down there, but a lot of times you had to go on the road to some other fun SEC environments. What's your favorite place you played at?
Texas A&M.
Really?
Texas A&M. None beating that. Like, it's at that night game. It's crazy. Like, it's crazy loud. They start waving those white towels. It's crazy. Like, that's a good experience. Next one, I'll probably say I'm not gonna say it's like that, but I wanted to play at Tennessee so bad.
Yeah.
I wanted to play at Tennessee so bad.
Yeah.
They game crazy.
Yeah, Tennessee's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, we got to ask you about the big game here coming up on Sunday. Who do you like in this one?
I don't like either team. I hope they both lose. If they could both lose, I wish they both lose.
Yeah.
So hey, he's honest.
If one of them wins, who do you think it's going to be?
It's kind of hard to bet against that man, number 15, sitting back there.
Yeah.
So, he's looking for his three-peat.
Yeah.
I got a guy on there, Xavier Worthy. He's been talking all year. So.
Yeah.
I don't want that to win. I don't want them to win, but it's kind of hard to bet against that man.
Malik Nabers, Pepsi Zero Sugar NFL Rookie of the Year finalist. Again, they're doing an iconic Pepsi challenge this week, going head-to-head with Coke Zero. Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Yeah.
I like your chances.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great rookie season, man. We wish you the best of luck in the future.
Sir.
Thanks for stopping by. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Take care. Man, that was Malik Nabers absolutely balled out as a rookie. I don't think people understand how hard it is to, you see receivers come in all the time, really good receivers.
Oh, man.
And they have an okay rookie season, you know what I mean? But it takes a year or two, maybe even the third year, they have that kind of breakout where they become the alpha wide receiver.
1,200 yards as a rookie. In New York with the plethora of quarterbacks
carousel.
That were throwing him the ball. Just incredibly impressive. If they get a good quarterback, that offense could really take off. They have some pieces up there. Obviously, no Saquon anymore, but yeah, I mean, Malik's gone from Jayden Daniels to now that quarterback carousel. I always think it's fun when you see the college connection between quarterback and wide receiver when they play together. But I had to at least bring up the fact that he made my evening brutal one night when him and Brian Thomas and Jaden went off against me, and I brought an LSU fan. Me being a generous man, bringing an LSU fan to a Mizzou game, and Malik just going off.
Brian Thomas, too. That's another one we didn't talk about. I mean, just absolutely incredible. What a fun interview, too. I mean, he seems like a seasoned media guy here. So
I feel like he invited us to his mom's.
He did invite us to his mom's house, sort of. It wasn't
really an invite, but he's like, you need to go here, his mom's, for the best crawfish etouffee.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you want, right? You come down south here, you want some mama cooking, right? Like that's where you're going to get the best. That's where you're going to get the best deals. So we've got Joey Porter Sr. coming up here. You know, his last. I want to say he was coaching on the Steelers the last game that the Chiefs lost in the playoffs before the AFC Championship game against the Steelers. I think he was on the coaching staff for that game.
Was that the 18-6 field goal game?
It was a game where Pittsburgh didn't score a touchdown and we still lost.
6 field goals with Eric Fisher with the because everyone knows that the refs favor Kansas City.
Yeah, the refs, But then we're gonna have Francesca Mariano from Chicks in the Office of Barstool Sports coming up. Really excited to talk to her. Has one of the biggest podcasts in the world.
Yeah,
we got Shaun Alexander, cover of Madden, absolutely incredible running back, and then Fred Warner, who the Chiefs have seen in a couple of Super Bowls. And then Hannah Storm. The lineup is outrageous today.
It's outrageous. This is a very fun day today, tomorrow. Radio Row is just packed. Great names, great players, great people. And a lot of times it's for great causes as well.
Yeah. Cancer, diabetes. I mean, people are doing some really great work down here. Shout out to everybody in the Arrowhead Addict chat. By the way, you are watching the Arrowhead Addict podcast. We are live here on Radio Row at the Super Bowl for the 3rd straight year to cover the Chiefs. Shout out to Jesus Perez in the chat. All of our regulars, we appreciate you guys supporting us. If you're watching on YouTube, do us a solid. Hit that like button. We're going to be bringing you exclusive coverage from Radio Row all week long. Sterling, the game's getting closer. How you feeling, man?
I'm good, man. I told you yesterday, and I feel the same way. I'm not nervous. I'm excited, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, the Chiefs can't do it. I know I said it's now, knock on wood, but the Chiefs can't do anything to let me down.
Right.
Like the Chiefs have got to this point where this is we're witnessing greatness.
Yeah.
We're witnessing legacy. We're witnessing history. If I'm not going to be heartbroken. I guess, like, will I be disappointed? Of course.
I mean, you want it for them. It's such an incredible accomplishment.
And I'm more excited this year than I think even last year, and I think it's because of the proving the national media and the refs and all this ridiculous nonsense wrong.
Yes, yeah.
The three-peat, obviously, and for history. But, yeah, man, I'm just excited more than anything else. A couple comments I want to get to because I appreciate everyone who's hanging out and sticking with us a large part of this day. Ronson Trait says Sterling going to be a little salty when Alexander comes on. Got to throw those Priest jabs again. Yeah, because Priest Holmes was my favorite player growing up.
Yeah.
If you are of a certain age, and also my last name was Holmes, easy
jersey.
Easy jersey
you
and
got the
favorite
jersey?
player. Yes,
yeah, of course. I've got my Marcus Allen jersey still.
There you go. And I told Shawne, I go, thanks for ruining my hopes and dreams once you broke Priest's touchdown record.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, in Kansas City back then, all we had that's what we had. We didn't have playoff victories to really hang our hat on. We had the touchdown record, and Shawne got it.
Yeah,
maybe Priest should have been on the cover of Madden. So
he had an unbelievable season, by the way. For people that didn't watch him, I'm pulling up his stats now, but he was really good. You know, you get these running backs come along. Some of them have longer careers. Some of them, like Jamal, burn bright for a shorter period of time. And he was kind of one of those guys. Didn't play forever, but definitely put together a really.
Well, no one plays forever, Patrick.
Well, Frank Gore. I think Frank
Frank
Gore might be coming back.
He gave it his best shot. He gave it his best shot.
Yeah.
A couple more comments to get to. He's coming up right now. Did we hit the casino last night? No, but I think we're going to go tomorrow. Yeah. Here we go.
Joey Porter. How you doing, Patrick?
How you doing, Joey? Sterling.
Nice to meet you.
Good,
Very
man.
Good.
Doing great.
Joey's here working. Yeah, just the mic. You're good. Yeah, Joey's working with GNC. Can you tell us a little bit about what you got going on?
Oh, yeah, man. I'm here with GNC Live Well. Partners with them. The headquarters is in Pittsburgh. They've been a partner with the Pittsburgh Steelers for a long time. So if you're partnered with the Pittsburgh Steelers at some point in time, you're going to be a partner with Joey Porter Sr. I've been using GNC way in my playing days.
Yeah.
And now I use it, but I don't take it for working out to get ready for a game. I still do my pre-workout. I still do my multivitamins. Not creatine, not as much as I used to, but sometimes when I'm trying to get some of the strength back. But it's just what I use, and I've been using the whole time. It's something that I can rely on that isn't going to put nothing bad into my body. I know exactly what I'm putting in my body. I've never failed a drug test off of it.
Yeah.
It's been proven to work good for me and my son for over 20-something years to where I got plenty of strong off of it. You know what I mean? I feel like with the GNC products, there's really no need for me to take anything crazy. I could just – it's a location in everywhere in Pittsburgh, right? The headquarters in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
right?
I love that. So what I'm going to have to do then, we'll do a before and after.
Yeah.
We'll do me pre-GNC, and then we'll do me post-GNC.
I don't know if there's any help out there for me. You know, they can't work miracles here.
But you can. How much workout you go put in there with the free?
Oh, no, Joey, no. We don't talk about the workout.
The workout got to be part of it.
Yeah. No, you're a Pittsburgh legend. I grew up in Northeast Ohio. Went to school in Western Pennsylvania, so all my fraternity brothers are Steelers fans. What was it like playing for that rabid fan base and such a sort of like NFL royalty?
It's awesome, but it reminds you every week of where you at, right? They just don't. They love football so much in Pittsburgh and being on the winning side so much to where, we're spoiled. Yeah. And it's okay because we earn the right to be spoiled. You know what I mean? Yeah. We earn the right to not be happy if we not win playing for championships. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's how much hard work they put into that organization over the time we've been here to where we like to play for championships. Yeah. You know what I mean? Playoffs is a given. We just think we're going to the playoffs, but we want to win championships, and that fan base demands that. It's just what they know.
Well, we cover, Sterling and I cover the Kansas City Chiefs, and I think our listeners owe you a little bit of gratitude because I believe you were coaching for the Steelers in 2017 in a playoff game against Kansas City Chiefs, and Pittsburgh didn't score a touchdown, but won anyway. And Chiefs had Alex Smith as a quarterback, and then the Chiefs said, you know what, we need to upgrade a quarterback. And they got Patrick Mahomes. So in some ways, the Pittsburgh Steelers, it was like the final straw game for the Chiefs offense. Like the Chiefs were good, they were a playoff team, but it was like, man, they didn't even score. We didn't even give up a touchdown. We lost the playoff game. So I think you can take a little bit of credit for this Kansas City run.
Oh my goodness, I don't know if we want to take that much credit because we didn't give them some. The guy that they got out of that draft is. He's the new boogeyman in the NFL. You know what I mean? Pat Mahomes is who he is, man. He's awesome. I mean, I remember playing against him his rookie year, and it was funny. He played against us. He came into Pittsburgh and threw 5 touchdowns against us, right? And his little tough ass, he's a rookie. Yeah. He's counting the fingers off after he threw a touchdown. He was like 1, came back to another. He was like, that's 2. He came back, he was like 1, 2, 3. Like, we can't count. He scored 4. He was like 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. He scored another. He was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm like, hey, look at this
kid.
He's a rookie,
that was cathartic for us as Chiefs fans because you guys had our number, man.
But he was like, and it's crazy. It's different because I was born in Kansas City, Missouri.
Yes. Yeah.
My family were diehard Chiefs fans before they got converted by me and my son playing for the Steelers. But some of my uncles still Chiefs fans. You ain't getting them out of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So whenever we would play them, they're happy and mad because, like, they want to win, but they want me to play good. Yes. That's what it's always been. Yeah. Yes. I mean, they want the Chiefs to beat us, but they want me to play good.
How exciting and cool is it seeing your son play for an organization and team that obviously meant so much to you? That has to be so gratifying as a father.
It is. It's sometimes I'm lost words on how to explain it, on what it means because the Rooneys have been so good to me and my family. Let's start there. Dan Rooney, Art, like, they have just been amazing to my family. And taking a chance with my youngest son, my son, Joey, giving him opportunity to come into the building and be part of this legacy is awesome. You know what I mean? The way they treat me and my family, second to none organization, how the Steelers run. You know what I mean? They're just good people. And I wouldn't have it no other way than him be in that situation.
Yeah. And it is. I've always admired the consistency of the organization, especially with coaches. You get a guy like Mike Tomlin, who I think pound for pound is one of the best coaches in the NFL. And like I said, I'm a Chiefs fan, but all my fraternity brothers, they're all Steelers fans. And a lot of them are frustrated because, as you mentioned, hey, the standard in Pittsburgh is Super Bowls. That's it. And so a lot of them are frustrated, and a lot of them think, hey, I see a lot of them on social media saying, hey, it's time to get rid of Tom, and he's not winning enough. Can you tell them, like, I tell them I think they're crazy, and then Mike Tomlin will get snatched up in a heartbeat. What are your thoughts on, frustrated Steelers fans who think, Mike's not good enough?
It's just the fan base. Yeah. I mean, like, when you really work in a city where winning is – so people think they belong in cities where they win, but do they really win? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, we've won 6 championships to where the standard for us winning a championship, like winning 8-9 games, make it to the playoffs, we feel like we can do that, right? 10 games, we want to win 10 games every year. Yeah. The bad games, we want to be, 500? Yeah. Now 17 games, so a bad season for us is 9-8. Yeah. That's not hard for us. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, there's other teams out there that's hard to win 9. I mean, we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
That's not what we're looking for. We're looking to do what we did last year, but not go on a 5-game skid.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Find a way to catch that momentum because everybody was pretty much healthy. I thought we were lining up to get healthy for this run, and it didn't happen. But the fan base is going to be the fan base because they're spoiled. You don't want to lose Coach Tomlin and then realize that you had a great one.
Yeah.
It's a reason why that franchise only had 3 coaches.
Yes. Yeah.
Noel, Cowher, Tomlin. And it's a reason why, because when you're preaching the same message and everybody that comes through there, like, we're looking for people that fit the Steeler brand.
Yeah.
How hard is this week for players? Like, obviously you played, you won in a Super Bowl. What is this almost 2 weeks in between your final game and then the Super Bowl, all this pageantry, you have opening night. How hard is that for a player to navigate?
It's hard when it's a young guy and he doesn't know what he's getting into, because you got to think, when you're a young guy, you want to be out there with your phone, you want to catch every moment. I can imagine it now because we're in the world where the social media and your internet and your phone is everything.
Yeah.
Like, and everybody want to capture every moment. And sometimes when you're playing this game, every moment ain't meant to be caught. Like, I don't have to be out trying to make a post of doing everything. Man, I love football so much. Like, when it was me, like, I know why I'm here. You know what I mean? I'm going to have those 2 days when my family come in. I'm going to have dinner with them. But my program is my program. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's game week. So last week was the prep week, but this week is game week. I'm going to do all my media obligation, and that's it.
Yeah.
If they don't make me show up to that, I'm not doing nothing extra on my time to be out in the public if I'm getting ready for the game.
Well, because we saw players even there's a different, I think, dichotomy between even the Eagles and the Chiefs. The Chiefs have done this before. The Chiefs have been here. They seemed a little looser than a lot of the Eagles players. I think the Eagles understand that they were here 2 years ago, but they didn't get to the mountaintop. I just thought it was a little interesting how the Eagles were a little bit more reserved. You saw more of the towels draped over their numbers so people can't tell who they are. And I just thought it was a little interesting, the differences between the Eagles and Chiefs players, how they handle the opening night.
Man, you got to think, Kansas City for Mahomes and Kelsey, they've been doing this. This has been the 5th Super Bowl, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they walking in and seeing their locker like, oh, man, look what they got a locker at. Oh, that's nice. They peeling oranges, drinking Gatorade, just walking around the room where you got the rookie. He's like – and they just walking by like they're just doing – they're treating the facility like they're in Kansas City.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Imagine that. That's huge for your main guys to have so much confidence to where they're walking into the Super Bowl like it's not even the saying, oh, act like you've been here before. No, we've really been here before.
Yes.
And I really need you to act like you've been here before.
Yeah.
Like you're getting excited too early because the excitement, we lost one too.
Yes.
So the cry hurts way worse than you to be pre-excited right now. So they have all that working for them. Like, dude, the cry of losing one of these games, all my boys that lost when I was with the Steelers that lost to Green Bay, I mean, Casey Hampton, man, he called me. He's like, man, Joe, I never cried like that before after anything.
Yeah.
He said, that shit hurts.
Yeah.
He said, I'd rather not even go if you're going to play in the Super Bowl and lose.
Yeah.
He said, that shit hurts that bad.
Yeah.
Like, and they even get a ring for second. I never even knew that.
They do?
Yeah. You get a Super Bowl ring.
That's because nobody wants to show it off.
Yeah, right? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying? But because it hurts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, my whole thing is like, man, when you put everything into the situation, you get to that point, man, I need you to be on your best. And, like, if you stand away from all the stuff to get whatever we did them first 17 weeks, let's stay on that schedule.
Yeah.
Well,
At the end of the day, that's what it is.
We got to get you out of here, but before we do, who you got on Sunday?
Man, I want to keep it in PA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't have a dog in the fight. I got some guys that I know on some coaching staffs that I'm kind of rooting for.
Sure.
But my pick don't matter, man. I'm rooting for people at this point in time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I got some fans that play, and I would love to see them have a championship.
Yeah, well, we're all rooting for a good game.
Yep, it's going to be that for sure.
Yes, Joey Porter Sr., GNC. Check it out. We thank you for coming by, sir.
Man, appreciate it, brother.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
It was Joey Porter Sr., whose son you can watch in the NFL. Good genes, man.
What a great
Good
player.
genes. Yeah.
What a great player.
Yeah. Oh, man. A great interview as well.
Yeah, really good, insightful. And again, it's nice talking with and learning sometimes, not even learning, but talking about the history of a great organization like the Steelers, because they are fairly Kansas City-like in regards to how they operate.
Yeah, as we welcome one of the biggest podcasters in the world, Francesca Mariano.
Love that title. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you guys.
Known as Fran. And Fran, you're working with, you're doing some work with P&G for the Super Bowl?
Yes, so I'm here for the 3rd annual Battle of the Paddles.
Yeah.
Could not be more excited. Playing, we're teaming up with NFL players and getting to take them on in table tennis. So really something I never thought I would be doing, but I am so excited for it.
Have you been practicing?
Yeah, do you have a table in the office?
You know what? Yes.
Yeah.
We don't have one in the office. We should, but I have played often enough where I was like, I'm decent. I'm comfortable with it. And then once it got closer, I was like, oh, I should get some reps in. So I actually went to a bar in Manhattan that has like all the tables and everything, and got some practice in. So I feel good.
There's a lot of fun people participating in this.
Yes.
Is there anybody you're hoping to go up against?
Yes. So as a diehard Eagles fan, I am hoping to really lay it on thick with Micah Parsons. I think Micah's had a lot to say about Eagles fans. We love to taunt him that all he wants is to be a bird. He clearly feels it every time, the jealousy is there. We can feel it from him. So I'm very excited. I think we are matched up to playing against each other. So I think it'll be great.
I love this because I listen to you a lot. So my wife is like, I told her about this, and she was enamored. She was thrilled.
Yeah.
So I liken it to, like, for me, I'm always showing her, like, Shane Gillis clips.
Yeah.
Right? And so I'm always getting clips from you. So I love that. So I like that crossover right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we love. And it's one of our favorite things, being at events or just being out in public, and we always get that from the guys that are like, my wife, my girlfriend, whoever, she's showing me the clips on her phone, and it always comes around with like, you guys are pretty funny. And
yes,
like,
I'm like,
thank you.
I'm like, that's the one I like, right? And she's like, yes, that's the one you like. I'm like, perfect.
Thank you. We do our prep for all the interviews, and I log into our document this morning, and we have twice as many questions, and they came from one of our producers' wives and Sterling's wife.
Exactly. That's it's very male heavy around here for this time. So.
But you do watch Love Island All Stars, correct?
I sure do.
Okay, so I do too. Me and my wife, this is our nightly recap. So I'm a few episodes behind because we're here. Yeah. So please don't spoil it.
I won't spoil anything for you.
But where are you leaning right now? Because Curtis seems pretty strong, but Ekin-Su is she's kind of self-imploding right now. And then I think Danielle just came in.
Yes.
And I mean,
I have no idea what's happening.
And the whole hand situation when it was the ring. Oh man.
Yep. I think. So there's some history to it too. I think Curtis has his first season that he basically did the exact same thing.
Yes, he
got
did.
Very
with
attached.
Amy.
Yes, and then then Maura came in and it was like, oh my God. And so same kind of thing it felt like, but they are they're an incredible pair, Ekin-Su and Curtis. I hope that they figure it out and can make it work, because I think they both love the theatrics so much.
Oh, they're very over the top and
exactly the two of them. But I'm really rooting for Luca and Grace.
Oh,
I think that's
a good
my
call.
favorite.
It's a good call.
Those are my favorite couples right now.
Yeah, my favorite thing to do with her is grab a nice glass of bourbon and we sit down and watch that. Because when you have a drink and you watch that show, you get real into it.
Yep, you sure do.
You get real into it.
You sure do. And it's really when it's on as much as it is, because it is kind of a nightly show, you really get invested.
Yeah.
Because it's not just once a week. You're like, oh, every night basically you have something to watch.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you've been on the podcast scene for a while now.
Yeah.
You got your start at Barstool, and then you guys started doing Chicks in the Office. It blows up. I saw you guys went on tour.
Yeah.
You were filling up auditoriums. What was it like to go through that, and how surprised were you at the rate with which the show took off?
It's been really incredible. I think that when Rhea and I started doing it, we had low expectations. We were really young interns, kind of flying by the seat of our pants, right? We're just going to try, see what sticks. We started out on Instagram. We basically did on Instagram what now people try and do on TikTok with short form, quick news reports, get people's attention. Obviously, TikTok was not around at that time. 2017 is when we were just really started doing it. and the Instagram picked up a lot of speed. It went from Instagram to radio to podcast. And the first time we started doing the podcast and seeing the reception, it was incredible. It really was doing the shows. I'm sure you guys feel this way too, you're speaking into a microphone, and half the time you're like, is anybody out there? Right? And then when you do things in person and you see the reaction, you're like, wow, this is actually successful. You look at all these people that are listening. So it's been such a thrill. And honestly, I've just, every morning I wake up like, oh my God, I hope it just keeps going in this way, in this direction, because it's just been so much fun.
It's a cool gig, man. It really is. So as you mentioned, you are a massive Eagles fan. You're not going to like this, but we are both Chiefs fans. We do a Chiefs podcast here at Fanside at Arrowhead Attic.
I figured from everything around,
We might have one over here, though, that might say Eagles.
Obviously, you're not going to be pulling for the Chiefs, but I want to get your take on all of the Chiefs hate this season, because I think, and yes, I'm biased, in general, the Chiefs are pretty like Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. They all seem like super nice guys. What do you make of this Chiefs hate? Is it warranted?
Look, there's a saying, right? Everyone takes shots at the king, right? That's and that's just the way it is. They're just so good. That it frustrates people, and there are so many fans out there, and we're blessed. The Eagles have been great. These, they have their ups and downs.
Sure.
But I think when you get a lot of these teams and a lot of these fans that have been just bad for a long time. You look at the Chiefs, you're like, oh, those spoiled brats. They don't even know how great they have it. And people get jealous. They're jealous. And the Chiefs are great. And I do think Andy Reid, and especially from, an Eagles fan, Andy Reid's fantastic. What's not to like about Andy Reid? I do think, people love to poke fun at Travis Kelce, but it's the same kind of thing. And then Patrick Mahomes, when you're just as good as he is, people are going to come for you no matter what.
As somebody who covers a lot of pop culture and entertainment, how has it been the experience of seeing Taylor Swift invade the NFL?
It's my dream come true. I love it. People complain about it. I think it is amazing. I wish that maybe she really stuck to that Eagles fandom that she supposedly had growing up,
some photos,
but it's been amazing. I think that so many young girls have been watching games, and you see the impact of, and I think it's even been great for the dads out there, like who their daughters love Taylor Swift, and probably the specifically Chiefs fans' dads, who if your daughter loves Taylor Swift and you can show that she's at the games, and you see all these adorable videos go viral of girls wanting to wear their Chiefs jersey because they see her. So it's really sweet, and I think it's going to grow the game. Wow, how could you really critique that? It's so many more eyeballs, so many people watching, and you got to respect a diehard, a ride or die girlfriend like that too. She's at all the games. She's always rocking the red. Like, it's very impressive.
So I actually lived in Philly for 3 years.
Okay.
So are you from Philly?
South Jersey. My family's South Jersey.
Like what part? I got family in Ocean City by Margate.
Okay,
by
so that's the shore. They're like, Haddonfield, that more Cherry Hill area.
Sure, yeah. Favorite cheesesteak spot?
I know it's going to be a bad answer, and people are like, because everyone loves Pat's and Geno's. They're like, They're like, no. But I actually had Pat's recently, and I loved it.
Okay,
I loved it.
I was a Jim's guy.
Yeah.
Jim's, Joe's, Ishkabibbles, D'Alessandro's. That was the spot.
D'Alessandro's is also a favorite.
Yeah, very, very good. Have you ever been to PBR?
No.
South with the Xfinity Live and all that stuff.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was the mechanical bull operator for a little bit.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
Okay.
So yeah. So
I was just at the NFC Championship game, and I did have a friend who was trying to get on the bull.
Yes.
The line was extremely long at that point, so didn't make it happen. But yes.
So believe it or not, that was my thing for like a year.
Okay, I love it.
So that was pretty funny. I didn't know. Maybe you went sometime and.
That whole area I think is a ton of fun. The bar, like being in that in the bar and at Xfinity Live, it's an awesome environment.
When you look at this Eagles offense, what do you take away with Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, his offensive line? are you looking at a specific matchup in this upcoming game?
Look, this offensive line is incredible. I think that is really where it all stems from. Saquon doesn't have this year that he has without that offensive line. So it all comes down to those guys. I think it's been extremely impressive what they've done. Not having Jason in there, these guys have stepped up without, it's not even really been a conversation, right? Have you heard anyone really say, oh, they've had some growing pains without Jason Kelce at center? It's like these guys jumped right back into it. Cam Jurgens has been amazing. And even last week when you have a situation with Lynn Dickerson getting hurt and Cam having to come back in, he was already hurt. They move around great. They're fantastic. I love Jordan Mailata, voice of an angel. The man has so many talents.
Do they still do the Christmas album?
They do. I think this was maybe the last one
Okay.
that they were going to do, they said. Don't quote me on that, but I own them all on vinyl.
I'm a big fan of Fairy Tale
really,
Philly. Yeah.
They're really good. And, Travis has gotten involved with it as well. And they've, God, Stevie Nicks was on the last one.
Oh, wow.
So,
Wow.
Yeah.
Huge get.
It's really become quite the setup.
We got some rapid fire for you from the wives.
Okay.
Okay, so Kendrick or Drake?
Kendrick.
Kylie Kelsey or Kylie Jenner?
Oh, Kylie Kelsey.
Beignets or gumbo?
Gumbo.
Ooh, I've eaten so many beignets. It's a bad scene. Philly cheesesteak or New York pizza?
Oh, man. I have to go New York pizza.
It's so good. What's your favorite?
Yeah.
What's your favorite place?
John's on Bleecker is a favorite. Yeah.
Okay. High scoring or low scoring?
I'm gonna go high scoring.
Okay. Close game or blowout?
Blowout.
Whoa.
For the Chiefs. I knew it.
I
knew it.
You knew that was coming.
Good call.
You knew I was going to say that next.
Yeah. Well, this has been fantastic. We really appreciate you stopping by. Can you just tell us one more time, how can fans watch you compete in P&G Battle of the Paddles?
Yes, guys. Everybody tune in tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern. It's on the Complex YouTube. So just head on over to the Complex YouTube. You'll be able to stream the whole game and see what goes down, 7 o'clock Eastern.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming
Thanks,
by.
guys.
Fran,
Appreciate it.
Chicks in the Office.
Thanks, guys.
Barstool and P&G Battle of the Paddles. That was a lot of fun, man. We don't do a lot of pop culture entertainment stuff on the show.
Well,
not a ton.
I get my one chance to talk about Love Island.
Yeah, right. Dude, I had no idea what was happening.
I know you didn't, but for me it's fun.
I don't know that Love Island's ever going to be in my future.
I watch so many, just obviously sports.
Yeah.
And my wife is a trooper. She watches it all with me. Right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, let's have a show that we can, watch that's not sports together.
Yeah.
And she's like, let's watch Love Island.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad.
My wife likes the baking shows, like Great British Bake Off.
It's a good one.
Those are fun. And those are easy for me to get into because I like to eat. So I sit there. She's curious about the technique and the personalities, and I'm curious about what the food tastes like.
Yeah, I'm just like, show me the food.
Yeah, that's the only problem with those shows is you should be able to order some of the food. Speaking of food, we're gonna have to get some wings here pretty soon.
Baby!
Our friends over at Bounty just give away wings, and I see that the Ike sandwiches are here. I mean, this is crazy.
Oh, we have Ike sandwiches. Hey, Hunter, come on. Come on, Hunter.
I can't. I don't want to eat on camera.
Oh, we could eat on camera. I'll do it.
Camera?
You think I won't eat on camera?
Sandwich?
Who do you think I am?
I feel disgusting.
You think I'm classy or something? A classy man? Just because I wear a suit doesn't make me classy.
Yeah.
I give the appearance of being classy.
Class on the surface, scumbag underneath.
I don't know about scumbag. Can we find somewhere in the middle? We don't have to just label it that.
It was kind of funny talking to Fran, a Philly fan, about unfair treatment of fans. Do you feel like Philly fans get a bad rap? The whole Santa Claus thing, the batteries.
So I think I am a little bit semi-qualified to talk about this.
Yeah.
Partially, yes. I think they partially get a bad rap because I think every single fan base has a subsect of fans that are loud, obnoxious.
Totally.
And just I don't want to know if bad people is the right word, but they get too caught up and their emotions get ahead of them.
And it's not unique to a Geo, right?
But I do think that Philly might have a slightly larger amount of those fans, but they also have the history behind it with the batteries and snowballs at Santa. When you have that history, anything you do now is amplified.
Yeah.
If you get, for example, let's say you're Juwan Taylor. Juwan Taylor, if you are even questionable about being, lined up off sides or going early, you're more than likely going to get that flag called on you because you have the history of that, right?
Right.
So I think there is a little bit to that. I've actually had great interactions with a lot of Philly fans, and most of them actually like Kansas City because of Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Right? So, I don't think they're as bad of a fan base as a lot of people think. And by the way, I can at least appreciate that most of them are diehard, and they're not front runners. They are Eagles, Sixers, Flyers fans, right? Yeah. Phillies fans. You don't see them, not Dallas Lakers and, like Alabama football.
Yeah.
Like, for the most part, they're like, no, we're going to ride or die with these local four, which you can, and even like Villanova or Temple. So I can respect that, right? They're not front runners. They are diehards. And yes, they have a subsect of fans that are a little much, but what organization and fan base doesn't?
It's not fun to get lumped in as a fan base into the worst of you. I think we all remember when Chiefs fans, a few idiot Chiefs fans, cheered when Matt Castle got hurt. You remember Eric Winston took everybody to task, and he was like, I was disgusted. And it was I understood Eric Winston's sentiment, but he acted as if all of the kingdom, everybody in Arrowhead was cheering for Matt Castle and that getting hurt, and that wasn't the case. And I know we didn't like getting lumped in with those idiots and those clowns.
No.
And, so Philly fans, look, I think all fans are generally the same. You've got they love their team, they're good fans. And then you've got, your few knuckleheads, except for like Bengals and Raiders fans.
Yes.
It's all
that's
scumbags.
just all of them. By the way, I asked that question because I was wondering if she'd ever gone to PBR and rode the mechanical bull. I was wondering if there's going to be a story of like, oh my gosh, you were the operator.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be funny.
Yeah. Absolutely wild, man. But that was a fun interview. And we still get Sean Alexander coming up here. Great running back. Fred Warner and Hannah Storm to wrap things up, and then we then get some hands on some of those wings.
Man, those wings look electric.
Yeah. Shout out to all you guys in the chat. I see you still out there. It's the Arrowhead Addict Podcast. We are live from Radio Row. My neck's starting to hurt I'm turning. I got to turn my chair a little bit, or I'm going to be in trouble here.
I've had a lot of water.
Yeah,
a lot of water, and
we're going to have to switch spots tomorrow so that I'm not in such an extreme angle here.
Hey, we grind for the people.
Yeah. So
Who says this isn't a tough job?
I got to tell you something. When I was upstairs, I was on my way down from the media room, and I don't know who they were, but I heard two media guys, and they were doing an interview, or they were doing a podcast or something. I don't know where they were from. And I swear to God that this is what one of the guys said. He said, you and I talked about if the Eagles win the Super Bowl, Nick Sirianni will be sort of starting to move into the conversation of the modern-day Bill Belichick.
No.
I'm going to say
no.
I say that again. Nick Sirianni, he said they were dead serious. Nick Sirianni will be moving into the conversation of the modern-day Bill Belichick. I almost fell down the escalator. I don't know who they were.
So a man who has yet to win a Super Bowl.
Yes.
Wins one.
Yeah.
And then becomes the modern day. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
They were talking about firing this guy like last season.
Last season.
Even this season.
The whole talk is about because the coordinators do such a great job for the Eagles.
Right.
Yet, no, that's a wild conversation. That person may have been a little intoxicated.
Yeah.
How many of those frozen drinks on Bourbon Street did they partake in before they said such a asinine comment?
People say some wild stuff, but that is up there.
I say some wild things too, but
Yeah.
Not that.
Last night it was rough. I was watching. They were replaying the Chiefs-Eagles game from last season, which Kansas City lost 21-17. And I forgot that the Chiefs were up 17-7 heading into the half. Didn't score in the second half. Travis Kelce fumbled late. The Chiefs were moved in. It looked like they were going to score. Travis Kelce had his yearly fumble that he lost. And I was thinking about this game. The Eagles have been really proficient at taking the ball away from teams.
Yeah.
You watched that game last week. Clearly they were the better team than Washington, but it was the turnovers that caused it to be a blowout. Washington just could not get out of their own way. They were turning the ball over. These guys are really proficient in the peanut punch. How worried are you about ball security in this game? Because that's what turned the first Super Bowl against this team in the Chiefs' favor. You get the scoop and score on the Jalen Hurts fumble. What about this season for the Chiefs? Are you a little bit concerned about, a potential turnover, turning things? Because I think that's the only thing that can really defeat.
Yeah, and we saw what happened the last time around in 2022. Is the exact same thing, just was the opposite side. It helped Kansas City. Jalen Hurts had the situation where he just dropped the ball.
Yep.
Right? Nick Bolton, scoop and score. Yeah, man. But I'm not as worried about that with Kansas City because the talk of that was with the Bills as well.
Right.
The Bills they won the turnover battle.
Yeah.
5 fumbles. I think 3 were realistic possibilities that were, the Chiefs had an opportunity to grab. Didn't get any of them, and they still won.
Yeah.
So while, yes, I do think it is a big deal, I think it could slightly be considered overblown. This Chiefs team has not won the turnover battle so many times, yet they still find ways to win.
Yeah.
I don't know if this Eagles team is that much better than Buffalo. I think Buffalo was, again, maybe I'm higher than Buffalo than most, which if that's the case, that's on me. I think this Eagles team is great, very good team, but are they that much better than Buffalo to where they can't win? Like I've told you, I think Steve Spagnuolo is going to take away Saquon Barkley. When I say take away, he's still probably going to get 80, 90, maybe even the crest 100. But the big plays, I don't think are going to be there. They're going to have to beat them with Jalen Hurts and his arm.
Yeah.
Spags takes away your best situation, your best part of your offense. He handcuffs you, and then you have to operate differently.
He forces you to play the game he wants you to play, which is amazing. We were sitting next to him actually last night in the hotel bar. He was not drinking. He was just having a conversation with somebody. But I really wanted to just lean over and ask him, be like, Spags, what do you got planned, man? What sort of wild blitzes do you have cooked up? But in this last game against the Eagles, the Chiefs outgained them in total yards, 336 to 238, but they lost the turnover battle. They had 2 turnovers. Chiefs had 23 first downs. Eagles only had 16. The Chiefs won the time of possession. And the leading receiver for the Chiefs in this game, interesting, was Justin Watson. He had 5 catches for 53 yards and a touchdown. Chiefs obviously have a much better receiving core this year. That's not a knock on Justin Watson. But it shows that, this Kansas City offense, you never know who's going to step up and perform for them, even against a great defense like the Eagles. Who do you think is going to be the guy, the under-the-radar guy? We saw Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney have these moments in these Super Bowls. Who's it going to be this year for the Chiefs?
Do you think okay, offense, defense, do you care which one I go with?
Let's go offense for this one.
Okay, offense. It's a good question. Maybe DeAndre Hopkins.
You consider him under the – I guess he is he'd have to be under the radar.
I think he's maybe the most – he's wide receiver 4 at this point,
yeah.
basically. I think Xavier's going to get his. Travis will get his. Hollywood might get his. I think D-Hop is, one of those guys who has been going under the radar, but with the stickiness of this Eagles secondary, I think they are apt to use D-Hop in this one because he can be a guy who can win some of those back shoulder 50-50 balls with a stickier cornerback room.
Yeah.
Little update here. Sean Alexander had to reschedule. He looks like is coming back tomorrow.
Okay.
Looks like Sean is coming back tomorrow.
We'll talk to him tomorrow. So that means but that's okay. We've been filling the time with some Chiefs talk, and we'll have Fred Warner coming up here potentially here in about 3 minutes. I think D-Hop could be the guy. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Justin Watson again. He had a good game against this team last year. He's a guy that the Chiefs trust, that they use a lot, that they rotate in. He's a good blocker, and he always seems to come up. It's not always – it was a little bit unique in that he caught 5 balls. He doesn't usually have that many catches. He was targeted 11 times in that game against the Eagles. I don't think he's going to have that many targets given all the weapons that the Chiefs have this year in the wide receiving core. But he's at times been a deep threat for them.
Yes.
And he's a guy that, I think teams don't they're not like
you have to account for him.
Right, yeah. You got to account for him, and I think sometimes teams let their guards down with him a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're just sitting there and it's a key moment, and then all of a sudden, oh, boom, he hits a 25-yard pass to Justin Watson to keep things moving. Interestingly enough, too, when the Chiefs played the Eagles during the season, they took away, as you mentioned, now they didn't have Saquon to deal with. They had DeAndre Swift and Boston Scott and Kenneth Gainwell. But they did have to deal with A.J. Brown, who's an incredible player. Held him in that game to 1 catch for 8 yards on 4 targets. And the guy who went off, somebody always has to get theirs when you're playing a spec. Like, it's just the way it works if you're going to take somebody away. It was Devonta Smith. Devonta Smith, 6 receptions, 99 yards. He had a 41-yard pass. How concerned are you about the ability of the Eagles, given the way the Chiefs tend to play defense, to hit some of these big shots? We saw it in the Super Bowl last year, big touchdown pass to tie the game.
Well, and then I would say even AJ 2 years ago, right against McDuffie.
Right.
Again, you know my thoughts. I really do think that the Chiefs and Spags will take away Saquon. Again, I don't like to keep reiterating myself for everyone listening because I know this could get clipped, but I will, so that way it hopefully doesn't get clipped.
Yeah.
When I say handle Saquon, less than like 120, not many big rushes at all, over even 10 yards.
Yeah.
I'll say not a single rush over 20. I'll go. That'll be the caveat I'll throw. But A.J. Brown and Devontae, they're going to have opportunities because I do think Spags will try and stop Saquon.
Yep.
So Jalen Hurts is not Patrick. He's not you. He's not. He's not Mahomes. He's not Josh. He's not Joe. Even Lamar.
Yeah.
But is he good enough for once or twice to take advantage of a one-on-one with those great receivers?
Yeah.
I think he is. I just don't know if he can do it with the consistency that will make the Chiefs have to change their game plan and put more help in the secondary.
Yeah.
I think they will try and maybe use a little more Leo Chenal and stack the box. If Leo's on the field, that means Spags is trying to take away Saquon.
Right.
When Leo is off the field and they're rocking dime packages for safeties, that probably means that they're a little more worried about Devontae and AJ.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to, we'll probably see a lot of Jalen Watson now. He's played in some games. He now has 2 weeks off. His leg should be underneath him, but he should be healthy.
Yeah.
The healthiest he's been all year for Jalen Watson. So you'll see a heavy dose of him. You'll see, obviously, Trent McDuffie do his thing. I think we'll find out early on what the Chiefs are scared of based on if Leo is not or if he is on the field. That will be, to me, the telltale sign.
Who do you want to be that next man up? Najee Johnson, Joshua Williams? Who do you think they should deploy there?
Josh Williams, personally. But I do think Najee at times has gotten a bad rep.
Yeah, I
agree. The reason why I say that is he ain't Kyer Elam. But we have been used to very talented and productive secondary players, 7th rounders, undrafted guys, 1st rounders, doesn't matter. The expectations and success has been there from all different walks.
Right.
And so we have had a very high expectations, and Najee has not quite lived up to the Jalen Watson. I'm not even going to throw McDuffie into the equation here.
Sure.
But and I think there's some frustration where we have seen Josh Williams, when he's on the field, outperform Najee.
Sure.
And so then we're sitting here going, well, then why is Najee on the field? What's he doing out there? Why is he playing over him? Why is he splitting reps with Jalen?
Yeah.
And so I think it's almost a frustration of not how poor at times he's doing, but because we think that the other guys ahead of him are more talented.
Right.
And that's what I think it comes down to, because he's not a black hole out there.
No.
I mean, does he occasionally get picked on? Yes. But is he a black hole? He's not Kyer Elam. He's not a guy that is just an absolute weak link. He might be the weaker of the secondary links, but I don't consider him a weak link.
And it gets amplified, right? If he misses a play and then everyone's like, this guy, he's terrible. And it's like, not everybody's going to be Trent McDuffie out there.
Yeah.
Right? But you need, one of the things that the Chiefs are really good at is developing young corners. And sometimes they need to play. And sometimes they're going to get beat. Like, it's going to happen. But the Chiefs obviously believe in the talent, or they wouldn't keep guys like that around. So I think, having Watson back, having McDuffie, that makes everybody better down the line, because you're not asking a guy like Najee Johnson to do things he's not capable of doing, and he was being asked that earlier this year.
Okay, Hannah Storm
Okay.
looks like Hannah Storm is going to be the person up next.
Yeah.
Hey, Radio Row, on your toes.
Dude, I am so incredibly excited about this. Maybe not. She's over there.
Well, Hunter's out here laying the law down. If you don't know Hunter, this man is a badass.
Yeah.
He is the king of laying the law down. Yeah. Your ears hurt, Patrick? It happens. I know.
These things are tight. I had mine way too tight to start. Now I'm trying to loosen it up. But
well, hey,
it's better than holding the microphone.
Pause, brother.
You know, it's this is hard work out here. You know.
Who again? I'm telling you right now, radio, podcasting. Who says it's not hard work?
Yeah.
We walked 8.6 miles day one.
You know.
Patrick's ears hurt.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of
my
liquids.
neck's killing me.
Take that as you will.
You know. This
but
is an
we
athletic
grind,
endeavor,
baby. We grind.
This is an athletic endeavor that we're doing here.
No one talks to you about the dangers of radio and podcasting work.
Yeah.
No one talks to you about that.
I need to get an injury clause in my contract.
Yeah.
Ronson Trade says Saquon has definitely improved their running game from the running back position, but Hurts is nowhere near the runner he used to be before the knee injury. We'll see. You know, early in the game, I expect, and this is typical of Spags, I expect the Chiefs defense to be pretty conservative. Don't be surprised if the first time the Eagles get the ball, they move down into the red area. I think Spags he doesn't want to give up a big play. He wants to see what they're doing. It's not that he wants to let them get into the red area and score.
Sure.
But he's not going to be as aggressive early in the game until he gets a little bit of a feel for what they're doing. You got to deal with their script. What do they come out with Jalen Hurts to just start? Like maybe he's feeling better. We don't know. It's been 2 weeks since the guy's played football. He's been getting treatment. He's obviously a super athlete. So you don't know what to expect. So you don't want to. It would be a fool's errand to go into this game with the assumption of Jalen Hurts isn't going to run. This is the Super Bowl, man.
Everyone runs.
They'll inject these guys with
Matt
whatever
Stafford
they need
would
to.
run.
Right. They'll inject them. They'll be painkillers. You know, take a bottle of Advil if they've got to. And we've got an absolute legend coming up here now, and Hannah Storm. Hi, Hannah. So nice to meet you.
How are you guys?
I'm Patrick.
Oh, my God.
This
so
is
nice
Sterling.
Sterling.
Yeah.
Hey, Sterling, how are you? I love your suit.
Thank you so much.
Perfect for New Orleans.
That's
right?
what I thought, right?
Yeah,
it's
the seersucker.
It's a little like
I love
Kentucky Derby. But
it is kind of derby, but you know what I mean? That's New Orleans,
I think
right?
so too,
and it's
right?
in the 70s this week,
Yeah.
so let's go.
I need some gumbo and jambalaya in this bad boy.
Oh, yeah, man. I got the cowboy boots on. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
Love
you
that.
know, we're in New Orleans. You got to dive in.
Gotta dive in.
Yeah.
No, you're working with Myris, correct?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Myriad.
Yeah.
Myriad.com and the / know your history.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's super important, especially like we're at the Super Bowl. You guys probably have a lot of male listeners, right?
Sure.
I didn't realize. So I got breast cancer a year ago, right before the Super Bowl. I had surgery. And I was able to come back and work the Super Bowl for ESPN, which was really cool.
Yeah.
Super Bowl morning, host it. And so it was kind of like a goal. You know, when you're like going through surgery or a health crisis, you want to have like something on the back end, like I'm going to work towards this.
Yeah,
so it was
normalcy.
like Super Bowl 58. I want to host SportsCenter that morning.
Yeah.
And it was great. But one of the things I learned, you know, and I had no symptoms. I have no family history of breast cancer, was that you have to know your dad's side. You have to know not only your mom's history, but your dad's history when you're assessing your risks. So what we're trying to do this week is say, listen, when you're with your family, nobody wants to talk about like cancer, but unfortunately that's something that we inherit, right, in a lot of cases. Yeah. So you have to know like your parents, their parents, and then their siblings, your parents' siblings, and half siblings too, right? And so who had cancer? What kind of cancer did everybody have if they had it? Did they have ovarian, colorectal, or breast cancer? And then, so you just go on myriad.com / know your history, and you fill out this little questionnaire. Yeah. And then they'll tell you, should you maybe do some genetic testing, right? Genetic testing, by the way, is either a blood sample or saliva. It's paid for fully by insurance in 90% of the cases. It's just like not intimidating at all, and this will tell you what your risk level is for like 11 different cancers. It's really cool.
It's huge. And what's funny is you talk about how you don't always talk about it this time of year. You're talking football.
Yeah.
What's funny is, so my aunt, cousin, cousin.
Okay.
She's you know how
one of those.
Large family.
I got a giant family too.
And her cancer had come back, and so we've actually been talking a whole bunch about this now. She's doing well. It was stage 4, and then she had it back, but she's doing well. She's actually an Eagles fan. I'm from Kansas City.
Oh gosh.
So now we're having a big,
You have a thing.
We have a thing going now, and she's trying to guilt trip us in now. I'm like, Lynn, come on. I know what you're trying to do, Lynn.
Typical Eagles fan, by the way.
Right? Am I right?
Yeah.
But so for me, I'm really glad that you're doing this because it hits home for me with this. So
yeah, and I just think there's so much stuff that I didn't know, and I thought the last thing, I mean, they were like, you have cancer. I was like, what? Like, I've had 1 million mammograms, and again, I didn't have any history. I didn't have any symptoms, anything. I was just completely shocked. And then I understood this is also super important if you get cancer to do genetic testing, because it actually, the makeup of your cells, it's so important. It's like, what kind of surgery should you have? You know what I mean? How invasive should that surgery be? How should you take care of it? Do you need radiation? All those things you need to know. So you really do need to know your genetics.
Well, and it's great that we have this technology now where people can take advantage of it and get more information about their health, their history, what to look out for to be, even a preemptive strike of what they might be at risk for. So this is incredible. Please check it out.
You can do this at home, by the way.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody loves that. Like, if you don't want to go to your doctor and you don't want to do it there, you can do like a saliva test at home.
Cancer touches all of us,
It
unfortunately, and it's really important to fight it in any way we can. So it's amazing that you're doing this work. And speaking of work, you've covered just about every sport known to humankind. And of course,
I haven't done pickleball yet. Wait, come on, I haven't done that
we'll get
yet.
you out there. But I mean, and of course, as a host of SportsCenter, just an absolutely iconic program. We all grew up watching SportsCenter. Who is on your Mount Rushmore of SportsCenter hosts?
Oh, SportsCenter hosts. Well, I mean, oh my God, Dan Patrick. Stu is the guy. I mean, I work so closely with Stu's foundation, with his family. I mean, to me, Stu is number one. I think of Patrick and Olbermann, and incredible.
Yeah.
I think Chris Berman, unbelievable icon.
Yeah.
Linda Cohn.
Linda.
Wait, how many do I get on Mount Rushmore?
I think
Did I say 5?
Yeah.
I mean, just the history and the tradition of being there and being able to be there for as long as I have. And I do a lot of shows with Jay Harris, who's been there forever.
Yeah.
Steve Levy's here covering the Super Bowl, on and on. And some of our, people who've come there since I've been there have just been incredible.
Yeah.
The way they built up their careers.
Yeah.
Kevin Nagandi, Al Duncan are like fixtures on the 6, and Nicole Briscoe, Michael Eaves at night. And then I think Randy Scott and Gary Streisky have been unbelievable. I mean, the list goes on.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing to me how, the brand is a thing. It's one of the great brands in all of sports, but yet they keep, kind of like these dynasties that we see in football. They just keep retooling with just amazing talent, and yet the tradition is there of what's always been there. And so I'm really proud to have been part of what I consider one of the great franchises in television, period.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, listen, we only have a little bit more time with you, so we got to ask you about the game. The Eagles, they're trying to stop this Chiefs 3-peat attempt.
Yeah.
Who needs to step up if they're going to pull it off?
You mean for the Eagles?
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that, listen, if you're the MO, right, is like, are we going to make Jalen Hurts beat us, right? So if Spags is able to do what nobody has done and really contain Saquon, I mean, the thing that's really terrifying are the explosive plays, I think, with Saquon, and, one move and he's off. And I just think, I saw the Bills kind of run the ball, I felt like, at times in that AFC title game on Kansas City, and you're just thinking, okay, this can't happen on Super Bowl Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So I would think that if I just think Jalen, it's all on him. Like, is he going to be able to keep the defense honest?
Yeah.
And if Spags is able to dial something up to contain Saquon, is he going to be able to come back? Is he going to be able to make those explosive plays, beat you with his arm, beat you with his legs.
Yeah.
To me, it's on Jalen.
What
do you guys think?
I just love the fact that was exactly what I said before you came on.
Oh, really?
And so now that we have the same viewpoint,
Oh, yeah.
I just feel I feel way smarter now, Hannah.
You feel
I
smarter?
feel smarter, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I love the way that the Eagles had the early bye week in Week 5. And they were looking like the team that just had a terrible ending to last season for a couple of – right? They were like 2-2,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
They take that bye week, and they are like, you know what? We're going to become a running football team.
Yeah.
All right? Kellen Moore decides that. And then Vic Fangio had about 4 – they needed to. They had a new defensive coordinator, so they had to gel as a defense. Really, after that early bye week, they became a completely different football team in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And so I think their story this season is very cool, but I think the Kansas City three-peat is a story for the ages.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's history, and that would be a blast to see that happen.
Yeah. Well, we're all hoping for a great game. We got to let you get going, but check out myriad.com.
Yep.
Get tested. And just congratulations on your incredible career. I know you just won the Pat Summerall Award.
Yeah, I'm getting that on Thursday night.
Yeah, that's
How cool is
absolutely
that?
amazing.
Yeah.
So check out all of Hannah's incredible work on ESPN.
Thanks, you guys.
Yeah,
I
thank
hope you have
so
a
much
great
for
week
stopping
here
by.
in
Yeah.
New Orleans.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Appreciate it, Hannah.
Just
Take care.
run around in that seersucker, man. I love it.
I'm going to, and you in your cowboy boots.
Yes, yeah.
Bye,
yeah.
guys.
Take care. Thank you so much. Oh, what a pleasure that was. Hannah Storm, absolute legend in the industry. And like I said, she won the Pat Summerall Award.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always fun when players they see Hannah Storm and you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like that's who Fred Warner's coming
Fred
up.
Warner
and it's like,
is
but you see Hannah Storm and you're like, wow.
Yeah, yeah. Even Fred Warner's starstruck. I had so many more questions for her, but you bottleneck up here sometimes. And Fred's going to be working with Experian here. This guy.
Oh, let's see if we can make him give us a boost.
Right.
I want him to do the boost.
I want to find out about my credit score from Fred.
No, I want to hear him give me the boost.
This is a 4-time All-Pro linebacker. He's here to talk to us about Experian. Fred, how you doing, man? Patrick.
How you doing?
Sterling.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. Nice to meet y'all.
It is pretty fun. We're laughing. We're like, even like Fred Warner, you see Hannah Storm, and you're like, you gotta say hi to Hannah.
I mean, it's a legend right there.
It's like
you
that's
can't not say
who
hi.
we all grew up watching
That's right.
on SportsCenter.
That's right.
Yeah.
The fact that she even knows my name is like, oh wow,
it's cool.
You know who I am.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, Fred, you're here working with Experian, helping people, try to improve their financial health, keep more money in their pockets. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing with them?
Yeah, no. The whole thing with Experian is trying to save you time and money, trying to save everybody time and money through downloading their app, and they help you cancel subscriptions that just go unmonitored. But everybody falls victim to it, where you might download something, you get on a subscription, and then you forget about it, and then just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling, and then you're just paying for a subscription that you're not even using anymore. So they help you do all of that. They do all the work for you to help save time and money.
Yeah, Sterling's got
boost.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Experian boost.
There we go, baby.
Boost.
You probably get the Seersucker suit subscription service. You need to.
I probably need to cancel that one.
Yeah,
I
think you're good.
Right.
You only need a couple.
The suit looks great.
It's
No,
great,
I think
right?
it looks awesome. Yeah, you might want to keep that one. All the other ones, we'll have Experian help you with those.
Yeah.
So, speaking of sitting back, I don't want to say sitting back, but you get Robert Saleh back in San Fran. How exciting is that for you? All the success you had with him, obviously when he was there, went to New York. We'll talk about that in maybe a second, but now he's back as a DC in San Fran. How excited are you?
So excited. I can't even speak to how excited I am, because this is the guy that started it all for me. Was one of the main reasons for me being a Niner and doing well in this system. And he knows how to obviously coach his defense at a high level. We've been at the top, and I'm excited to get back to being at the top.
Yeah, he was fantastic when he was there with you guys in San Francisco. Great players on your defense for years now. Do you think you got a little bit of a raw deal in New York?
I mean, I only watched from afar, right? It was unique playing them this year, and being able to see him at midfield after the game, and just being like, man, just the admiration that we both have for one another, and how far of a journey we've both been through now. I think I'm going into year 8, and so the fact that our paths have now crossed back together in San Fran, it's almost like it was destined, right? For him to come back, get back being a defense coordinator, ultimately get that next step going forward.
Absolutely.
How difficult is it facing a team like Kansas City? Obviously, they're here now. You have Andy Reid, the mastermind. Patrick, Travis, the plethora of weapons they seemingly have. Is that one of the most difficult teams to go up against? What's your thought on KC?
Yeah, of course. You know, having played them in 2 Super Bowls and throughout the regular season, I mean, I think the word to describe it is just unorthodox. You know, you have this way of preparing for teams and players all week long to ultimately try to give yourself the best chance to win in the game. And it's just so much different from anything else you prepared for, you know, because with Andy Reid and the schemes that he runs, with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, the savvy that they both bring to the game and, like, just off-schedule type of plays. And on top of that, just having an outstanding offensive line, outstanding defense. Like, people don't talk about all those little things that they do have, aside from obviously the star players and the star coaching. You know, they're a complete package, right? And so that's why it's a tough team to beat.
You've been here a couple times now. It's circus, as you know. It must be really difficult you're trying to get ready for the game, but you got to do all these media obligations, opening night, and all that stuff. When we were talking to the players on Monday, our impression was that the Chiefs were pretty loose, and I mean, how could you not be? They've had so much success. They've won. They're playing with a little bit of house money. The Eagles, I wouldn't say that they were tight, but maybe a little bit more businesslike.
Right.
You've been in the same position as them, right? Getting a second crack at it. You're here. You're trying to get over the hump. How did you approach that second Super Bowl, having been there, you know, one time before?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the biggest thing I learned from the first Super Bowl was you got to play, and it sounds cliche and it sounds silly, you got to play a full 60 minutes.
Yeah.
We were up in that game the first time around. We're all on the sideline. We're happy as can be, right?
Yeah.
Thinking like, man, we're talking about who's going to win Super Bowl MVP, and we think we have the game. And lo and behold, they come back and they win it, right? Yeah. And so it's like the most gut-wrenching feeling in the world. So this time around, when we played them this time last year, was about just, man, staying present throughout the entire game, right? Yeah. Like, don't get too high, don't get too low. And it was a unique experience again, though. Obviously, we lost Dre Greenlaw, which is like my little brother.
Yeah.
And that was a humongous, just emotional dump in the game for myself. So trying to stay laser focused throughout the adversity was tough. And ultimately, we obviously didn't make enough plays to win. But that's what the game comes down to. Everybody looks into, you know, which team's more loose, which team's more business-like. At the end of the day, who makes more plays on Sunday, right? Who makes the least amount of mistakes, takes care of the football, takes it away, and capitalizes on their opportunities. That's what it's going to be about.
Comes down to a couple plays. How badly do you want to see Dre back in the Niners jersey next season?
Oh, man, as bad as anybody, right? I mean, that's the guy I feel like that has allowed me to ascend in this league is because of his ascension and the type of player that he is, how unselfish of a player that he is, how ferocious of a human being and a player that he is, right?
He hits.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and so people, they look at me, but like you can't see me without him, right? And so I hope we get him back.
What do you think separates you? I think if you did a ranking, you are the best linebacker in all of football.
I appreciate that.
But what do you do that you think separates yourself from every other player?
I mean, I try to just eliminate all weaknesses in my game, right? Like I try to be great at everything, whether it be the run game, the pass game, you know. And I developed this knack for getting the football, right, punching it out, getting it out of the air, you know, whether in interceptions and stuff like that. So I think takeaways is a big part of it. But at the end of the day, like I try to just shore up any weaknesses I do have in my game. So where a team looking at the film can't be like, oh, we're going to attack this guy this way, right? You just want to try to make sure that you're as complete of a player as possible.
Yeah. We got to get you out of here, but you got a prediction for how this thing's going to go down on Sunday? Who's going to pull it off?
It's hard to say, man. You know, the thing I keep saying is there's something to be said about having been there and done it, right? The Kansas City knows the recipe for winning this game, but that doesn't mean that the Eagles can't pull it off either. I think they're a loaded team. I think, you know, if Saquon does what he's been doing, then they have a really good chance of winning it.
Yeah. Awesome.
Nice Finn sitting right there.
I get it. We're going to stay right there on the truth. Ultimately, I hope they both lose.
Yeah.
That's what I've also been saying.
Yeah, we got
every
that
player has
Malik
said that.
Nabers
Can they
as
both
well.
lose?
There you
go.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. Fred Warner, on behalf of Experian, make sure you check out Experian. We appreciate you dropping by.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you next
Download
season.
Experian now.
Yeah. That is the great future Hall of Famer, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Fred Warner.
Yeah.
And
he knows.
Yeah, he knows it.
I do think it was really interesting how he talked about how, you know, no weaknesses in his game, and I think that's completely true. Zero weaknesses in his game. Now, I do know we got to get out right here, Patrick. We're going to wrap right now. Iain will be coming back with you in just one moment.
Yeah.
So for Arrowhead Addict, stay tuned to Stacking the Box coming at you right up now.
Appreciate you.
Hello, and just like that, we are back. Myself, Iain MacMillan, here, joined by Malcom and JT Gray. How are you doing today, JT? Doing well, doing well. Yeah, you are a member of the New Orleans Saints, obviously. We got to admit it right off the bat. I'm a Falcons fan. He's a Buccaneers fan.
That's tough.
So
Yeah.
we're behind enemy lines
We're
right now
behind
in New Orleans. Malcom, you got a question for JT?
Yeah, JT, I'd like to start out by asking you, what was the transition from Mississippi State, where you went to college, to the NFL? What was it like?
Oh, the transition, man, it was a big threshold from being a young man to a grown man, being able to prepare yourself and being able to be consistent each and every day inside of the building and outside of the building. I feel like that was one of the biggest challenges and the biggest difference from college to the NFL.
Awesome.
So you are here to represent New Orleans. Tell us a little bit about the city, what people can do who are here. I've been here a couple days. I've been so busy I haven't been able to get out and experience it at all. Don't tell people that I'm a Falcons fan. I got to try to hide that while I'm out there.
I'll try my best to protect you, bro. I'll try my best.
Yeah, don't tell them I'm a Buccaneers fan.
Yeah.
You know, we got to try and hide that too.
All right, I got you. I wouldn't do you like that.
Yeah.
But I would say number one would be going to the Superdome. You have to experience that, experience the vibe, the crowd. Number two, I would say Bourbon Street, the French Quarter area. You know, it's a great vibe out there. The culture here is amazing. You know, the people here are resilient and, you know what I'm saying, welcoming. And I feel like it's going to be a good experience if you come here and you're looking for that. And the next thing I would say is beignets. Come down here and get some great beignets, some etouffee, some crawfish broils, some, you know what I'm saying, some of those things, you know what I'm saying, get immersed in the culture of New Orleans.
I haven't had any yet. I haven't had any beignets yet, man. I'm still trying to see like where the hot spot in New Orleans to get the beignets on.
There's one in the French Quarter. I say Cafe Du Monde. Go get you some hot chocolate. I feel like it's great weather right now.
Cool.
Well, we haven't hit the summer yet, so you know what I'm saying. Go over there, get some hot chocolate, get you a great beignet.
Awesome, JT. I would love to ask you. You're just awarded for the third time All-Pro selection. What does that mean to you?
I'm blessed, man. I want to say that I wouldn't be able to get this if it wasn't for my teammates out there going out and doing that 111, staying committed and going out there, choosing me as a captain to go out there and lead them guys, and my coaches helping us, put us in a great position to go out there and be successful.
Yeah, the Saints had a pretty impressive special teams this entire season. What separated you guys on special teams, do you think, from the rest of the NFL?
Just going out there and playing for each other. Going out there and sacrificing and being committed and being consistent with our film study and just going out there and being accountable to one another.
Awesome, JT. One of your causes is mental health awareness. Have you ever been bullied? And if so, can you share advice for someone if they are being bullied?
Could you repeat that again?
I know one of your causes is mental health awareness. Have you ever been bullied? And if so, can you share advice for someone if they are being bullied?
I want to say when I was young, man, I was a small shrimp, bro. I didn't hit my growth spurt until I was sophomore in high school. And I would say just don't be afraid, you know. Just continue. Don't listen to what people have to say. It's okay to be different and continue to embrace your differences and just continue to live life, you know.
Awesome.
Yeah, I want to go back to special teams because, I mean, the win against my Falcons this season, it was almost like as if your special teams unit won that game for the Saints. And you obviously being one of the best special teams players in the entire NFL. Is that something you take a lot of pride in? Because that's kind of an underrated aspect of the game, is special teams.
I most definitely take pride in that, you know. That's 1/3 of the game, and a big play on special teams could mean that you could win or lose that game.
Right.
And if it does happen, if you get a big play and you're on the good end of it, chances are you're going to win that game. And I feel like going out there and knowing that at any moment, any time that I could go out there or one of my teammates could go out there and make a play and change the game. And I just take pride in that, man. And I love going out there, and I love going out there and doing it for the city and for my team.
If you weren't playing football as a career, JT, what would you be doing?
I said I'd be a pro bowler. I love bowling, bro. I love bowling.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that something you played your whole life? Is that a recent thing that you've gotten into bowling?
I started bowling when I was in college. We used to go out and do it for a team bonding event, and I just went out there. I started bowling straight, so you know what I'm saying. Go out there and I throw the ball down straight line.
Yeah.
Couldn't hit it. I'm a gutter king. You know what I mean? So I'm a competitive guy by nature. So I was like, man, I need to tone in on my skills so I can go out here and I can at least compete for, you know what I'm saying, just for bragging rights.
Have you bowled a perfect game yet?
I haven't. I was close, 285. Close, bro. And it's like I've been trying to chase that high ever since, bro. And I hit 285 like 3 years ago, but I've been consistently in the mid 230s. You know what I'm saying, 240, something
I'm
like
a
that.
bowler as well, and I've been bowling for 18 years as special moments, and I haven't had a perfect game yet.
You haven't had a perfect game yet?
Not yet.
And you said 13 years?
18.
18?
Yeah, 18 years, brother.
Bro, how many balls you got?
I got like 2 bowling balls, and my high game actually is a 190.
Whoa. See, when I'm in the lab like 4 times a week.
Yeah.
Really?
So, yeah, real talk.
Do other guys on the Saints bowl with you, or like do you have a club? Do you just go by yourself?
Sometimes I invite them out. I don't have a club, but I be in there like I do have a club.
Yeah.
We had like a little event this year early on before training camp. The wide receivers versus the DBs. So we went out there. You know, DBs went out there and dominated the wide receivers, and I invited them guys out. The guys came out, had a good time, went out there and bowled, and DBs finished with a dub.
You got to be the best bowler on the team.
They call me Kingpin.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a favorite stadium that you played in as a player this season, and why?
Favorite stadium?
Yeah.
Nothing better than the Dome, baby.
Let's go back to New Orleans for a second, because like I said, this is my first time here. I haven't gotten a chance to go out. We mentioned a few different foods. The one that I'm not a huge seafood guy, so the one I'm looking for is alligator. Have you had an alligator? Is there a spot to eat alligator? Is there a way to cook alligator?
Alligator tastes like chicken.
That's what I hear.
And I would say you can go to Acme. You can go really anywhere. They got alligator everywhere.
I never had alligator here yet. I got to try it.
Yeah, we'll go.
Alligator is pretty good, though. When I first got here, I was, you know what I'm saying, skeptical about it. But when I took my first bite, I was like, man, alligator pretty decent.
Yeah, Malcolm, tonight we'll go find a spot and have some alligator.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to try alligator night, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, overall, pretty disappointing season for the Saints. What does this offseason look like for the team? And do you guys have optimism heading into next season?
There's always optimism. You always want to step into the next season, your next phase with optimism, because that's the only chances you have to win.
I would love to get your thoughts on the matchup on Sunday between the Eagles and Chiefs. How do you see it?
It's a lot of different things that could happen. You know what I mean? I feel like it's going to be a great game. Both teams are going to go out there and give it their all. They're going to go out there and try their best to be productive. Unfortunately, only one could go out with the dub. I have friends, I have guys that's on both sides of the ball, so I'm rooting for both sides. I just want a great game.
You got an MVP non-quarterback for both teams?
Do I have an MVP for both sides?
Yeah, if you were to pick a Super Bowl MVP, a prediction on either side, but you can't say either quarterback, who would you say?
You say it wasn't a quarterback?
If you can't pick a quarterback, you have to go someone.
Yeah, it has to be non-quarterback for either the Chiefs or the Eagles.
Chiefs, I would say Chris Jones.
Okay.
And for the Eagles, I would say Darius Slay.
I like it.
I love it. Wow.
What does your offseason specifically look like these next few months? What are you up to?
Just preparing for the season, training, studying, just making sure I'm on top of my game as far as like just getting better outside of the field, you know. I'm interested in a lot of different things, being an entrepreneur, just finding ways to be productive and have value to other people that's around me in my circle and just making them better.
Who inspired you to be an entrepreneur? Like who inspired you? Did you have role models growing up? Like, shed some light on that.
I got a couple mentors. Like being in the NFL, like I accomplished that dream, and I'm living in the dream right now. And once you start living in that dream, you start having more dreams. And now I'm dreaming of other different things, and I see those people, they're doing other things other than football, and they're being successful at it. And I was like, man, there's other people out here that's doing other big things besides football, and being an entrepreneur was one of them. And I'm just looking at him, and I'm like, dang, like that looked cool, you know? And that sparked that interest in me, and I started to go down that path. And here I am right now. I'm steady walking along it. I don't know everything, so I'm out asking questions, doing everything that I could to be successful in that, just like I am in football.
Are you working with anyone at Radio Row? Are you just here to promote the city? What's your message here today?
What you mean?
Are you just here as a representative of New Orleans? Are you working with a sponsor at all? Or are you here to just let the people know what they can find in the city?
I'm here representing the New Orleans Saints.
What is your number one restaurant in New Orleans?
My number one restaurant. Oh, it depends on what restaurant you're talking about, because you can go in many different avenues. Like, you got to give me some, you got to break it down into a little bit more detail.
We were talking about alligator earlier. Is there a really good alligator spot? Like, if we were
Really
to
good.
go have some tonight, where should we go?
If you want to do that, you want to say oysters. Have you ever had oysters?
No.
So if you want to go down that avenue, I would say Dragos.
Dragos.
You go to Dragos and go get you some charbroiled oysters.
Fantastic. We'll have to check that out tonight.
How about some seafood?
Yes, best seafood spot.
Seafood. See, I go to a spot. It's called Landry's. It's out there by the lake. I get a snapper, and they got some great snapper out there. I go to Grand Isle. It's right around the corner from here. It's on Fulton Alley. You can go get you they got a goldfish smothered in their house sauce. Pretty good. Hey, when you go get it, go there. I want you to go there.
All right, we will. Done.
And they put it on a potato.
Ooh.
And it's not no regular potato. It's a unique style potato. They got the sauce. They put the red fish on top, or whatever fish it was. I normally get the drum. And they put it on this potato with a sauce, and they got spinach throughout it. Man, you gotta have it.
What's the name of the spot again?
Grand Isle.
Grand Isle?
Mm-hmm. Grand Isle.
We will check that out tonight. Malcolm, do you have one last question for JT?
JT, I just, as a football fan, what team impressed you this season prior to when the playoffs started? Was there a team that impressed you this season?
I would say the Commanders.
Obviously, yeah. Jaden Daniels, very impressive season. Thank you so much, JT, for joining us today. I
appreciate y'all.
Enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the week, JT.
Thank you.
JT Gray, New Orleans Saints. Hopefully won't throw us under the bus for being Falcons and Buccaneers fans this week. We'll keep that secret when we're out on the streets.
Right.
We got a lot of great guests coming up as well. David Montgomery should be joining us here shortly. Malcolm, how's your day going, man?
It's been going phenomenal. Iain, how about you?
Everything's going good. It's a busy day. I got to talk to Rome Adunze and DJ Moore a little bit earlier, a couple Bears receivers. That was fun. We got to check out some seafood tonight.
Yeah, definitely.
And some alligator. I gotta find
I gotta find an alligator spot here in New Orleans. I love trying new things. You know me. I just love trying new things here in the city of New Orleans.
Are you a seafood guy? Do you like seafood?
I'm pretty. I love seafood. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, alligator's good.
Yep.
I love some crawfish. Some oysters. I like to shuck oysters. That's cool. I mean, I love seafood.
Now you're a Florida guy. Is there a food that you like that's specific to Florida?
Specific to Florida, you got to go with key lime pie.
I love it.
Oh my gosh, key lime pie is to die for. Oh my gosh, you just have to go to Key West to go get some key lime.
Yeah.
Iain, I mean, key lime pie is my my jam.
I love it.
What about in Atlanta for you? What
well, I haven't been to Atlanta. I'm Canadian, so even though I'm a Canadian Falcons fan, so I have not been to Atlanta before.
What about New York?
So where am I? So what I'll say is where I'm from in Nova Scotia, which is on the east coast of Canada. It's famous for lobster.
Nice.
So if you're a lobster guy at all, that's the place to get it. Joining us now is the next guest, Detroit Lions running back David Montgomery here, partnered with the Boy Scouts. David, how's it going?
Good. It's scouting, not Boy Scouts.
Sorry about that. Scouting that you're with. I'm here with Malcolm. Do you have a question here for David?
Yeah, David, I want to ask you right off the bat. What do you think the Lions need to do to reach the Super Bowl?
Ooh, you coming out with some fire. I think ultimately, the evident answer, the most obvious, we need to finish. We haven't been able to do that, and we just need to figure out a way to do that, and I think we'll be just fine.
Awesome.
Do you think the running back position, I think this season specifically was a big year for running backs?
Sure.
Obviously yourself, Saquon. Do you think, how impactful was this season for running backs in terms of getting you the credit you deserve and the pay that running backs deserve?
Yeah, for sure. I think for a long time, like, running backs have been undervalued. And I think if you really take a look at every team has been to the Super Bowl, they all run the ball well.
Yeah,
and, you know, they need a running back who could be able to handle that, or one or two. But I think ultimately, like, the running back is one of the most important positions of the game.
Yeah.
With the change in offensive coordinator, do you see your role in the offense changing? And if so, how do you see the offense changing?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just ready and here for whatever our new OC needs, so that I can, you know, help this team win as much as possible.
Awesome.
So what does the offseason look like for you? Is it all about getting healthy at this point? Is it like at what point do you really start preparing for next season?
Yeah, so, I mean, you take a little bit of time back to yourself so you can kind of, like, recover and heal and, you know, kind of be, like, present in your family's life.
Right.
I think, like, this part of our season is about your family right now and being able to, you know, be around them and letting them see your face, because in the season, like, you can't really do that. But, like, it's been ready to pick up here soon, me getting back to training and handling my business so that I can, you know, get ready for the next season.
How does it feel to share the running back room with Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah, I think
Share
it's
about that.
Yeah, it's nice. You know, Jahmyr, he's a special talent. You know, you don't see guys like that walking around everywhere. But yeah, he's special. He's gonna keep growing. But I think I'm pretty special too in my own way. And I think us being able to complement each other, it keeps us healthy and it keeps us fresher for games.
Nice.
What was the process like coming back from that injury that you suffered mid-season?
Yeah, it was long. It was a super long process. But it was, you know, one of them processes that sat me down and allowed me to learn about where I was and where my feet were. And, you know, I'm grateful that I had that experience to be able to look myself in the mirror and say what I needed. And, you know, now I'm back and running, ready for the next season.
Last question I want to ask you before I let you go, David. Who's your team on Sunday, and who do you think is going to win between the Chiefs and Eagles?
My team on Sunday is the Detroit Lions, and I don't care who wins.
All right, tell us about your partnership.
Oh, yeah. So I am a brand ambassador for scouting, and I think that people have this misperception of what scouting is and what it brings to people. But I've been doing it since I was a kid, Cub Scouts to being always an Eagle Scout, and I can honestly say for myself personally, if it hadn't been for Scouts, there's no telling if I'd be here sitting with you right now. I think that's how important it was and how much I try to prioritize how important it was for me. And I think if anybody ever had a chance to put their kids in scouting and they want to learn more about it, you should. And if you need, you know, got any questions or answers, you can go to beascout.org and learn more. But I think without Scouts, I wouldn't be who I am today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
David.
David.
I appreciate that. Beascout.org.
Beascout.org.
Get people to check that out.
All right, man.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
There you go, David Montgomery of the Detroit Lions. Fantastic season for him. The Lions unfortunately came up a little bit short in the playoffs in that heartbreaking loss there
to the Commanders.
To the Commanders. He fought his way back from injury throughout the season, was able to return for the playoffs, but unfortunately, came up a little short there against the Commanders.
Now we got Danny Wuerffel on the set right now.
We do, yes. Joining us now, Danny Wuerffel, 1996 Heisman Trophy winner.
Hey guys,
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Great, Danny. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
So this is Malcolm here. Do you have a question here for Danny?
Yes, I do. I would love to ask you, Danny, what's your top 3 traits in having a winning quarterback?
Oh man, let's see. I think if you have somebody, you've got to have a level of mental toughness. You've got to be able to accept criticism. You've got to be able to bounce back when bad things happen. You've got to forget when you throw an interception. So there's got to be a level of mental toughness that you have. I think people talk, number 2, about being smart, but I would add to that not just how smart are you, but how fast is your processing speed. You know, some people can get to a right answer, but it takes them maybe 10 seconds, whereas the other person can do the same problem in 2 seconds or 1 second. You just have to process so much information. And then I think, you know, you've got to have a threshold of athletic ability and arm talent, so we won't even count that. But I would like to add a third one is how well can you inspire other people to be better around you? And that usually comes down to culture, How do you care about them? Do they know that you care about them? It's just a great leadership quality.
Awesome.
Great class of rookie quarterbacks this season in the NFL. Was there any that stuck out to you specifically, and what was it about them that kind of made them stick out?
Well, although I didn't get to see him play a lot, Jaden was just absolutely outstanding in what they did at Washington. And as a former Washington quarterback, it's great to see somebody get in there and do really well. I really, really admire him, not just for the way he plays. He's got a humble spirit. He seems to be a genuinely young man, so he's probably at the top of my list.
Danny, what was your number one high point of your collegiate career after winning the Heisman, and who was your favorite Florida Gator teammate that you played with?
Oh, man. Okay, so clearly would be the bookend of my career. One, the first kind of big play, I threw a touchdown with 8 seconds left, 28-yard touchdown to beat Kentucky as a freshman. But then to bookend that by beating Florida State here in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl to win the national title, that was by far the best moment. Man, I've got a lot of great teammates that were friends. My roommate was Jason Odom. James Bates was a great friend who's actually a professor now for my son at Florida.
That's awesome.
And then but Chris Doring, my receiver, is my guy. I usually stay at his house when I go back to Gainesville.
Nice.
He was an amazing receiver and a great guy.
Awesome.
What did you see from DJ Lagway and Billy Napier this season to kind of give you confidence in that program moving forward?
I think as a program, in this day and age when adversity hits, most programs are crumbling. I think that's because there's a little bit of lack of culture. I think there's a little bit of lack of character development. There's a lot of me first. So as long as things are going well, anybody can get along. As soon as you start losing games, your team can implode. And I think the fact that Florida turned the corner from having some bad things happen to finish strong is a testimony to Billy Napier. DJ Lagway, a guy must have like an old soul, because even though he's a freshman, he's mature. He's a great leader, phenomenal athlete. But I also think just inspires people. I think he's the reason the recruiting picked up a lot because of him. And so this is a very significant opportunity for the Gators with DJ and the team that we have going into this next year.
Speaking of that, Danny, what advice do you have for athletes that dream of playing the quarterback position? How can they get there, and what do they need to do?
Man, well, there's clearly the level of physical ability and arm talent. You got to be blessed with some height, although that can vary, but you can really work on the amount of coaching that's out there for throwing now is way better than when I played. In fact, I wish when I was in high school, I had some of the support for the throwing mechanics that they're doing now. So I think that's one. I think you're going to have to, find yourself a good program to be a part of. It's hard to develop in isolation, and a lot of different off-season work. But also, what you got to do? You got to pass your classes. Some of the best high school kids I knew didn't make it to college because of off-field issues like not passing their classes or making some bad choices.
Right.
Now, I'm Canadian. I love the CFL. I know you played in the NFL. You played in NFL Europe. Was there ever any possibility of you coming up north and playing in the CFL at all?
It never came up. I played through those 7 years, and by the time I was done in the NFL, I was ready to be done. I had some other things I was looking forward to in the nonprofit space that I moved on towards. So, had I not made an NFL team earlier, perhaps I might have tried that, but I was ready to hang up the cleats.
Oh, Danny, I would love to ask you this one. What was the most shocking thing to you in going from college to the NFL? Was it training? Was it learning the playbook? Was it coaching? What was the difference to the college team chemistry to the locker room team chemistry?
Man, that's a really good question. To me, the speed of the game is probably the biggest thing, but not so much like the speed of the receivers. I was thrown to some pretty fast guys in college, so my sights didn't have to change. But the speed of the interior linemen and the linebackers on a defense was so fast. They could cover so much space. There's also, I think, better disguising of the defenses because they had more time to practice it. So you were never quite sure what you were gonna see. I think it's a little bit tougher to build a culture with guys that are there and leaving. Every NFL team is changing every year, and there's a lot of money at stake. So it's a little harder to build the chemistry, but I still felt like we had some great opportunities to do that too in the NFL.
Great.
You mentioned your work in the nonprofit space. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so the Wuerffel Foundation is, we're exist to inspire service and unity in the world. We have a college football award for community service. Nick Dawkins from Penn State just won that this year. And then through our foundation, we partner with other groups to try to make the world better. And actually today, we're talking about a new partnership with IS Nation, which is an online platform, kind of bringing the love of sports and relationship and building a healthy online community. There's a lot of unhealthy places online to go. Yeah. IS Nation is a place where just positivity can thrive. And then Huddle for Health is kind of coming out of the NFL Alumni Health Associate group, and they're really creating some more education, awareness, and services for health. And they're actually going to then put so much of that on the IS Nation platform. So you can download the IS Nation app right now and get part of that community. And the Huddle for Health is there, and the Wuerffel Foundation trying to inspire service and unity. So keep staying busy.
And I encourage everyone to check all that stuff out. Do you have one last question, Mel?
Actually, yeah, I have one more before we wrap it up. Have you ever been bullied in your career? Because I have, and it's good to hear how athletes like you deal with bullying. And what advice can you give others who are being bullied, and how do they overcome it?
Oh man, that's a fantastic question. I was teased at different times for different things. I think hopefully you can develop sort of that like those duck feathers where, if you don't need to get it, it'll just slide right on off. But that's really hard. I think you have to develop an internal fortitude, and usually it's hard to do by yourself. It usually comes from other people that built up and kind of empowered you to be able to be in that space. It's a sad world. Now we've got bullies that can bully you without even coming near you. They just do it online.
Right.
And there's a lot of hate that can be spewed. But I think those of us that want to make a difference can rally together. There was a kid picking on another kid. I got a call. My son got sent to the principal's office because he knocked a kid down, and I was initially really upset at him. But the other kid was picking on a young girl, and he just kind of stepped in to protect her. So then I was proud as I could be. And I think whether it's defending someone verbally or even just standing in the way if someone's doing something, we all can do something to make a difference. What about you? I want to know, what would you say? How can you help teach people in that regard?
I would say don't stoop to their level, and just tell somebody, just tell somebody, like a parent, someone, someone that's older than you, so that way, they could tell you, they could tell you what you need to do, and not have that fear of, I don't want to tell somebody because then I'll be called a snitch or something like that. Because they'll say snitches get stitches. That's what.
It's hard. Unfortunately, that's a tough conundrum to be in. I just think I like to think. Usually, if somebody is bullying someone, it's because there's a lack inside of them. There's a deficiency. There's an insecurity.
Right.
And because they can't handle that, they have to take it out. And sometimes that can at least be helpful to understand.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Danny.
Hey guys, really appreciate it. Great questions.
Enjoy the rest of the week. Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of the week, Danny.
All right, Malcolm. That's it for your shift. I think you're going to be back on a little bit later here with Sterling, but we're going to swap you out for Wyatt, and then we'll have Kyle Rudolph here joining us.
Yep, I'll see you. Yep,
we'll see you in a little bit, Malcolm.
See you guys in a little bit.
All right, and we'll have Wyatt joining us here again. Special treat for him as a Vikings fan. He gets to talk to Kyle Rudolph here in a moment. So. Hi. Anne-Marie. Hey, nice to meet you. Cool. Yeah. Bye. Good to see you again.
You too.
Good to have you back.
Yeah.
You're on my other side now.
Yeah, I guess so.
Are we live now? No? Yes. We are back here with Anne-Marie, Kyle Rudolph. Wyatt is joining me now. Malcolm out, Wyatt in. We'll start right there, Wyatt. You are a Vikings fan, so you get to talk to a Viking now, and Kyle Rudolph. Take it away.
Hey, Kyle, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you, Wyatt?
Good. So I was a Vikings fan. You know, you played for 12 seasons. I watched you when I was in high school and beyond, and big fan of yours. But I do want to ask you, what do you think of the Vikings season this year?
I think it was a year in which a lot of Vikings fans came into with little expectations.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of Vikings fans thought, the transition from Kirk Cousins, potentially a rebuild year. The term competitive rebuild gets thrown around a lot in Minnesota Vikings talk. Yeah. So I think they completely exceeded expectations. I don't think many people saw Sam coming in and playing the way he did. Unfortunately, with that, when you exceed expectations change.
Yeah.
And you win 14 games, and then you have the back-to-back losses at the end of the year, and everyone's disappointed. So
right.
I think if you would have told Vikings fans going into the year, we're going to go 14-3 and make the playoffs, people would have been ecstatic.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the way it works out, Vikings fans once again are left disappointed. I say we because now I'm in that category. We have been, it seems like, the entire length of our fandom.
What do you think the Vikings need to do to reach that point of being a Super Bowl contender?
Well, the quarterback position will be number one, top priority. It always is. Obviously, you have J.J. McCarthy that you just drafted in the top 10. Is he ready to be the guy? He didn't have a rookie year like most where he was able to practice and be around and be in meetings because he was rehabbing from the injury. Do they let Sam go? Do they pay Sam? So what happens at the quarterback position, I think, is first and foremost the top priority. And then I think that will determine, kind of salary cap, how much money they have left over, and just continuing to get good football players in the building. I think they've done a great job over the last handful of years bringing in guys that can really make a difference. You see it. You don't necessarily want a bunch of guys playing in the Pro Bowl. You want guys playing this week.
Right.
But, you see the recognition of talent on that roster with the number of Pro Bowlers that they had. Quarterback position is key.
Now, Anne-Marie, you are a registered dietitian. Talk to us about your work with Kyle.
Yes, I am the CEO of Gen Youth. We're a national nonprofit. Our mission is to help ensure school children thrive by living well-nourished and physically active lives. Kyle is one of our esteemed board members, and he's here with us this Super Bowl week because we're preparing to host the Taste of the NFL on Saturday. It's the largest philanthropic event here at Super Bowl, and while it's a phenomenal party, and we'll talk more about the fantastic food and the football players who will be there, Kyle and I are just so proud of the event because the proceeds come back to Gen Youth, and we give them to schools in all 32 club markets across the country to help end student hunger.
So, yeah, it's incredible the ability that we have to bring food and football together. They always go hand in hand, and to be in this market in New Orleans, having the opportunity to highlight a bunch of really incredible chefs, the incredible cuisine of New Orleans, all while doing it, making a lasting impact. As Anne-Marie mentioned, the net proceeds will go directly back into this New Orleans community and all 32 NFL communities across the country. So the proceeds will make a huge impact on students all across the country. And I think people just assume that food insecurity is something that we don't deal with here in the the United States. Right. It's America. That happens in third world countries. And 1 in 5 kids are food insecure and don't necessarily know where they're going to get their next meal from. So the proceeds that we're able to raise through this incredible event with some of the top chefs in the country and some former NFL players, current NFL players, we have a good time. And we eat a lot of really good food. So if you guys aren't doing anything Saturday from 4 to 7, I highly recommend you come check it out. But just know that the impact that we're making is what truly is important.
We say it's about eating well while doing good. And the event is presented by PepsiCo Foundation, Frito-Lay, and Quaker. And again, we have entertainment. We'll have a second line, all the New Orleans flair with the music, the food. We have some of the top restaurants in New Orleans participating. We have Restaurant Revolution, Brennan's, the Palace Cafe, Zazu. We also have Dakar Nola. And then again, the food scene here is so much about the culture. We will have shrimp and grits. There's a red velvet lobster mac and cheese. Ooh. Crab meat cheesecake, We have savory beignets with brisket. There's over 30 food stations, and just to name a few of the desserts, again, you can't come to New Orleans without enjoying Brennan's Banana Foster, so that will be there. We'll have a Quaker Oats a dessert cake with pralines, so you will not go hungry. And again, it's a phenomenal evening, but at the end of the day, it's really about leaving a legacy and leveraging the platform of the Super Bowl weekend to do good here in New Orleans and across the country.
So in Special Olympics, we deal with like a lot of health stuff now, and so you think like no matter if you're a professional athlete or just someone that wants to play sports as a kid, health doesn't just help you in sports, but would you say it just helps you in your everyday life to like try to stay healthy, whether you play sports or not? Like you should be
right,
healthy.
and for kids and young adults, good nutrition, especially starting the day with a healthy meal, and not only is good for you physically, but it's also good for you academically. Kids in school do better on reading and math tests. There's less absenteeism, less visits to the nurse's office. Kyle and I were talking about this earlier. How do you feel when you haven't eaten breakfast or you skip a meal? Most people aren't paying attention. They get hangry. And we want to make sure that children are nourished and ready to learn so they can be their best selves. And that's really what this event is all about. And Kyle knows firsthand as an athlete how important nutrition is, not only for athletic performance, but also the physical and mental as well.
So Kyle, did you start learning about nutrition way before the NFL, like in high school, or did you not know until college?
For me, nutrition kind of became a part of my life in high school. I was a tall, skinny basketball player that, it didn't matter how much I ate. I wasn't going to be able to put the weight on that I needed to put on to play tight end. And so I really started learning more about nutrition and understanding the importance of nutrition as an athlete. And that was kind of along the same time that recovery really started becoming very predominant in, it wasn't just about training.
Right.
You don't just train and practice, you got to recover as well. And nutrition is such a huge part of that. And Anne-Marie touched upon it before. Nutrition goes far beyond just the physical piece. I think about it on days where, as a kid, maybe I chose that extra 15 minutes of sleep instead of getting up and having breakfast before I left for school. And when you don't have breakfast, it's really hard to sit in class all day and pay attention and focus. And unfortunately, for 1 in 5 kids in our country, that's the case every day if it's not provided for them at school. So the proceeds from this event will go into the 32 markets across the NFL. A lot of it will stay here in this New Orleans community so that there's an impact far beyond just the big game on Sunday.
I want to talk to you about football, a couple more questions here. You're Fighting Irish. Got as far as they could have gone. Heartbreaking end of the season. Your thoughts on Notre Dame's season as a whole and optimism for the future?
I think there's a lot of reason to be optimistic moving forward, and what Marcus is doing there at Notre Dame, what he's built, the way he's doing things, the caliber of players he's now bringing in year after year. And obviously a disappointing finish to the season, but when you think about how difficult it is now to make it to the College Football National Championship, having to win 3 playoff games before that, beating teams like Georgia and Penn State. In the past, we never beat Georgia. And to go toe-to-toe with a team like Georgia here in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl, I think it really just is a testament to the program and where it's at. But I think it also can be a springboard to continue to build on. Notre Dame hasn't really been relevant in a long time. Haven't won a national championship in my lifetime, 35 years. So now it's like there's been so much history and tradition around the program that it's brought back to that relevance that we all know it deserves. And I think it's a huge testament to Marcus, to the guys in that locker room, to his coaching staff, and I'm excited about the future.
What do you think of the playoff format? Did you like how college football did the playoff format? Or should they do it like the NFL?
I love the college football playoff format. I love the 12-team playoff. Certainly it's the first year in doing it. I do think you can poke some holes in it. I don't love the conference champions just automatically getting a bye. I think that was great when you had the Pac-12 and there were 4 good conference championship games being played. But when you look at the conference realignment and the Big Ten and the SEC being so massive, and there's so many good teams that have to play each other throughout the course of the year. You look at a team like Ohio State. Anne-Marie's a Buckeye, so she's happy from the college football playoff. But you look at an Ohio State team, if Oregon was still in the Pac-12, you have Ohio State and Oregon probably both as conference champions getting a bye, and Oregon doesn't have to deal with Ohio State in their first playoff game in the Rose Bowl. So I'd love to see the opportunity to have, maybe the seeding work out a little differently. I don't understand why we have a committee. Like, what's the point of having a committee so people can have their opinion? So 1 year, there's different criteria. This year, that's important. Next year, something else is important. The BCS computers are great. That wasn't the problem with the BCS. The problem with the BCS was the number 3 team was always pissed that they missed out. So basically, unless you had 2 undefeated teams, it didn't work. But what it does do is it takes the human element out of it. Rank the teams from 1 to 12 from the computers. Yes, if you win your conference championship, you get in. That's great. But you're still seeded based on the computers, and let the top 4 teams get a bye like they should. So we'll see. They'll continue to improve it, but it's hard to argue with how entertaining and awesome it was having all those college football games as opposed to just meaningless bowl games that guys aren't playing in anymore.
I got one last question for you. How impressive was Brock Bowers' rookie season as a tight end? Because generally you don't see tight ends explode in their rookie season and produce at that level because you have so many different things you have to work on as a tight end early in your career.
It was extremely impressive. I will say, when you watch Brock Bowers as a freshman and sophomore at Georgia, you knew he was going to be an impact player in the NFL, and he'd be a first-round pick. Probably could have been a first-round pick after his freshman year. But for Brock Bowers to not only put up the numbers he put up as a rookie, but also doing it on a Las Vegas Raiders offense with so much turnover at the quarterback position, with really no other pass catchers around him to take some of the pressure off once Devontae Adams moved on to New York. Week in and week out, if you're playing the Raiders, you know there's one guy you have to take away. It's Brock Bowers. And, he'd go out there week in, week out, have incredible production. So doing that, I don't care what year it is for you in the NFL, is very impressive. And to do it as a rookie was just that much more impressive.
Well, thank you two so much for joining us. Let the people know where they can find out more about your great cause.
Yes, organization is Gen Youth. You can Google GENYOUTH. And if you're in New Orleans and want to come to Taste of the NFL, there's tickets available on Ticketmaster and tasteofthenfl.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we got Warren Sapp, who's going to sit here with us in a moment. Obviously, Super Bowl champion. Going to talk a little golf with Warren Sapp here as well, so that'll be interesting. And I'm going to get his thoughts on some defensive stars that could stand out on Sunday, including Chris Jones. I think Chris Jones is going to have a big game against the Eagles. He kind of has to stop Saquon Barkley.
He's the key piece to the Chiefs' defense, so I think I'll be interested to see his take on Chris Jones, and I'm interested to see his take on what it was like for him playing in the Super Bowl when he played.
Absolutely.
All right.
Hey, Warren, how's it going?
Hey.
How's it going, Warren?
Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Warren. We appreciate it. No headphones, just the mic.
All right, then make sure. Don't want to cheat yourself.
Yeah, so I'm here with Wyatt. Wyatt, go ahead.
So I guess I want to ask you, now you're a coach. So before you became a coach, what coach do you think about impacted your life growing up and helped you shape the player and coach you are now?
I got to go all the way back to my high school coach, Coach Gurley, at the Blue Darters, Parker Blue Darter, Coach Gurley. If it weren't for him, I would have never got to Miami. I'd have never got to Miami. And then when I got to Miami, Dennis Erickson, Bob Carmelowitz, and Ed Ogeron convinced me to switch from tight end over to defensive line. So, and with those two, we go over to Tampa, and then it's Rod Marinelli. Tony Dungy molded me. Monty Kiffin molded me. Yeah, Mike Tomlin molded me. Joe Barry, yeah, all of them. Every last one of them touched me in a little way, in a little special way. I take a little piece from every last one of them. Like when I'm at Colorado now, I take a little bit from all the coaches that I'm around, because this was my first year around. and I didn't know what was going on, so I was stealing everything from them.
How different is that experience as a coach compared to being a player? It's got to be.
The worst is game day.
Really?
And we play prime time in Colorado, so
yeah. Oh yeah.
I wake up at 4:30 in the morning like I'm late for work.
Yeah.
And now we talk about 12 hours. I'm just at 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
The game ain't until 6:30 or 8. It is. I've calmed down a little bit now, but
Yeah.
I'm telling you, because I'm so used to I handle this.
Yeah.
I can't do anything about it, so I just gotta just calm down, relax. It's so tough.
I've heard people say that it's like more stressful
Oh,
when
way
you're
worse.
on the sidelines
Way worse.
than being in the
Way
game.
worse because I can't handle it.
Because
I can't do anything about
Yeah.
it. That's why you see me on the sideline yelling, "Don't jump outside!" like a madman. Because they'll do it. They'll do it. The kids do the damnest things. They will do it. So I just making sure they're on point, and our call in our room is do right. If you do right, everything you want will come back to you.
For sure.
Yeah.
So you've played in this big game for the Super Bowl. What was it like for you as a player coming here and playing in your Super Bowl that you won?
You know what? Ours was so fast because we were the last team to go straight from a championship game to a Super Bowl. It was 7 days later. We were the last team to do that in 2003. We were the last team to do that. So it was a whirlwind. We left the coaches back in Tampa. John and them stayed back in Tampa to put a game plan together, and then they got on a plane and flew across the country. Yeah. Trust me, we had no time to even think about it. We had no week in between and then the week leading up. No, it was six days later, you're at it.
There must have been way less media that you had to do as a player compared to now, because I'm seeing these. I feel bad as a member of the media sometimes. These players got days of being
You know how much? Boy, I wished it was like that when we was there.
Oh, really?
Really?
You can make yourself a global brand.
Yeah.
That's true.
Do you think some players don't necessarily take advantage of
They all
that
do.
opportunity?
They all do. They all got their little networks and little yes men and their followers and whatever. Yeah, they care about 4 things: views, likes, follows, comments.
Yeah, of course.
The OnlyFans models made more money than the NBA.
That's unfortunate.
No, that is what it is.
It is what it
That
is.
is what it
That
is, but it's understand
Don't
that
hate
you
the
can
player,
turn
hate the
yourself
game.
into a real brand.
Yeah.
So go perform and be sociable. That's why it's called social media.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Go out and say hello to the people. It's a beautiful thing. And especially go see the Special Olympics over in Orlando. No doubt.
Yeah. So what was your relationship like with other quarterbacks that you went up against and dominated? Like Brett Favre, what was your
They all taste like chicken.
Yeah?
I treat them all the same. They all taste like chicken. You just beat them up and bang them up, throw them in the bag, and then look for the next one.
Do you think we've gone too far the rules in terms of protecting quarterbacks? Because the roughing the passer calls in some games have gotten a little
The one with Pat Mahomes, he just got to get at a better angle and he'll see.
Right.
He was lazy. He was right behind him. If he'd just stepped to the side where he can actually see if his helmet hit him. But we got lazy orthodontists, dentists, and insurance salesmen that'll come into the game. I want it to be a professional thing. Let's hold them to a professional standard.
Right.
Let's grade them. And these are our refs, not a dentist Monday through Friday, and then you get on a plane on Saturday and go to an NFL stadium.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
I agree. I mean, part of my issue with the whole quarterback thing, some of them, and we've seen a little bit from Holmes, is they will try to bait players to hit them before they go out of bounds. Like they'll go to the sidelines, they'll act like they're going to go.
I got this for you. Just remember, when there was only like 1 or 2 black quarterbacks, they would let them assault them.
Right.
Yeah.
And then get all the calls for Brady and the other ones. So it's tit for tat, but we just got to put him in better position. The ref was right behind him. You see the camera. He's right there. He can't see.
Yeah.
He can't see it. If you can't see, you can't make the call.
Right. Fair enough.
So what should we be expecting from Colorado this upcoming season?
Oh, I've loaded the gun barrel with some new gunpowder, and we're ready to go.
All right.
We got 7 home games. 7 and 5. 7 at home, 5 on the road.
Talk about your work with the James Hardy Pro Football Hall of Fame invitation.
James Hardy is the #1 brand of siding in America, and what they're doing is coming together with the Hall of Fame and PGA champions, and we're going to play a pro-am down in Boca Raton, Florida on March the 31st through April the 5th, and we're going to throw in a bunch of birdies, and James Hardy going to throw in a bunch of money so we can donate it to the Habitats for Humanity. So a wonderful time, a wonderful cause, and great people coming together.
Is there a place people can go to check that out a little bit more and find out some more information?
JamesHardy.com, or where can they go to get more information about the James Hardy? JamesHardyInvitational.com. There we go.
you have gotten into golf a little bit in post-career. That seems to be a
No. I used to play golf when I lived on a golf course. I lived on a Jack Nicklaus course in Avalon, Tampa. Don't do that.
Sorry. NFL players as a whole, generally, some of them don't pick it up until after their career. Is there something that about golf specifically that kind of brings out that competitive side of football players?
I don't know who that is you're talking about, because if it is, he's blind, dumb, and stupid.
Yeah.
The biggest business deals in the world happen on a golf course.
Yeah, true.
The biggest charities in the world are on a golf course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you get to write that thing off, because you get 18 foursomes.
Yeah.
And then you can turn it into 36 and make them go double up with an A and a B group. Trust me, my man. Golf course is where the business gets done.
Wyatt, do you have one last question for Warren?
Yeah, so when you're coaching, what do you hope that, besides winning the games, what's success for coaching for you?
My goal is to present the national championship trophy to the first African-American coach in mine, Deion Sanders. I want to put it in his hand. And to do that, I'm going to have to assault the other quarterback. I like that job subscription for myself and my boys. So if we assault that quarterback, we got a much better chance of winning this game, because I'm the QB killer. I know nothing else.
Real quick, are you a better golfer than Deion?
Yes, he has no chance. But I'm trying to be a better fisherman than him, and that's what we write. That's what we get a good competition. We go fish, we go catch fish, and that's what our competition is.
Sweet.
Yeah, because he only got 8 toes now. We ain't doing no more running or nothing like that. We gonna stand on the bank and throw that thing and go get us some fish. That's what we do. We fish together.
All right.
And then, Lat, we just need a Super Bowl prediction from you.
Yeah.
I don't see anything in my mind, my analyst prediction on a wall or in a stat that says Pat Mahomes is going to lose this game.
Yeah.
He lost his one Super Bowl. That was down in Tampa. I don't think he's going to lose
I
another
agree.
one.
I've picked against Mahomes too many times, not going to make that same mistake again. Yeah, thank you, Warren. I appreciate it, man. Hey, take care.
I'm coming to you. I keep telling people, tell me what is in your mind.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a Raider, and I call the Broncos the donkeys and the Chiefs the Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Chefs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still not betting against him.
I'm a believer now.
Oh, he's a killer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, take care, Warren. I appreciate
Warren.
it. Warren Sapp, great guy. Great interview.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, at some point, you just have to not pick against Mahomes. I saw the light too late, Wyatt.
Yeah.
And you've been on the Mahomes train for a while. You've been on the Chiefs train for a while. You've been picking them.
It's like you got to pick them until they lose. Like,
right.
I mean, and like the one Super Bowl they lost, like people are like, is he better than Brady? I mean, right now I'd say yes, because his career's not over yet.
Right.
But also Brady beat him, so it's like, but if his career ends and Brady's the only one in front of him, I think that's pretty good. Or maybe he'll pass him, but we won't know till after Sunday. So.
It is crazy to me. There's actually a stat that I found out, Wyatt. It's an advanced analytics called EPA per play. There's a mark that Mahomes has done in seven different playoff games, 0.5 EPA per play. The next closest quarterback has done it in 3 playoff games, and that's Tom Brady. So in the biggest moments, Mahomes shines and has his best performances all the time.
Oh, yeah. And I think, do you say, part of that's Andy Reid? Yeah. But
sure.
Brady had Belichick, so it's a team game.
Yes.
So I think that Reid couldn't do it without Mahomes, and Mahomes can't do it without Reid. And as long as those two are together, you got to pick them for the Super Bowl until they lose. So.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Coaching obviously plays a huge role, especially in winning these games. I mean, Steve Spagnuolo, we've talked about him a lot these past couple of days. I think he might just be the greatest defensive coordinator of all time, and I keep bringing it up. It's that performance against the undefeated Patriots, which a lot of people would say the best offense of all time, and Steve Spagnuolo kept them to, 14 points?
Yeah, it's 14-17 was the
17-14,
final.
yeah.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, the last play against the Bills, they send, the corner blitz, and no one saw that coming at all, but it was a great defensive play because you had to surprise them because, I mean, you can't let Josh Allen just go down and score. And, I mean, even though the Bills lost, Holmes is still going to have Allen and Burrow and those guys on his back. And I think that's what drives him, though, is competition.
Yeah, you're exactly right. What do you expect, Wyatt, from the Chiefs' running game on Sunday, which is a little bit of an interesting case because we expected when Isaiah Pacheco was going to come back on the field healthy that he was going to kind of take over the primary role, but now we've kind of seen Kareem Hunt get a few more carries than Pacheco.
Yeah, I would kind of go with Hunt just because he did better last game. Pacheco has been injured, but you never know with Reed. He could switch both in. every other possession or one plays one quarter, one plays the next. But I'm going to go with Kareem Hunt. I thought he had a good game against the Bills, and I feel like Reed, though, will find a way to use both running backs.
Yeah.
What is crazy is both running backs, those guys, and Mahomes running the ball. So I think the running game will be fine, but that definitely is something you have to watch for, especially going up against Eagles. So
yes. And we have our next guest joining us here now, Gervy Alota. Hello, sir.
Hello. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm Ian. We got Wyatt here.
Wyatt, how are you,
next
brother?
to me.
Good.
Former Navy football player. I guess let's just start right there. Thoughts on Navy's football season?
Oh, my goodness. It was an amazing season. I'm glad that we were able to get back to the winning side against Army. It was it was an impressive show from the very beginning. We were underdogs. We came back from, just a lot of skeptics, a lot of folks that didn't believe in what we could do, and we smashed them. So it was awesome. It was great. And then beating a SEC team in the Armed Forces Bowl, Oklahoma, was a huge way to close out the year.
Yeah, that's massive, yeah.
How is the Army-Navy game just different from all the other college football and even pro games?
Yeah, so I think when you think about all the rivals in college football, they're all pretty regional, right? But when you think about the Army-Navy game, it's worldwide. You have soldiers and sailors deployed all over the world that tune in just to watch this game, and across the country. The pageantry is unmatched. You have the entire brigade of midshipmen versus the Corps of Cadets, all in each other's faces, yelling at each other. That's the competition within the competition. So it's just a great environment. And if you've never experienced the Army-Navy game, you guys got to go, because it's something that it's like it should be on every athletic. If you love sports, it should be on your dream list.
Both teams, Army and Navy, obviously had fantastic seasons. Do you feel like we're kind of hitting a point where those teams are going to be real national competitors in the coming years?
Ooh, that's a great question. I don't know if we're there quite yet, only because, with the transfer portal, NIL, it kind of puts us back a little bit. But one thing that we do have going for us, we're together for 4 years, right? You have players that are committed to each other. There's no NIL money. There's no transfer portal. And if you do go to transfer portal, you're out of the service, right? And people understand that there's a very small percentage that go play at the next level in the pros, right? So they know that if they graduate from the Naval Academy, they have a guaranteed, secure job leading sailors, leading people, and it's probably not an opportunity that they want to pass up. So with the odds against them, I don't know if we'll necessarily continue being nationally ranked. I sure would love to, and I think right now we're primed and prepped for it because we have an amazing quarterback with an amazing offensive line. And I think at where we're at in this day and age, if you have a quarterback that can make that option offense run, then you're going to have success.
But I think what you said is it can't be understated. Where now with the transfer portal, this is an advantage that schools like Army Navy have, where, like you said, they're together for 4 years. There's something to be said for that chemistry and playing with the same guys year in and year out. That other schools now might be in a little bit of a disadvantage in that area because of the transfer.
Yeah, when you think about the majority of the starters are juniors and seniors, and they've been through the system. They know the coaching staff. They know the team kind of camaraderie, and they know they've all bought into the system. So when it's their time to shine, they know exactly what is expected out of them. And they got role players that know their role. So that's something that a lot of these big-time schools don't get an opportunity to experience. You get first-year quarterbacks that are in the transfer portal expecting to take their team to victory on day one. And, there's some really studly athletes that are able to do that. But in an environment like Navy, we just don't have that opportunity. But what we're missing out on that kind of studly athlete is we get that strong team bond, just like on a Navy ship or on a SEAL team platoon. It's people bonding together, same common goal, one task, one mission.
What was it like for you when you first went into the Navy, and what was kind of a shell shock for you as a young teenager playing football but also learning to be in the Naval Academy?
So it was always my goal, or my dream, to get out of the Navy as soon as possible because I wanted to coach, I wanted to teach, I wanted to be a positive influence in young people's lives. And when I realized that when I first got to my first ship, I was doing everything that I wanted to do. I was inspiring, I was leading, I was mentoring young sailors. So everything that I wanted to do in life, I was doing it in the Navy. So then I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to go to the next job, and then if I don't like it, then I'm going to get out, right? But it was the same thing. I was mentoring, inspiring. I was leading people, doing all the things that I wanted to do, but on a larger scale with more people. And then so, what started off as just a 5-year commitment ended up 28 years later. I'm still wearing the uniform. I'm still waking up every day excited to get after life with a smile on my face, knowing that I have a huge opportunity to impact people in positive ways.
Did I read correctly that you were on an episode of Fear Factor?
I was, yeah.
Tell me about that. That's wild.
Yeah, so I did it as a all-military Fear Factor, and they had to up their game, right? Because, you have a lot of military folks that aren't scared of much. Right. So, so I think they upped the, the events and, the different stunts to a whole different level. And we were able to come out on top. The eating stunts were pretty wild and epic. And but I eat anything, right? Like I eat Navy chow, so there's nothing that I wouldn't eat. And we were able to kind of dominate all of those events.
Was that Army versus Navy as well?
It was Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. Joe Rogan hosted it.
Yeah.
Amazing man, like a guy that I look up to. And it was all 4 services. And it was funny because, after the first event, it's usually whoever does the poorest is eliminated.
Right.
Well, it was a different spin. It's whoever won that event got to select who goes out.
Ooh.
And we were second. And it was only because it was like a strategic error on our part that we were second and not first. But instead of picking like your closest competition, they played by the rules. They decided with honor, and they selected the people that took last place. And they kept us on the show, and we ended up winning. So it was a mistake on their end for doing that.
What was the toughest challenge that you had to do on that episode?
I think, well, for most of the teams, it was the eating. But I was the one that started. It was live leeches in swamp water, and there was a canteen of live leeches, and like they had. I don't know if you heard of balut, and it's a fermented duck egg that
I have heard of that.
You still see the feathers and everything like that. So it was really kind of grotesque to look at. But to me, it was like a competition, and I don't like to lose in anything that I do.
So when it's all said and done, what has been so far your favorite accomplishment or moment being part of the Naval Academy?
Well, I think graduating was one. Like, I never thought I'd graduate. I was just a kid that had a dream that wanted to be like my father. My father immigrated from the Philippines as a sailor. He enlisted in the Philippines and came here. He wanted to live the American dream. And then he had a son who became a officer, graduated from the academy. So the fact that I was a commissioned officer made my dad super proud. So to this day, like, I look at that moment, and he was there for the graduation. He gave me the first salute. So it's one of those proud moments. But since then, like, I've commanded 3 ships, 3 big amphibious ships that 300 sailors, 400 Marines, 500 Marines, and some of the ships that I've commanded. But just being able to be a life changer to them, to kind of guide them and make kind of these life decisions in their lives, keeping them safe through pretty hairy situations, through times of war, and as challenging as it could be, they need leaders that are willing to protect them at all costs. And being able to go on these deployments and bring everybody back home, not losing a single sailor in any sort of way through battles, suicides, or anything. I was able, everyone we deployed with came back home with me, and I'm really, really proud about that.
What do you say to young people who are considering joining the Navy?
Yeah, I think to young people, if you know what you want to do in life, but you don't know quite how to get there, look into the Navy. Or if you don't know what you want out of life, look into the Navy, because I guarantee you there's something that we have to offer. I mean, whether you're a kinetic, you want kinetic action, a physical guy, or whether you're a cerebral guy, like to play video games or like to use your brain, the Navy has all of that to offer. I want to tell your listeners, if you're thinking about joining the Navy, go to our website, Navy.com, and then you can see, just from seabed to space to cyber, we offer so many different job opportunities. It's not just serving on a ship during times of war, firing missiles and shooting guns. No, it's about providing medical care. It's about being lawyers or doctors or scientists. It's about being nuclear trained officers or machinist mates or engineers. The Navy offers so many different STEM jobs And there's so many different things that you could do within the naval service that can make you proud. And then, oh, by the way, if you want to get out after 5 years, you can certainly do that, right? You could drive your own bus. And by serving 5 years, then the Navy will pay for your time for college. So that's a free education for serving 5 years. And by the time, you're 23, 24 years old, you'll have college paid for. So we don't ask for much. We just ask for a life of service. And wearing the uniform, doing something beyond yourself is pretty special in itself.
So what was the training like physically for you during the Naval Academy?
So it was challenging. I'm an athlete. I pride myself in being an athlete. I wrestled as well. So I always thought that I can handle any kind of training that they brought forward. But what's challenging about the Naval Academy is you got to wake up at a certain time. The studying is ridiculous. You got to do all the drills and inspections and parades. So it's not just the physical training, it's the military training. And then, oh, by the way, I played football too, so I had to do the football training. So balancing all of that, getting your mind mentally prepared and your body physically prepared to do all of it was a challenge in itself.
Talk about the benefits of kind of having that structure. Like you just said, you got to wake up at a certain time. You got to be in certain places at certain times. And I think that's something that can benefit, especially a lot of young people.
Yeah, and so I grew up in San Diego, very chill environment. I love to surf. If I didn't have to go to school, I wouldn't. But at the Naval Academy, if you didn't want to go to school and you didn't, guess what? You're getting kicked out. Yeah. So you had to go to school, right? If you wanted to be somebody, if you wanted to complete that 4-year curriculum, you had to go to school. And you had to do right all the time. Like, cheating wasn't authorized. There was a code of conduct that we all abided by. You will not lie, cheat, or steal. So you had to do things by the book. When you think about all the different things through the structure of your life, you couldn't miss things, right? And it was structured in a way where I think that's the only way that I could have done it, right? If I had to plan out my whole day and accomplish all the things that I had to do, I probably wouldn't have made it unless they wrote it out for me. And as a young freshman, 18, 19-year-old freshman, I needed that structure in my life.
So when you're not, doing your Naval Academy stuff, what do you like to do, like in your free time, or how do you relieve stress?
So I've always told myself, after my time in service, I don't know how much more time left, but when I get out, I'm going to be completely retired and I'm going to be a professional bass fisherman.
Ooh,
that's all I want to do. I want to fish, I want to surf, I want to golf. And that's my ideal life. I don't want another job. I think I've done enough. I've served my country. I've done this uniform. And I've done many deployments, and I've left my wife and kids many times. I just want to enjoy life. I want to, kind of ride off in the sunset. I want to, I'm in search of this 15-pound bass that I want to just slay one day. But I want to surf and I want to golf. I just want to enjoy life and enjoy the things that, God has given me.
What's the best place you've fished at so far?
So I've fished Mississippi. I've fished East Coast. I've fished Texas. And I fished San Diego and Arizona. I think Arizona, the lakes and rivers of Arizona have given me, I think my PR is an 8-pounder. And so I've got an 8-pounder in Arizona. So wherever you catch your biggest fish is probably your most favorite place to fish. And so I would say Arizona.
Awesome. Before we get you out of here, I need your Super Bowl prediction.
Okay. So I'm a Charger fan, born and raised from San Diego, now LA Chargers, but I can't stand Patrick Mahomes. He's won too many Super Bowls. He's doing way too many things. He's unstoppable. I get it. Great athlete. So I'm really predicting. I don't know if it'll happen, but I want an Eagle blowout. I don't want to give Patrick Mahomes the ball with the game on the line in the fourth quarter, 2 minutes left. If that's the case, he's going to win. So I am hoping, praying, and wanting a Philadelphia Eagle blowout.
I'm glad you said that, because that's kind of like the discussion this week is are you either rooting for the Chiefs to root for greatness, or are you just kind of sick of seeing the same team win every single year, and you're on my side?
Yeah.
Right? Let someone else win.
Let someone else win. He is chasing greatness, and I think he is already great. I don't think he's as great as TB12. However, if he wins this, you can't make that argument. I think he's clearly better if he wins this one, and I don't want to see that happen because I'm a fan of TB12.
Yeah, I mean, you have a chance to see history, which I want to see, but it was kind of cool, that year the Patriots were undefeated.
Yeah.
They went down, so you get kind of something good on both sides. So.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, like everyone always wants like a close game, an exciting game.
Right.
I want an Eagle blowout. Like I don't want to make it fun. I don't want to make it interesting. Let's just have it like 30-0 in the first quarter, and then I could just enjoy my nachos and enjoy my Diet Coke, and then we'll call it a day.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. So what was that website again that people can check out?
Navy.com, or if you go to any of the social medias, it's hashtag America's Navy. You can find out anything about what the Navy has to offer, all the opportunities, all the different type of jobs. Again, check out Navy.com. It's all there. It's all listed.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the week. Gervy Alota.
Awesome.
Did I nail it?
Alota, but that's pretty close.
Alota,
Yeah,
sorry.
I like it.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you, Wyatt. Take care.
too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Wyatt, that wraps up your time with us, I believe. We still got some guests. I'm going to have Cody Williams here join me in a little bit. And I believe we're just going to keep the stream rolling. We're going to keep it rolling. Cody Williams joining me. Thank you so much for Wyatt. We'll be on again tomorrow. You're going to be on later today with Sterling. I think I'm going to be on with you again tomorrow. So,
all right. I'll see you tomorrow.
We'll talk
then.
to you in a bit.
Sounds good.
Now, it looks like we are wide open now for a little bit. So I will talk to Cody Williams about, Cody, we had some good discussions last night, Cody. We hung out. We have known each other for a long time now, a few years. We've co-hosted Green on the Greens together. This is our first time meeting in person, and we hung out last night.
It was a good time, man. You know, getting up this morning was a little rough, but we're here, and I'm feeling good now, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, I had a little bit of an earlier morning than you did, I think. What time did you wake up this morning?
6:30.
Okay, so no, I didn't. We woke up at the exact same time. I remember last night we were talking about if we can switch from football for 1 second. Box lacrosse. You didn't even know that box lacrosse existed.
I had never heard of it in my entire life. Played field lacrosse, which I just thought was regular lacrosse.
And had never heard of the NLL. The
Correct.
National Lacrosse League.
Had never heard of
Toronto
the NLL.
Rock. Shout out to the Toronto Rock.
Shout them out, but I've never heard of them in my entire life.
Did you get a chance when you went back to the room to watch some box lacrosse?
I got a chance to go to sleep, Iain.
Yeah, that's fair. That's exactly what I did too. I saw the time. I saw what time we had to wake up, and I just went right to sleep. You do got to check out some box lacrosse.
I will. I definitely will. I've got some time this evening, and I'll make some time for that.
We have not, Cody, yet gone to the PXG hole close to the pin competition. We got busy yesterday.
Yeah.
We got to maybe do it at the end of the day today and find out once and for all who's going to win that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think neither of us are known for our golf acumen.
No.
More of our golf picks acumen, I think, is where we really shine. But, you know, closest to the pin might be a pretty poor name for what we might put on over there at the simulator.
Let's just quickly talk golf. Can we talk golf?
Okay.
We're at Radio Row here. I've talked about the Super Bowl a lot. We're going to spend 5 minutes talking about golf, if that's okay.
Sounds good.
WM Phoenix Open, which is, in my opinion, one of the greatest lead-in events into the Super Bowl. Your pick to win this week.
So it's Maverick McNeely. Guy finished T6 here last year. And to start the season, you know, McNeely's really known for his short game, you know, the around the green play, the putting, and that's kind of not been there this year. But he still put together some halfway decent finishes because the ball striking's improved quite a bit. So going back to a place he's comfortable, I kind of like that. And you know, last I checked, it was 65-1 odds, so can't hate on that.
I'm on Sahith Theegala. The bet of the week last week, Cody, was a no hole-in-one bet, which was embarrassingly went down in flames.
Yeah, quickly, some might say, and multiple times as well.
Yeah, I mean, I sent out a tweet. I handicapped it a little bit. I was confident in it. I thought it was a good price. And I tweet out picks all the time. For some reason, this one blew up a little bit, and as soon as I started getting traction on it, I was like, this bet is doomed.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And I think there's an hour and 40 minutes Rory McIlroy gets a hole.
No, 100%. And, like, you know, shouts to the camera crew that didn't even let us see the ball go in. I was curious where it went because they were trying to zoom in on the ball. But, you know, as soon as I heard the crowd roar, I was like, oh, Ian's going to hear it. And they definitely did. But, you know, you handicap things well. And I'm not just, you know, blowing smoke there. Like, it's a smart thing. Like, you handicapped it well. It was a good bet. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Like, a hole-in-one is such a luck-based proposition.
I agree.
And so, like, we see guys hit it close, come close to hole-in-ones every single week on the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
But the ball actually going in the hole, particularly in the fashion that Rory did it, where it's dunking into the hole off his approach, like, that's just a bad beat. It's going to happen.
Yeah. Long shot for this week.
Long shot for this week, Gary Woodland, 110 to 1.
He usually plays well at that event.
He's a past winner, 2018 I believe it was, and he's starting to show a little bit of signs. Like last year, Woodland was still a typical ball striker, the same reason that he's a major champion. His ball striking has always been there, but to start this year, his short game started to come around, and so seeing that from him, if he's any kind of passable with a short game, he's much more live than 110 to 1 would suggest.
Have you ever been to the Phoenix Open?
I have not. I need to.
It seems like it'd be a fun time around the 16th hole.
Yeah,
the bleachers, the stadium.
But you spelled it out. It's Super Bowl weekend every year, which in our line of work makes it a little difficult.
It makes it very difficult. If it was ever going to happen, it was probably going to. Well, I mean, I'm sure the Super Bowl will go back to Arizona at some point, but that might be your only chance. But even then, I don't know.
Doing the
you
double.
kind of have to be all football all day Super Bowl week.
It's true, but I feel like potentially you can make Friday work, get a nice Friday there, get to see the full field in before the cut's made. Friday might be if the Super Bowl does go back to Arizona, that could be the nice little honey hole right there is the Friday.
So I haven't talked to you today yet. I haven't seen you yet today. Did you go to a press conference earlier today? What has been your day, or have you just been writing away?
No, so I went to both the Chiefs and the Eagles press conferences and the media availability. Had a good time. I talked to I would say my favorite conversation I had was with Chiefs offensive guard Trey Smith.
Oh, nice.
And just a very well-spoken, very nice guy. And, he sometimes you talk to players and they give you thoughtful answers, but it's almost an answer that they prepared. You can see Trey Smith, working through everything you're asking him there, and, I always appreciate that.
What were the vibes from the Chiefs?
Chiefs vibes were very relaxed. Very, very relaxed.
Which you think you would be, having been in this many Super Bowls that most of those players have been in.
No, 100%. And I was struck by some of the young guys and how relaxed they were, even if they have been in here. Trey McDuffie was one that really stuck out to me. This is his third Super Bowl, and I understand that the experience does make it a little bit easier, but at the same time, he was cool as a cucumber, man. There was no uptightness or anything. He was just there. And same with Xavier Worthy. Obviously, this is his first year, his first Super Bowl, and I asked him a question. I was, he's going to be matched up against two fellow rookies in the Eagles, and I was like, is that added motivation? Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean on the opposite side. Is that something you're going to do there? And he said, no, man, I'm just going to play my game. And, I feel like that mentality for the Chiefs is one of the reasons why it's really hard to bet against them, because I think that mentality permeates through everyone.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of an organizational thing. I mean, when you can go to the Super Bowl, win Super Bowls with so many different iterations of that roster, whether it's coaching, management, just the all-around culture, there's something to be said for that.
No, 100%. And, I mean, I will say, it wasn't just the Chiefs that had that mentality either. The Eagles seemed pretty relaxed as well. Jalen Hurts, it was him and Sirianni that had their standalone press conferences for 15 minutes before the rest of the media availability, and he was locked in. He was a little bit more stern, a little more serious than most of the other guys I talked to, but he was focused, and I think that he was the one that stood out to me in terms of his different demeanor in comparison to everyone else. Not in a bad way, just he was way more very, very laser focused.
Do you think that's going to work for him?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Any other takeaways from either the Chiefs or the Eagles press conference this morning?
One of the things, I talked to Jordan Davis, Eagles defensive lineman, and, I'm sure he's been asked this a bunch of times, but one of the things Sirianni said in his press conference was that Jordan Davis has, kind of leveled up a little bit this year. He's obviously always been a physical talent, physical marvel, and I asked him, what have you been able to, or I asked Jordan Davis, I was like, what have you been able to do to help level up? And he said that he's cut out sugar and he's gotten on the Peloton. He wouldn't tell me which instructor he uses because, I could probably use that myself, but that and the Peloton. But then that led to a conversation about, the Georgia brotherhood that the Eagles have. There are a lot of Georgia guys on that defense, and he talked about the idea of almost like an iron sharpens iron situation, where it's not just that they're familiar with one another. Those guys have played together for 6-7 years, and they're always trying to make one another better, whether that's competitively, whether that's just, being peers with one another. They're always trying to make things better. And that really stood out to me because you look at how dominant this Eagles defensive front has been, and, it's one of the many reasons why that's the case.
Yeah, I can't get over giving up sugar. Would not be able to do that.
Oh,
I think I would last 6 hours maybe. Maybe that's my problem, though. Maybe that's the key. Maybe I got to cut out sugar. I don't think I can do it, though.
I would take the under on myself as well in 6 hours. I have a sweet tooth that doesn't stop.
Are you a sober January guy? No. Yeah, it's tough. I did it the past 2 years. I did not do it. It's one of my last months in New York. I'm not going to torture myself by doing that or giving up sugar, for that matter. So
yeah.
If it works for Jordan Davis, good for him. I'm out. Can't do it.
I mean, you know what? If someone wants to pay me a rookie NFL contract to cut out sugar, maybe I'll change my tune a little bit.
Yeah. Any other takeaways? Anyone else that you talked to on the Eagles?
On the Eagles, I talked to Lane Johnson a little bit, and kind of asked him, if Saquon Barkley made his life a little bit easier. It's a post-Jason Kelce world that they're living in, and I had to ask him, has Saquon made it easier? And I'm not shocked to find out that it did. In fact, make his life easier. Also talked to Darius Slay, or Slay as he likes to be called, and as he will remind everyone who doesn't call him Slay. And man, he's a fun character. He's always cutting up, and but also very locked in. I asked him about the defensive back room, and everything that they have going on in there, and kind of the mix of the veterans and the youth that the Eagles have in the defensive back room, and the fact that he was able to articulate that not only has he been able to, teach the business end to Cooper DeJean, to Quinyon Mitchell, but the fact that he's also learned from them and kind of staying young. And, this is Slay's been in the league for a decade. And you kind of forget that because he does have that youthful demeanor. And so it's kind of cool to see that a young player and a veteran can benefit from one another.
I think we have Eric Dickerson joining us here shortly. But do you think the players Chiefs and Eagles are sick of talking to the media at this point?
Oh, 100%.
They have to be, right?
100%. Absolutely.
I kind of feel bad as a member of the media that we have to go and ask them questions that I'm sure they've probably answered.
Oh, 100%. And, if I'm asking a question that feels generic and that I know that they probably heard before, I try to get it in early. Yeah. Just so, I'm not the sixth person that's asked that question. It's a little bit of strategy that you have to deploy there. You can see the clip on my ex Twitter page, but we at Fansided have been having kind of the discussion about how some of the offensive linemen on the Chiefs are showering in our hotel, and Ethan Driscoll and Kingsley Suamatia were sitting down and no one was talking to them, and I was like, this is a perfect opportunity. So I asked them how they were showering in there, and
the showers are small.
Yeah, they're super small.
Yeah.
And Ethan Driscoll's 6'8". And so I don't know how he would be doing that. And he said flexibility and being able to bend really helps him out.
I think if I was them, I think I'd just lay down.
Yeah, I mean, our boss, Zach Best, said it best, where he said, I'd probably be showering at the practice facility, not really at the hotel.
I mean, I'm not a tall guy. I'm 5'9", 5'8 3/4. I like to round up. And I'm too tall for that shower.
Yeah, 100%. You and I are probably two of the shorter guys with Fansided here,
And we have our next guest here joining us, Eric Dickerson. Thank you so much for joining us. How you doing? Good, yeah. There's your mic there. Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. I'm Ian. This is Cody.
Hey,
nice to meet you.
Let's start. I mean, we're here at the Super Bowl. Thoughts leading up to this game, and specifically, obviously, the player that you're being asked about the most, I'm sure, which is Saquon Barkley.
I think he's a great player. I'm glad to see him get out of New York. I never thought he'd reach his potential in New York. That general manager needs to have his ass fired for sending him into the same division.
Yeah.
But that's just it. But that's not smart. But I think he's a great player, and I really believe that the Eagles would not be here in this situation if it was not for him. Yep, and they want to kill the running game. If the running back is not important, so it shows that running game is important.
Which I think is a huge role that not only Saquon Barkley's played. I think this season there's been a lot of running backs that have had very good years, and they're kind of proving that it's still an extremely important position, and they deserve a little bit more credit than what they're getting.
Well, to running backs and I think and defensive players, they never bought into that. I think the media bought into it, reporters bought into it, y'all might have bought into it, but the players never bought into it. I won't forget I was with Lawrence Taylor, Bruce Smith, and Ricky Jackson, And I asked them guys, I said, man, let me ask you a question. How about if you didn't have to have one run, no runs? And all of them said, no runs, no running backs. Oh, man, we'd love that. He said we'd love it. He said we'd kill it.
Right.
I mean, people don't realize what a running game does to a defense. It wears them down. They got to chase running back, got to chase a running back. They got to fight the offensive lineman. Then they got to pass rush. They got to chase a running back again. I mean, and if you got a real back, not these guys that you say, well, we can have two backs. If you got two backs, you got two garbage backs.
Right.
If you got a great back, it's a difference. He's a difference maker, but he has to have an offensive line.
Right.
I mean, I was fortunate to have an offensive line at the Rams. I never had a great quarterback, but when they played 8-9-man fronts against me, but and Saquon's fortunate enough to have a lot of weapons, and I like to see it because I know the frustration if you can't get to the line of scrimmage. It's no fun.
Yeah, it's hard to be at your best as a running back if you get to the line of scrimmage and there's guys already in your face.
Man, I can tell you a story. I just talked to Bruce Smith the other day about it. We played them when I was in Indianapolis. And they were getting to Jeff George so fast, he was barely getting the ball handed off. And they hit me one time, and he was helping me up. He said, man, Dick, they can't block us. We're going to hurt you out here, man. But what you got? I got to try to run the ball.
Yeah.
No, so, talking about Saquon, he sat and rested in Week 18, or else he would have had the chance to, potentially break your record. But obviously it would have been in the 17th game. You didn't get the 17th regular season game. So do you think that as the record books may start to be rewritten with the 17th game, do you think that those records hold the same weight as, say, your record?
I'm going to say this much here. Anytime you have 2,000 yards, that's a great season.
100%.
I saw where Shady McCoy said that it should have been an asterisk by it. That's bullshit. I never said that. And I would never say that because O.J. did it in 14. That was my favorite player. That's why I played the running back position because of O.J. And I don't think it should be an asterisk by it. I mean, look, as time goes on, the games, they play more games in all sports. That's just part of it. I mean, and if he breaks a record, he breaks it. My thing was, did I want him to break it? No. I'm not out there jumping up and down with pom-poms.
Right,
if someone breaks my record, I wanted my son to break it. If he plays professional football, he's only 12. He plays pro football. I want him to break it. That's why I want to break my record.
You just mentioned that the extension of the NFL season, and now they're even talking about maybe even extending it a further week. There's got to be an end point because NFL is like football is a tough game to play, man. These guys are getting banged up.
Man, let me tell you something. I wish you would have had a bye week when I played. I think at the bye week came at the end of my career. And we played during the preseason. That was another thing. We played preseason games. And we played in the Pro Bowl, if you made the Pro Bowl. So I know the NFL, if they could have a game every day of the week, they would. That's
the entire year.
But if they could have one every day, they would. That's how they are because they don't know what it's like to get hit out there. Those Thursday night games are short. It's a short week. It's tough on the players. It's tough to get ready. You got to understand, when you play a sport like football, you have to get your mind right. You have to get your mind right to get hit. You got to get your mind right to play in the cold. You got to get your mind right when you're not feeling good or you're hurt and you're trying to play through injuries and the fans are like, man, why come he can't run? Why come the quarterback can't throw the ball? Well, hell, he had a separated shoulder a couple of weeks ago. Or the defensive lineman, he got a hamstring problem. They don't see all that. They don't know that part of it. So the long seasons, it's treacherous on the body.
Yeah.
So, talking about the league now and the changes, kind of on a more optimistic note, if you were in your prime right now, which offense would you want to be a part of?
Man, I'm not an Eagles fan, but I'm telling you, I see that offensive line. Man.
Yeah.
Damn, man, I like that. I'll take either one of these teams because you know what? They have a quarterback. If I played with Holmes, if I had a quarterback, oh my God!
how many would you have rushed for if you had a quarterback?
Oh my goodness, man, you kidding me? I know one point when we played the Bears in that '85 season. That season, the rumor was we could have got Warren Moon, but we got Dieter Brock. Now, if I'd have had Warren Moon as a quarterback, let me tell you something. It's no fun walking to the line of scrimmage and seeing the safeties 8 yards deep. That's no fun. Right there with the referees. You frustrated. It's like, man, I don't know what we're going to do, but, man, I wish I did have. But the Eagles' offensive line, they do a great job, I got to say. They do a great job. Their schemes are great. They do a lot of man-to-man, do a lot of cross-blocking. Some of the plays they run look like we ran. The OT plays, the toss plays, those are plays that get the running back in open space.
Have you noticed any evolution into the position of running back in terms of how these players are kind of playing? Like, do they play with I think they catch balls out of the backfield maybe a little bit more now?
Oh, yeah, they do that more because, in our era, we ran the football more. Who was running? I mean, my first year was most I ever had my receptions. I had 51 receptions, I think, for 497 yards or something like that. After that, I didn't have a lot of quarterbacks because Vince Ferragamo was my best quarterback I played with. We just run the football. Our only team that really threw the football to the receivers back in that era was the 49ers with Bill Walsh. And let me tell you something. He was a genius, and people might think he was really smart.
Changed the game.
He changed the game. I played. I had the fortune to play, and with him, coach us in the Pro Bowl. I think my rookie year, and man, I mean the offense that he ran, and the coming out the backfield, how you read the linebackers and stuff, read the routes. I mean, that's game changing. And so for sure, it's a different game.
Talk to us about the NFL's new On3 weight, health, and height campaign.
Well, I think the big thing is seeing your doctor, taking care of yourself. I think I can speak for black men. A lot of black men, we don't like to go to the doctor. I do. I'm telling you, one thing about me, I will go to the doctor when I'm not feeling good. We have high blood pressure, we have hypertension, cholesterol problems, but you've got to work out. You've got to stay fit, but you've got to get that checkup. You've got to take care of yourself because your body's like a car. It's like if you don't change the oil or let the oil run dry, the engine gonna burn up. And that body's gonna burn up too.
Yep.
Yeah, so if people want to find out more information about that campaign, NFL on3, the number 3.org. Before we let you go, we need your Super Bowl prediction.
I'll say this much here. I'm not a fan of really either team. My good friend Christian Okoye played for the Chiefs, so I kind of want the Chiefs, but I got to say, it's hard to bet against Mahomes, man.
It is.
It is.
I've done it too many times. I'm done.
I do too.
Yeah.
You can't bet against him, and I like to see him have that three-peat.
Yeah.
I mean, I really would. No quarterback, no team has ever done it. I like Andy Reid a lot. Yeah. So, I'm pulling for the Chiefs, but really, I don't have a dog in the fight. They knocked us out, knocked the Rams out, so I'm done with it.
That is the conversation this week. Is like, are you cheering for the historic three-peat, or do you just want to see someone else win? I'm more on the camp of seeing someone else win, but I'm not going to bet against them.
Well, I'll say this much: if you want to see I would like to see somebody ain't been here before.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like Detroit might have been.
Detroit.
The Buffalo. Well, the Bills been years ago. The Bills or somebody who's never been here.
Yeah.
Even like the Cleveland Browns. That's wishing, but.
Yeah, sure.
But somebody that's never ever been here. I think that's what people want to see. But this is what you have, and this is the game.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. Eric Dickerson, NFL legend.
Yeah, one of the greats.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Take care. There you go. Eric Dickerson, NFL legend. Actually, my dad's favorite player.
Really?
To be honest. So that was a special little treat to talk to him. Yeah, I even bought my dad for Christmas a Eric Dickerson jersey at one point when I was a kid. So yeah, that was fun.
That was fun. And we didn't get a chance to ask him, but it's always kind of struck me. He talks about Bill Walsh and Bill Walsh, passing the ball to his wide receivers there. The Eagles are kind of the opposite end of the spectrum with that. Because it's been such a pass-happy league that we've seen, and this was something I heard. Wasn't a question I asked, but at the press conferences today, they were asking. I believe it was Saquon himself, and they were asking him, how things have changed, and he goes, "Oh no, I apologize. It was Lane Johnson," and basically saying that as the league has become more pass happy, you've got to have linebackers that are, slider that can cover, not traditional inline tight ends. I can cover wide receivers out of the slot. And as that happens, well, you get a running back like Saquon Barkley behind that offensive line. That's an advantage for you that wasn't previously there.
Yeah, for sure. I think we have Miles Killebrew coming up, potentially. We'll get confirmation on that. But, he mentioned I don't think as the years have gone on, he was talking about Bill Walsh.
Yeah.
I think not enough people talk about the impact he had on how offenses are played in the NFL. So I'm glad Eric Dickerson brought that up because, he was revolutionary.
Oh, yeah. I mean, first off, I think we could listen to Eric Dickerson talk about football all day. That's, not many better people to learn from than him. But also, Bill Walsh revolutionized the game and, basically making offenses look a lot like they did now is just when no one else was doing it, it's just everything has been an evolution of what Bill Walsh was doing at that time.
Yeah. It is interesting that he wants new teams in the Super Bowl because I could not agree more. But, I mean, there are good things about this game. A rematch is interesting. It was a rematch from 2 years ago. I honestly, this is not a bit. As the week has gone on, after the championship games, I did not want this game.
Right.
As the week has gone on, and we've kind of talked to some players, and we've thought about it a little bit more, broke down the game a little bit more, I am now excited to see what happens.
I'm very excited.
Because there is a storyline on both sides.
There's a storyline on both sides, and then also, like, at the end of the day, these are two damn good football teams.
Yeah,
and, like,
right.
I want to watch two good football teams play for the Super Bowl. And, like, you know, to get to the Super Bowl, argument could be made that you have to be good, but at the same time, like, these might be great football teams, and I think that really stands out. Like, you have the legacy of Mahomes and the Chiefs and Andy Reid's Chiefs, and then you have this Eagles team that has a 2,000-yard rusher in Saquon Barkley, has the number 1 ranked defense in the NFL. And so, you know, I want to see greatness clash, and I think that's what we're getting.
Yeah, that is the downside, and we see that in March Madness all the time, of a Cinderella story, which is always a fun story when they make it there, but then sometimes, you know, late in a March Madness tournament, or, you know, sometimes in the Super Bowl, there's a, you know, stretch of games there in the 90s when they were all blowouts. So that is the downside when there is a Cinderella story that kind of goes all the way. Which, I mean, like, if the Commanders would have upset the Eagles, like Commanders-Chiefs, as fun of the stories the Commanders are and were, that might have ended up resulting in a boring Super Bowl.
No,
but with these two teams, I don't think we're going to get that.
No, I would almost guarantee that this game will not be boring on Sunday. Yes. And, like, with the Commanders, you know what I would honestly liken that to is a game we were talking about while we were hanging out last night, which was the Rams-Patriots Super Bowl.
Yes.
And where Jared Goff comes into that, Sean McVay is younger at that point. He's still young, honestly, but, you know, younger at that point, and Bill Belichick just coached circles around him, you know? And, like, when you've got Spags and Andy Reid on the opposite sideline against a rookie quarterback in the Super Bowl, like, that could have gone very poorly for them.
Yeah, for sure. And hopefully, I mean, I know these two defenses are extremely good. A lot of people would say the Eagles' defense is the best in the NFL, and I actually do think it's going to be kind of low scoring, but I don't want 13-3. I don't think we're going to get that.
No,
I think both these offenses are too good for that, right?
There's too much talent. There's too much. Like, I mean, on the Eagles side of things, like, Kellen Moore is not my favorite offensive coordinator as someone who watched the Cowboys as a Cowboys fan. But he is good. I'm not saying, I don't know if he's great, but he is a good offensive coordinator. But the talent that he has, in so many ways to beat you with a mobile quarterback with Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, Devonta Smith, like, you just list off the weapons behind one of the best offensive lines. Like, the Eagles have so many ways they can beat you. The flip side of that is you have Andy Reid and just figuring out there. And one of the things that has struck me about Mahomes over this season is he gets criticized a lot for checking down the way he has, you know, and he's not for not being necessarily the big play guy that he used to be earlier in his career. I think it's a sign of maturity, man. Like, if you're going up against an Eagles defense, you can't be someone who's trying to be a big play merchant. You've got to be someone who's going to take what's there and just let playmakers make plays if it's there. Like, let Xavier Worthy get loose in space. Let DeAndre Hopkins go up and get a ball. And I think Mahomes is much more willing to do that now.
My friend Joe Osborne almost just walked right on the show. I don't think he realized until the very last second that we're live. He's like, "Oh, you're live." I could have had a little reunion there. I guess I could have invited him on. We don't have a guest at this moment.
I know.
But he left. I don't see him anymore. Shout out Joe Osborne.
Always.
You know, one storyline that I think people were talking about a little bit early last week, and at least I haven't seen it talked about as much, and I think it could play a huge role in Sunday's result, is Jake Elliott, the kicker for the Eagles, who had a lot of issues this season. I think 1 for 6 from 50-plus yards, or 1 for 7 from 50-plus yards.
Yeah.
If you're going to beat the Chiefs, the back-to-back defending Super Bowl champions, you've got to have an A-plus game across the board, and that is one area, if you're the Eagles, you've got to have a lot of concern for, because if you leave 3 points on the board because of Jake Elliott missed field goal or even an extra point, that could be the difference maker.
You know, 100%. And, like, honestly, it reminds me of that NFC Championship game that we just watched where, you know, I think one of the strengths of the Eagles defense is that they're not going to allow the big play. They're not going to allow a team to jump them, basically. And the Commanders come off of an 18-play drive, and they get 3 points out of it. Like, as soon as that happened, I was super worried about what was going to happen for Washington in that game, because you control the game, you get a lot of breaks, you convert on multiple fourth downs, and you still only come away with 3 points. That's not going to work against a team as good as the Eagles. It's also not going to work against a team as good as the Chiefs. And if you leave points on the board against the Chiefs, they'll smell blood in the water.
Yeah. a little bit later at some point, we'll see if he's next guest or not, but we're going to talk to Marcus Harper from Oregon. You are a college guy.
Yes.
Talk to me about Oregon. Talk to me about Marcus Harper a little bit.
So Oregon has been kind of leveling up to degrees I don't think we've seen before when it comes to the Ducks, with Dan Lanning coming over from Georgia a few years ago.
Yep.
And that's leveled up their recruiting. That's leveled up their ability in the transfer portal. It's been really fun to see, and someone like Marcus Harper is someone who I honestly feel bad for the guy. He was someone who could have come back or come out in the 2024 NFL draft, decided to go back. Obviously had a great regular season. Oregon went 13-0, won the Big Ten in their first year in the conference, and then they got smoked by Ohio State in the first round, in the quarterfinals of the playoffs. And so, but Harper's a guy. He's played both left and right guard. He's on an offensive line that has two other draft prospects, and Cornelius, and I'm totally blanking on his first name, and then Josh Connerly Jr. So I'm excited to talk to him about kind of like that iron sharpens iron mentality, because I think it's whenever you see guys from the same offensive line all coming into the draft class together, that's always something that really, really piques my interest, because like you're not just someone who's an outlier on that in that position group. You're someone who is working with those guys, picking each other's brains, but on top of that, you're also working together with pro caliber players already, and I think that's something that might go overlooked sometimes in the draft process.
We were talking about how deep you are already into the NFL draft.
Yes, sir.
Give me a name that people should keep an eye on in the next couple of months.
A name some people – so I think –
a guy who is going to be – his stock's going to be rising in the months leading up to the draft.
It's only going to get bigger. It started rising to the Senior Bowl, and I think he's going to blow it up when it comes to the I think it's only going to go blow up further as we get into the combine and everything. But Tez Johnson, actually out of Oregon, unbelievable. The kid is just pure speed. He's Xavier worthy, but I think with a better route tree coming out of college. So it's going to be impressive to see him.
And there we go. Now we got our next guest. We were actually just talking about him, Marcus Harper from Oregon.
Yes,
how
sir.
you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How about y'all?
Doing
good,
well,
man. Doing good.
well. How are you enjoying Super Bowl week so far?
Oh, it's phenomenal, man. For me to kind of be here and see everyone that I've kind of dreamed. It's Myles Garrett sitting like right across from me.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool to see guys that I see on TV in person in real life. So, and it's good to see some old faces. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, this was your last year at Oregon. You could have come out into the 2024 NFL draft.
Yeah.
You decided to go back and spend another year with Coach Lanning. What did you improve on the most in your final year with the Ducks?
Yeah, I want to say I showed more of my twitchiness and my explosion. A lot of offensive linemen don't really showcase that just because that's not what you're coached on a lot of times.
Yeah.
I took a more conventional route and showed that's honestly my superpower. And it was able to help, obviously there were talks about the Big Ten and, all these different narratives and things like that. And it just helped me kind of lean into my superpowers a lot more. And I mean, out of that, we had a great team this past year. It didn't end the way we wanted it to, but I look back at that and I was like, bro, I had, Dylan Gabriel, Tez Johnson, Terrence Ferguson, all these guys that, kind of, are just elite of the elite. Yeah. And it was like, man, if we can make something of this, what can it be? So, and Coach Lanning kind of laid it out for us on a silver platter, and it was just like, why not come back, so.
And you mentioned that it didn't end the way, obviously the Ohio State game did not go the way y'all were hoping for. But at the same time, one of the things I was really impressed with basically your entire team is after the start went as bad as it possibly could in that game, y'all showed a lot of resolve. Man.
Absolutely.
Y'all didn't go there. And so if you're talking to an Oregon fan, is that something that you would tell Oregon Ducks fans to take confidence in Coach Lanning and how he has that program and how he has y'all believing in it?
Yeah, everyone wants to put their chips on the W or the L, right? But that game could have easily been 55-0 like that, or that game could have easily been super lopsided. The fact that we even had the guts to want to have some toughness and fight back, most people just lay down and be like, guys, whatever, we know we're going to lose. But no, we wanted some resolve. We were the number one team in the nation for a long period of time for a reason.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, again, it didn't go the way we wanted it to go. But, I mean, just not laying down and rolling over, that's Oregon and Eugene is a tough place to be, and it's a tough program to face. And I think that's what we showed at the end, even though the result didn't come to what we wanted it to be.
What do your next few months look like heading into the draft?
Yeah, so I'm out training in Knoxville with Triple F with Lee Smith, Rodney Hudson, and John Feliciano. So out there training and getting us guys ready for pre-draft process and things like that. And so just out there getting it in with those guys, man.
Talk to us about the Big Mark Show.
Yeah, the Big Mark Show. Yeah, it was a in-season collaboration I did with Sports Illustrated. It was kind of a platform for me to show guys and show my teammates beyond the helmet. A lot of the guys we always talked about for what we do in the helmet, and I just wanted to show guys what they can do outside, what value they add outside of the helmet. So I had Kenny Farr on there, our famous equipment manager. I had Evan Stewart on there. Nashad Stroud. I had everyone on there. So it was just a way for guys to show what value they bring outside of their football pads.
And people can check that out. That was with collaboration with Sports Illustrated.
Absolutely. I'm going to be re-releasing episodes sometime on draft weekend, so stay tuned for that.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Marcus. We appreciate it. Good luck with the draft.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Marcus.
Thank you. There we go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there we go. And I believe we are getting ready for the next guest is Jay Glazer. We got Jay Glazer joining us here now.
Awesome.
In a moment. Very excited to talk to him, and I got an interesting question for him. Jay
How you
Glazer.
doing, Jay Glazer?
Hey, nice to meet you.
Cody,
hey.
nice to meet you.
I'm Iain.
It was actually all for you. I was like, I might not put on the tie this morning, but Jay's coming, so.
I guess we'll throw fastball right at the start here. The NFL outside the Super Bowl, a bit crazy this week with the Myles Garrett and Cooper Kupp. What have you heard about those potential trades?
Yeah, I actually am surprised Myles didn't do this earlier in his career. Really was. It was a few years ago when he had his thing with Mason Rudolph. I was supposed to do a sit-down with him, and the team actually jumped in. I think the owner, like, you're not doing this with him. And he was like, oh, man, if I do this, and I'm like, Myles, do it. What are you going to do, cut you, trade you? You know how much you'll make in the open market? Literally, I told him, dude. And he was like, no, they don't want me to do it. I'm like, so I'm a little surprised he didn't do it earlier. The Cooper Kupp thing, it was interesting because during the season, I had heard that about Cooper maybe being on the open market. And I called Shawne, and he goes, no, teams have called. Like, the Steelers called, somebody else called, but they weren't offering a lot. And I said, well, you want me to help get him traded? Because it's kind of like,
yeah.
You're an information broker, and you kind of do those things sometimes. And Shawne said, you know what, man, not with him. Like, he's like a wedding party guy for me, like, not him.
Yeah.
And just when I saw it, I'm assuming, I haven't talked to either one of them, I'm assuming they're like, hey, do whatever you need to do to help your cause here, we're good with. Because there was a lot of love there between those, at least how Shawne views him. And I'll tell you this, Cooper Kupp, his work ethic is so, and same with Myles. Like, there's a reason why these guys are great. And, I've trained players in mixed martial arts since 2007. Jared Allen was our first guy. People don't remember, he's a long snapper and a part-time DN.
Right.
He trained with us, got 15 sacks, and then everybody called and said, whatever you did for him, do it for us. Right. And we're like, we don't know what the hell we did for him. We just made him a little crazier, and he already had that. But we knew we made him a little, his hands more violent and helped him with his hips and leverage. But I always tell guys, the blueprint for greatness, it ain't hard. It's find out who the best is and do more than them, and it's the hours that you put in when no one's looking. Mm-hmm. That's what makes you great. I work with Tom Brady now. I see it, right? I see in the hours he puts in just being a broadcaster. People have no idea about. Same with these two guys. Those guys, their work ethic, it'll bleed into other places in the team, and that's what you want. And it's interesting. I trained Max Crosby some this offseason, and I talked to him about that, and Derwin James. And Max was like, had the same talk. He said, it's incredible, Jay, how many guys, I'll say, all right, you guys want to be like me? All right, we start at 5 o'clock in the morning. Yep. And how many guys don't take him up on it?
It's like that Kobe Bryant mentality. You hear all the stories about Kobe being in the gym like that.
You know what's better than being great? Nothing.
Right. I'm a Falcons fan, so Myles Garrett, this whole situation is interesting to me. Are the Falcons, do you think, in the mix whatsoever? Because I think
everybody's going to be in the mix. Listen, I'm down here at Super Bowl week, and these guys are just down at the Senior Bowl. They got us going crazy because we're doing the game here. So we have I got here Sunday, and we started grinding and working, and actually my week started earlier. When I was flying back from the NFC Championship game, Fox was like, you're not going to like this. When I was on the plane, you're not going to like this. I said, what? You got to land and go back to Philly because you're doing an A.J. Brown feature.
Yeah.
And it's just part of it. But I think for a guy like Myles, I think you're going to have a lot of people who obviously going to throw the kitchen sink in him because he's a different guy. He's just, when you can find guys. The other thing I really noticed in doing this so long, and the training aspect, is you had a lot of guys. So back in the day, the only way you really got endorsements is if you were great, and that's to make Pro Bowls. And all of a sudden it started changing. Where guys think being famous is the same as being great, and it is not. And being famous is not the same as being great. Everyone's famous now because of social media. You don't have that same work ethic that you had. So when you have a guy like a Myles or a Cooper, value them more.
So you mentioned the MMA training.
Yeah.
What position in the NFL do you think translates best to benefiting from
Our
the MMA
linemen.
training?
Okay. It's body on body work.
Yeah.
And here's what we do. First of all, everything's leverage for linemen, offensive and defensive, right?
Yep.
So like our defensive linemen and offensive, we make them do this thing called pummeling, which is a Greco-Roman wrestling drill. In Greco-Roman, you can't touch below the waist, right? So it equates best to their position, but it's body on body work. And we bring these guys up to 3-minute rounds with a 1-minute break. I don't know if either one of you ever tried wrestling before. It's the hardest thing in the world, and you don't get a break. But if you can do 3-minute rounds with 1-minute break, you damn sure could do a 7-second round with 1-minute break.
Right.
I don't ever expect your hands to be on your hips. Our fighters don't take a stool in between rounds. We just try and break people. And so that, and also the violence of the hand fighting, instead of open hand, we teach guys to hammer fist. Just light up someone's arm. We started with Clay Matthews his second year. We got him after his rookie year. He went from 10 sacks to 17. And he would then even cock it and show it. And I remember, it's never more proud, Joe Staley, there at the Pro Bowl. And Joe Staley called me a very derogatory name and said, man, freaking Clay Matthews almost broke my form in the NFC Championship game. I said, I've never been more proud.
That's right.
But we also use the same thing for our wide receivers out there at the corners. Look, our job is every time we're going to put our hands on you, we're going to make it hurt. And most people sign up to play sport. They do not sign up to fight. If you make it a fight, you see an awful lot of guys tap out.
Yeah.
Is there a player that sticks out to you, an NFL player, because you train them and do MMA stuff, as you mentioned, that you would just love to see in an actual fight? Like, shocking how quickly they could translate over to MMA-type skills.
So I used to say it all the time, Deshaun Goldston, I used to want to fight. He picked stuff up so fast. He was so explosive, so nasty. Myles Garrett, actually, when he put his hands on me, like, this sucks. Kyle Long was – Kyle, listen, if I didn't train Kyle Long, I'm 5'7", I'd probably be 6'2" right now. He's destroyed so many of my discs.
Oh, my God.
Talk to us about your partnership with ADHD awareness and your work there.
Right. So, look, I started coming out talking about mental health because, again, mental health is not just the darkness and the gray, but I have clinical depression, anxiety, bipolar, ADHD, and for years I just hid it. And I'm here to talk about ADHD awareness. I talked to a lot of teams about this now also, where I was diagnosed in 1989, one of the first adults on the East Coast of America, Princeton University, and I used to have to go tell teacher, like the way it is when you have ADHD, and they told me I had a learning disability. I don't have a learning disability. I just don't learn the way you teach.
Right.
I am not able to sit in a 3-hour lecture or a 3-minute lecture if I'm not interested.
Yeah.
And the way it feels for a guy like me is you're drowning. And the only way for me to get a breath of fresh air is for me to talk, disrupt the class, get up and go over here. You think I want to get grounded every week of my life? Hell no, right? And I tell these coaches too, when you have ADHD, if they're not interested, you could find them as much as you want. There is nothing they could do to get their attention on it. Like I knew I was getting grounded. I still did it. And with my other issues, the bipolar and the depression, the other ADHD drugs that I started getting put on in 1989 it was not a good match, man. I got really, I caused a lot of carnage, a lot of chaos, and pushed away a lot of good people in my life. But because I've been able to be open and talk about it, I found a drug called Qelbree, which is a non-stimulant. I actually take it at night, which is a complete opposite of anything else you've ever taken. And, man, it settles the roommates down in my head and gets them to talk a little bit nicer to each other. But also, I want people to understand all these issues. I figured out a way. When I talk to these teams, I tell them, I figured out a way where my depression, my anxiety, my ADHD, where they helped me, where they became my superpower. So ADHD, can I sit through a 3-hour lecture? No. But can I do 6 jobs at once? Yeah. So that's my superpower, and I weaponized it. If you weaponize it, you're not ashamed by it.
That's right.
Totally different. The bipolar, I don't know where that really helps me yet, but I'm still trying to figure that one out.
hey, when you get 2 superpowers, you let us know, okay?
Hey, but the depression, anxiety, I'm great in chaos. I suck in calm. But you know what? How cool this is that I'm talking about this now? when I came here today. I get nervous when I come in these situations. I'm great in a cage. I have no problem with Chuck Liddell kicking me in the head.
Yeah.
Zero.
Right.
Which is probably the opposite of everybody else you're hearing this, right? I'm comfortable in there. I'm great on TV, no problem. But when I come into a situation where there's thousands of people, the walls start caving into me, my eyes start shaking back and forth, my heart starts racing, I start sweating, and my hands start shaking. So on the way over today, I FaceTime Michael Phelps. That's my mental health, one of my battle buddies. I FaceTime him. I'm like, hey, I may have to FaceTime you at some point during this if I'm struggling. He's like, and he's literally on call for me to call. Awesome. And he does the same for me. When he melts down, man, he calls and we cry to each other. And freaking, Lane Johnson lived with me for 5 months and saw me struggle and never said any word until he went off the reservation. And now we know, all right, dude, we don't do this anymore. We lean into each other. And we went from being friends to brothers, And I do a feature on the pregame show this week with A.J. Brown, where he's one of my mental health buddies. And I'm like, hey, man, we talk about the dark tunnel we went through, those 6 inches between your ears, they could lead you down a bad path. But, man, if you handle it the right way, too, those 6 inches between your ears, that's mental health, too. It could really lift you up to do some great stuff.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jay Glazer.
Be proud of it.
Are there any resources out there for people listening to this that can?
A million. You lean into your – look, every single person I've ever talked to about it, Michael Strahan is my best friend I've ever had as a human being. And he told me after 30 years, dude, why? And I didn't tell him for 30 years. And he says, you know what, man, you took away my chance to be your best friend for 30 years by not telling me. I could have been there for you. Yeah. And I never looked at it that way. I always thought I was going to bother people.
Right.
So the best resources are the people next to you. They deserve, and you deserve, for you to talk about it with other people. Trust me, you'll go from friends to brothers and sisters you never thought you'd have.
Yeah. Awesome.
And Kelby for ADHD. It's been a game changer for me.
Thank you so much, Jay.
Awesome, Jay.
Powerful message.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There we go. Cody, I think we're coming up to the end of your time, I think. Are you with us?
Todd Gurley.
Todd Gurley, is he coming up?
There he is right there.
Oh, yeah, you are on with me with Todd Gurley. There we go. And he's sitting down here with us right now. Todd Gurley joining the show. What's going on, man? Nice to meet you. I'm Iain. This is Cody. Yeah, you got the microphone there.
The Bush's Beans.
Bush's Beans.
Already. Good to see you, bro. You already know.
How you doing, Todd? How's the week so far?
Let's do it. I need headphones?
Nope, you're
cool.
good.
Let's get it.
How's the week so far?
The week?
Yeah.
The week is good. It's perfect.
Obviously, a bit of a Georgia brotherhood, and we're seeing it a lot on the Eagles. A lot of guys from Georgia on the Eagles.
Yeah.
How powerful is that to have teammates that you played with in college and now at the pro level, and now they're all the way at the Super Bowl?
From experience, I probably wouldn't really know. So if I had to guess, for them, I think it would be critical because they're a championship team in college.
Right.
You know, it's different if you probably didn't win a championship, or maybe you were close to winning a championship, but these guys actually did it, and they did it multiple times at a high level. Not only that, they were there early on to lose championships, right? To Alabama, SC championship, all that type of stuff, but then able to overcome that. So to be able to kind of be first-time experience on the NFL Super Bowl level, but I think the championship experience still kind of coexists from a college and, Super Bowl and NFL level, if you get what I'm saying.
Of course.
Yeah.
So even more wide-ranging than the Super Bowl, the SEC, it just means more, And so what is it about the SEC beyond the level of competition that prepares players for the NFL better than any other league?
Well, I would say it's definitely an equal level playing field now. I mean, if we're being honest, Big Ten probably had a better season overall this year.
100%.
But it's just different. It's just different. You look at the body of work, you look at the NFL rosters, and, just Alabama alone, right? And Georgia these last couple of years. I was going to say Tennessee, but I was like, nah.
You can't.
You know what I mean?
As a dog, you can't do that.
Whatever. But, it's just a lot of competition, man. It's a lot of competition. But now with the transfer portal, a guy could start off in the Big Ten and go to the SEC, or he can start off in the SC and then, go to another conference. So I think it's just the talent level is like no other, and the coaching as well, too.
one of the big storylines this week is obviously Saquon Barkley, fellow running back. Unbelievable season, and I think, and I'm interested if you agree, has done a lot for running backs this season in proving that they are really important and can take a team from being, a playoff team to a true Super Bowl contender. Because I think the past couple of years, running backs have kind of started to be underrated. We've seen them not get the money that they necessarily deserve, and I think Saquon and some other running backs this season really took a step in the right direction of kind of proving the worth of the position.
Did Christian McCaffrey did not do that last year? So it's like it's the same comment. I'm just like, why we keep talking about the same stuff?
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey literally just won Offensive Player of the Year. So it's like, who's making up the storylines?
I think where I would differ a little bit would be the Eagles ran the ball like 55% of plays, which
they have a running quarterback as well too.
Yeah, that's a great
That's
point.
fair. That's fair.
That is fair. I do think even Christian McCaffrey, obviously a big receiver out of the backfield. I think the Eagles did kind of introduce a little bit more of old school football that was run first this year.
But let's not act like the Eagles wasn't in the Super Bowl like 3 years ago, literally.
Yeah.
So was the Niners as well too. So we're not talking about like Saquon taking the Giants to the Super Bowl, which will be impossible, by the way. But like, he gets to flourish. He gets to flourish on a team that lets him flourish. He wouldn't have been able to do this in his past situation, and a guy with his talent is like, you want to see him flourish the way he's doing it. So will he still get the money he deserves? Probably not.
Right.
But that's just part of the game. But he loves to play the game. I don't think it's even about the money. It's about the competitive nature in him. He loves football. He loves to show that he's the best and prove that he's one of the best. And he's been doing it this year. I mean, he's had 2K. It's just been an unbelievable season. And had Derrick Henry got the ball the first 3 games, he would have had 2,000 yards. Right. So this probably would have been the first season where you had 2,000-yard rushers.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, Wood even got the record. Yes, I know it's an extra game, but he didn't play the last game. So it's just incredible what he's doing, man. It's just like, it's almost, he don't even look like he in college. He look like he in high school.
Yeah.
He out there having fun. And it's a good feeling to see as a former running back, to be able to see somebody have the success that they're having this year. But honestly, I think that he's doing what guys – he's having a great season. But guys have been having great seasons, in the past as well, too.
But to your point, it does really prove how important the offensive line is, because we saw him from probably a bottom 5 offensive line this year to top 5, maybe the best.
It's a collective team effort, though, man. Sure. I mean, from play calling, from ownership, offensive line, quarterback play, receivers. If you ain't got no receivers to throw to, then all we need to worry about is 2-6.
Right.
A.J. Brown, Vontae Smith. I don't even know the third dude, but I know he's good. Tight end's good. I mean, they just have a great offense with a fantastic running back.
Yeah.
Like, one of the best.
No, so you talk about, Christian McCaffrey last year and Saquon Barkley this year, and Saquon's in the MVP conversation. It's probably going to go to Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson because MVP has been largely a quarterback award in the NFL. Would you like to see the NFL move to a more college-style award system where you have, like offensive line getting awarded with the Joe Moore Award and stuff like that? We're kind of seeing it. I believe the Butkus Award is now available in the NFL for linebackers and stuff like that. Would you like to see the NFL adopt more of that?
Honestly, I don't even care, to be real with you.
No, that's fair. Absolutely. That's completely fair.
Yeah.
So talk to us about your partnership with Bush's.
There we go. Yeah, that's what we here to talk about, man. Yeah. Now, obviously being able to partner with Bush's Baked Beans, some of my favorite beans, obviously, being active, being a former athlete, but still staying active, it gives me a great source of plant protein. Got family recipes, kind of sweet, savory flavor, but then also, have my family tradition. Do a little ground turkey, a little green onions, bacon bits, brown, some brown sugar, maybe a little bit of syrup, maybe some cinnamon as well too, So, but no, just being able to have this partnership with them. I know obviously we on Radio Row, doing stuff, making my rounds, but like as a kid, right, growing up and being able to use all these brands, but then also like it just comes back full circle. So being able to just be grateful and just had the opportunity to talk to you guys about football and all that, but then also be here because of Bush's Baked Beans. So I really appreciate them and everything that they've been able to do for me, but then everybody making us happy. We all like the grill, right? So it's a game day. I feel like it's a great game day meal. Goes well with chicken, burgers, steak, chops, whatever you need. So, but yeah, that's what we have going on today, man. Sorry about that.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Todd. Before we let you go, we need a Super Bowl prediction from you,
though. I mean, I'm going with the Chiefs, dog. Like, I think Saquon's going to have like 200 yards, but usually when you have 200 yards, you don't lose a game. But when you got one of the greatest quarterbacks on the other side and 15, I'm going 15. I don't really have a score for you right now, but I'm going Mahomes, though.
It's hard to pick against the Chiefs. Thank you so much, Todd, with Bushes. Enjoy the rest of the week.
Appreciate it. Yep. Y'all fellas have a good one, man. Enjoy y'all day. Thank you.
Take care. There you go, Todd Gurley. Georgia legend, NFL legend. And Cody, that's going to wrap up your time with me. I will be on for a little bit longer. Sterling Holmes is going to join me here.
He's a good-looking fellow.
Yeah, and Sterling and I have not been live yet together this week, so I'm looking forward to this. Hey, thank you.
Oh.
Sorry, man.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
All right, Ian, I'll see you tomorrow.
Just left Todd Gurley hanging.
That's tough for you.
What a jerk I am. All right, see you later, Cody. Sterling Holmes is going to join me. What's going on, Sterling?
That's lunch, baby. Hey, you want to cook that up?
Yeah, we're still rolling. Are we rolling? Yeah, we're still going. Okay, my headset just, I don't know. Yeah, I'm good. Maybe that microphone just turned off. Maybe that's what it was.
Are you good?
Sterling, it is nice to finally be here with you.
Yeah, man, I've missed you. We've not done this together ever. Nice. Little switcheroo here. We doing a little switcheroo.
Yeah.
Why? What?
Dylan?
Guys.
Hey.
Sterling. What's going on, Dylan?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, nice to have you on the show, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I guess we can just start this right away. Talk to us, kind of your thoughts on the Raider season as a whole.
I mean, it was definitely a little disappointing going 4-13 for the fans and everyone in the organization too, man. It was tough. It was tough. I think we had a lot of expectations going into the year, and kind of when you lose 10 games in a row, it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. And me personally, it was definitely a up and down year for me. But you definitely learn a lot. But now with this new staff coming out, I think it's going to switch around.
Yeah. Were you surprised with Antonio Pierce being let go like that? I know that was. It was tough for a lot of Raiders because I know originally, Max Crosby was in the forefront of making sure he came back, right, as from interim to, full time, and then obviously didn't go quite the way the Raiders thought it was going to go. Were you surprised maybe with the quick trigger there?
Yeah, we all loved Antonio Pierce, man. He was the guy that drafted me too, so I mean, he's always there for me. It's tough, man. I don't care who you are, any coach, any staff that you kind of care for and build a relationship with, man. It's tough to see him go.
Yeah.
Were you a little bit disappointed? I mean, I was a fan of yours coming into the Raiders. I was waiting for you to really explode this season, and to be kind of blunt, you didn't get the carries I thought you should have got. I was like, man, give this guy the ball.
Yeah, man, it's tough. It's tough. It's a business too. And I thought I was going to get a couple more shots, but at the end of the day, man, it's life. It's life, and I've learned so much more on special teams and the mental aspect of the game, where I think year 2 now, it's going to be a totally 180 degrees.
Well, what's cool is there's actually a nice connection here with the Chief player. I'm going to throw this out here. One of your worst things that happened to you, fumbled the first carry of your
100%.
NFL career.
100%.
You knew who else did that? Kareem Hunt.
Yep.
Kareem Hunt had his first carry as a fumble.
Listen.
Guess what happened after that, though?
Yeah.
Has not fumbled since that first fumble in his first carry. So I'm saying there's precedent here.
Okay, knock on wood there.
See, knock on wood, Dylan, but I'm telling you right now.
Come on.
You like that.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, it's a part of the game. You're playing against the best of the best, and it was definitely a tough play, man. It was the first carry. That Steelers game too. They are a great defense, and T.J. Watt, who is a great player, but screw him a little bit. But no, I'm joking. But hey,
TJ's coming around the corner.
No, but he's a great player, man. He just made a hell of a play, and it's life. It sucked, and that was kind of that up and down of the year too, where I was like, damn, like what's gonna happen next? But after that game, I kind of locked back in, and on special teams wise, I did what I had to do. So yeah, it was good.
So now, first season under your belt, what does this off season look like now as you head into your second season?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because this is kind of my first off season where I've had a break. Last year and a half, I've been go. So as soon as the year ended, I was like, what am I supposed to do? Everyone was like, dude, just chill. Take a vacation, enjoy it. But I'm like, I don't know if I can. I mean, I just want to just go. So I took like a week and a half off, and then, I mean, I'm straight back to it. I have a couple guys on the team that are near me in Florida. I got Minshew out there that I've been throwing with. He's just a great player, man. He's just a great guy to learn from and watch too. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be a really cool offseason.
For you, going from New Hampshire to the NFL,
to Vegas too.
To Vegas too. What was that transition and switch like? Because, sorry, off the top of my head, I don't know of a lot of New Hampshire, like Delaware, Joe Flacco, right?
I think so.
I think it's Joe Flacco. Like New Hampshire, what is that switch like to Vegas, the NFL?
You forget, our OC was a former player there. A former player at New Hampshire.
Nice.
His first coaching job was there too.
Nice.
So we have that connection there too.
Yeah.
But it's, you know what? If you ask any FCS guy or small school guy, I think it's better to go there and transition to the NFL because you learn to have that chip on your shoulder.
Sure.
There's a lot of big school guys that have played in those big games and have all that kind of fame and all that stuff, and when they get to the NFL, they don't have that chip on their shoulder of like, all right, like I have to earn my spot.
Yeah.
Those small school guys, man, are always just gritty, dirty, just nasty guys, and it's still definitely a tough transition for anyone. But I think for us, man, it kind of helps out a bunch.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Dylan.
Appreciate it.
Really quick Super Bowl prediction.
Eagles. I mean, Saquon's my guy.
Yeah.
I think the only way Chiefs win is if they stop him, and I don't think they will.
Wow, running back going with the running back, huh?
Shocking. But I appreciate it, guys.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Dylan Lauby, right?
Yes, perfect.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Look at that. Hey, seriously?
Yeah,
you throw a D in there. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Take it easy. Hey, Iain, congratulations being the first one. Do you get like some prize? Do you get an award?
I feel because of the way that my name is spelled and how many people mispronounce my name, I feel like it's my duty to pronounce the guest's name correctly, and I did mess up earlier on a player's name, and it has haunted me. So
who was it?
I'm glad it was and now I don't want to mispronounce it again. Gervy, I got his first name. I said Alota, and it was not right, and I don't remember correctly.
Oh, wow.
Correct
So you just don't care?
No.
Do you not know or do you not care, Iain?
I do care, Sterling. I do
that's
care.
Why
As a guy who gets Lane, who gets Iain, who gets every single pronunciation under the sun for a name that's spelled I-A-I-N, I do want to try my best to pronounce other people's names correctly.
In fairness, there is an extra letter in your name, so you can't blame people.
Yeah, but not really, though. It is the Scottish way to spell Iain. So
are you Scottish?
Originally, well, yeah, Iain MacMillan. Nova Scotia is
all
all Scottish.
Wow, yeah, I'm dumb. I'm like
Nova Scotia is
Iain
all Scottish.
MacMillan, Scottish, sure. And then
So-
I'm like, oh wait, yeah, yes you are.
So actually, the correct way to spell it is the way I spell it, to be honest.
Oh, so you're actually the legit way.
Yes,
So
correct.
Okay.
The IAN is the Anglican way to spell the Scottish name of Iain, but we do not need to spend too much time.
Credit to you for being classy. I don't know, man. Credit to you for being classy. I think Myles Garrett is coming up next. I'm excited. I'm excited to talk to Myles. Talked to him last year. It was a lot of fun talking with him last year. It's him and Denzel Ward. And in that situation, they were building that Browns defense. They had just given Myles that contract. They'd just given Denzel Ward, the one of, if not the highest paid cornerback deals or secondary deals in the NFL. And now things have clearly switched with Myles Garrett wanting a trade.
Yes. Announced recently, the news of the week outside the Super Bowl.
So it'll be interesting to kind of get his thought process here on what goes into that sort of thing, as well as also you'll be shocked, Iain.
Yes.
One of, if not the largest men you'll ever meet, who is just all muscle.
Yeah, I'm a little scared. I actually wish we could switch seats. It's going to be scary sitting there.
Yeah, last year I was almost hoping Denzel Ward would sit in the middle.
Yeah.
But no, it was Myles, and his forearms are larger than my dome right there. How was Todd Gurley, by the way?
Yeah, Todd Gurley, former Falcon. So it was fun to talk to him. Georgia guy, obviously the Georgia connection in the Super Bowl with all the Eagles. His take on running backs, which was actually a unique take that other people don't have, is that he just thinks, he basically said Christian McCaffrey was doing it before Saquon, and he was a little tired of people asking him if the running back position proved itself this year. He said that was kind of a dumb question. Christian McCaffrey's been doing it for a long time. So, interesting response.
Yeah, so he just doesn't like you, I guess.
I kind of got that vibe, and then I left him hanging at the end, which was
and now I understand why he doesn't, because you left him hanging. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he just knew that you're that kind of guy, I guess, which, happens.
It does happen.
No, I do think it's interesting about the running back market. I understand where he's coming from.
Yes.
Especially a guy like Todd Gurley, who maybe more than anyone else, he's obviously had great success at multiple levels, but maybe not the longevity because of injuries. You want to get paid early on for what you have done, right? And I know he got paid in Atlanta to an extent, right? He would have signed it, but I get running backs, especially his era. They've almost been the forgotten era, it feels like. I do think we are now entering a new renaissance almost. And maybe I'm wrong here, but I do think running back market is about to take off, and part of that is because of Saquon. But his era was almost the start of the, you're not going to win with running backs. And he was an example almost why.
Right.
So I get why he, of all people, might be like, no, it's been there, just people weren't maybe paying attention.
Yeah, if nothing else, I actually appreciate Todd Gurley's honesty. I'd much rather him give his true opinion about it than just kind of the cookie-cutter answer that maybe some other people have. So it was an interesting perspective from him. Yeah, it's been a loaded day. I'm at the end of 2.5 hours being on air. My mind is starting to turn a little bit into mush, Sterling, but you were on for 4 hours every day last year.
I'm a grinder.
So I feel like I should be doing a lot better than I am.
No, you're doing great. I'm very proud of you. You've what? I didn't say. Don't laugh. Was that a laugh or a cough?
No, it was a laugh.
I am proud of you. What's wrong with that?
You're not being tongue-in-cheek at all?
I'm not.
All right, I
give credit to me for not being tongue-in-cheek.
Credit to you.
Credit to me.
By the way, we do also, and we can talk about this, we have not figured out what we're going to do for our bet, which we were going to come here. I was going to pay up on my bet. It's been busy. We haven't had a chance. We got to figure that out.
Yeah, it's
or I just won't pay up.
Well, no, you're going to pay up at some point. Worst comes to worst, you're giving me new golf balls. That's worst case scenario.
Yeah.
I do think what we need to do is have you pay for my casino tonight.
Yeah, but what does that mean, though? There's got to be a limit.
No limit. Double or not. Richard's laughing back there. I heard. These are pretty tight headphones. You're not hearing a whole bunch outside of them besides you, my voice, and obviously the guest, because it's loud on Radio Row.
Yeah.
Richard's laugh was so loud after I said no limit. It just permeated throughout. I'm sure everyone. That's lovely, Richard. Appreciate you. By the way, shout out to Ike's from San Francisco. That sandwich.
Yeah.
Literally incredible.
I haven't had a chance.
One of the best sandwiches, if not the best sandwich I've ever had. Just steak, cheese. It's different than a cheesesteak, obviously. Okay. Trust me, I'm not doing a cheesesteak. It's Philly Hate Week. You know this about me.
Yeah.
Philly Hate Week. But it was really, really good. Nice little sauce. He said it's Austin Eckler's favorite.
Ooh.
And I see why. That man, Austin Eckler's built like a brick shithouse.
Yep.
So I get protein.
Talk to me about your suit, which is a strong choice, a bold choice to wear that suit today, but you pull it off.
Thank you. I'm a bold man, Iain.
Yeah. Not everyone could pull off that suit.
No, credit to me for pulling it off. For those that don't watch Arrowhead Addict, we do this bit where he always says credit to me for something, and so now I've liked it.
You've stolen it.
I've adopted it.
You've just made it your own.
No.
Don't overuse it, though.
I've adopted it. Credit to me for not overusing it. But no, I thought seersucker was a nice touch for Radio Row. I like your suit. You're looking very dapper.
Thank you. I did have to get it tailored before I came.
Of course, but your sleeves are a little long.
I got the jacket tailored. I did not get my shirts tailored.
Yeah, you got to get that. That's a huge. You look.
Sleeves on my shirt are too long because I have
Chris
short little.
Farley-esque.
I have short little T-Rex arms, which makes these shirts tough to wear.
Yeah, not a good offensive lineman right there.
You got some lighthouses on the inside of that jacket.
Yeah.
Like I'm just noticing that part now. That might be actually the best part of the jacket. Show that off. You got some whales. You got some lighthouses.
Yeah.
That's actually a very Nova Scotian suit, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I did it for you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That is like a little Nova Scotia shout-out. I like that.
Very, me and my love for Nova Scotia and anything Canadian.
What has been your favorite part so far this week?
Yeah, man, favorite part so far. Opening night's always fun. It's enjoyable. It's a lot. Food's obviously been great. Let's be real now.
Yep.
Last night was great, the media party, but in general, I love sitting down and talking with these players and guests because it's nice one-on-one to have an opportunity to get to know them a little better than just a one-off.
And there we got our next guest here, Myles Garrett. Thank you so much for joining us.
No problem.
The biggest forearms in the game.
Holy moly.
Yeah, he'd be a great baseball player. Any check swing. Mike, you play baseball at all? Did you ever play a little baseball?
I was actually, funny enough, I was at Trevor Story's spot. He has a new gym that he built, and we're hitting some curveballs.
Were you really?
We were.
For him, he's checking on everything. He can check that right there.
Actually, funny enough, I was just talking to Jay Glazer just not that long ago, and he was telling me about the MMA training that he's done with you. So talk about that a little bit and how that translates to football.
I mean, that handwork is invaluable.
Yeah.
That hand-eye coordination, knowing how and the velocity of placing your hands. That's all they do. Trying to parry, deflect, gain an advantage. Those things are very transitional between our two sports.
Yeah, and I know you're here with Oikos right here with surprising strength, which I don't think anyone's surprised by your strength. But can you tell us a little bit more about this partnership you have rocking?
Well, you might be surprised by my partner, Juno, when this game day commercial comes out.
Yeah.
First time, and first Super Bowl commercial, so that's something big for both of us. But Oikos Pro is something that's part of my diet in the mornings before I get my workout in, 20 grams of protein. It just helps start the day off well and get me feeling good and going into the day, already starting fast and starting strong.
Yeah, I think maybe it could change me. Maybe one day I could look like Myles Garrett. I know you had that what you put out yesterday, I believe. Let's start here. Warm weather, cold weather place?
Winning weather.
Winning weather. I like that. I like winning weather.
So I guess that kind of leads to my question is there like an ideal situation for you out there? What would that situation look like to you?
Just a team that's in need of my services, who's looking forward to contending here soon and just giving us the opportunity to win on the next stage. Yeah. And I just want more opportunities for that.
Do you love the creativity given into you in certain defenses? Is that a big part, like making sure that you are still the focal point, or does that even play a factor in this?
I mean, definitely is something I'm looking to see further down the line. Wanting to be a focal point and having that freedom to move up and down the line, coming off the edge, having things designed to help give me one-on-ones. So it don't happen very often. So
yeah, a lot of double teams.
Yeah, so freeing me up to be able to make those big plays is definitely something that I would keep my eyes on.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, you don't have to respond to what I'm going to say. I am a Falcons fan. The Falcons, in my opinion, and I'm just saying this to the camera, the Falcons are a pass rusher away from being a Super Bowl contender. You don't respond. I'm just talking to the camera. You're not even I'm just saying that. What is obviously you're going to have a little bit of a busy offseason ahead. What's that going to look like for you?
Off-season?
Yeah, in terms of even just training, are you just kind of honing your skills right now? Are you going to do some more MMA stuff maybe?
I mean, MMA, yoga, Pilates, some traveling. I'll continue to working on my languages, but always in between all of that traveling, just making sure my diet's on point, and making sure that I can train wherever I go. I don't want to ever get away from my regimen and staying ready so I don't have to get ready.
Did you say training or work on your languages? Are you learning other languages, and which ones?
Working on Japanese, working on Turkish, and I want to learn Spanish. I want that to be my next one.
Nice.
What made you want to go with like Japanese and Turkish specifically is a little bit of a different one. I mean, most people would be learning Spanish or French or something like that.
Well, I mean, I took a trip to Turkey a couple years back and I absolutely loved it. And cultures that I'm really intrigued by, or really had a great experience with, and I want to be able to further become part of that culture. And I want to be able to experience the parts that maybe a foreigner or just a tourist wouldn't be able to see. Be able to get that access, being able to become one with those people, at least for the time that I'm there. And same thing with Japan. I've always had a fascination for their culture, for their people, for their traditions. I've been a big anime fan and manga, so all those things collectively just maybe make that decision.
Fun. I've always wanted to go to Istanbul. I've always thought that'd be a really cool spot to go to in Turkey. So I've actually wanted to do that at some point in my life. So
Outstanding.
So now I have a recommendation,
Yes.
and it's actually from Myles Garrett. That's pretty fun right there. When you look at the Eagles and Chiefs defensively, what do they do that stands out? Because both of these two defenses are very unique. They're built very differently too, but yet they're both here and have two of the best defenses in the entire NFL. What do you think they do that kind of separates themselves?
Well, the Eagles are more comfortable, just attacking you straight up, using that front forward to get after the quarterback and allowing those other guys to provide time for them to get there. They'll mix it up every now and then. They have some great linebackers. Zach Bond had a great year. They have a great defense overall, and Jalen is having an exceptional year. He's come on each and every game, but the Chiefs. They want to dial it up a little bit more, especially when it gets to second and long, third and medium, and mixing it up, hitting you with different looks, trying to slow down your process and make you make a mistake, while the Eagles kind of just want to bludgeon you.
Yeah. When you see that final play, I don't know if you had a chance to look at it with the Chiefs-Bills, that final play of the game, and they're sending Justin Reed and Trent McDuffie, and yet Mike Dana, one of their edge rushers, is dropped into coverage. Like, if you're obviously as an edge, how difficult is that fun for you to try and see these unique play calls that Spags draws up?
I mean, I've been a part of some of them myself, being with some different coordinators, and it's definitely fun seeing those smaller guys get in the mix and making those plays, and it definitely throws the quarterbacks off. And seeing the Chiefs do it, they have the guys be able to mix it up all over the board. I know they draft and they select these guys, and they're looking for guys who are a bit multifaceted and have that ability to cover, but also don't rush and blitz.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Myles. We really appreciate it. Everyone's got to keep an eye out for that new game day ad that's coming out.
Yes, sir. Please do.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you again. It was last year you and Denzel. We had the final one 7 p.m. So it was fun. Appreciate you, Myles. Hey, take it easy. Myles Garrett, always fun.
I made my pitch. It was a quick pitch, but hopefully it was an effective pitch.
Yeah, I tried. See, you were very just upfront with it, and then you kind of bailed halfully through.
I
bailed
said
through
what
your pitch. You said it, and then you semi-bailed.
No, I didn't bail. I don't want to have to put him in a tough spot, but I think I made a quick pitch. All right, I'm heading out. I'm done. Thank you all so much. These guys are still going to go, and Malcom, I think, is coming back on to join you. So,
all right. Well, Iain's out. We can keep this thing live if you want to, and I'll
be
keep
back
talking. Richard, are you going to pause it? I can keep talking while Malcom comes up if you want me to. That works for me because I do think it was very interesting, in my opinion, Myles Garrett, what he had to say about what he's looking forward to in his next team. Right, Malcom, I think you're getting ready to come in right now. Malcom, let me scoot up for you right here. We have a huge change all at once. Malcolm's walking in.
We're swapping.
Yeah, Marshall Newhouse getting ready to join us right here. So as we get set, Malcom, you can just put that headset on. Marshall, I'll let you just use that handheld mic right there. Hope you guys are having a great, busy day right here.
I've been here all week, so
nice.
It's been good so far.
When'd you get in?
Monday night.
Nice.
Yeah.
We got here Sunday night. Have you gone to Bourbon Street yet?
Yeah, real quick. So I do a show on DraftKings with Trey Wingo, and he wanted to
Nice.
walk. We walked Bourbon Street on Tuesday when it was tame, just to get the lay of the land. But you can do it once and be done. It's going to get nuts here pretty quickly. But
Yeah, we're here with Unified reporting here with Malcolm and myself. Malcolm.
Hey, Marshall, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Malcolm. How are you, man?
I'm wonderful. I would love to ask you off the bat, compare the offensive lines of the Chiefs and the Eagles. Who do you think has the edge, and how can they keep that edge?
I think from an on-paper talent standpoint, the Eagles have the more talented offensive line. They've got a lot of experience with Lane Johnson, Jeremiah Alota, and Cam Jurgens replacing Jason Kelsey. I think that the Chiefs have done an incredible job adapting this year from injury. Joe Tooney's had to slide out from guard to tackle. He's done an admirable job, and they're doing enough. And, Juwan Taylor's actually had a really good season.
Yes.
And the inside three were dominant, and obviously it hurts to move Tooney out of the strength at guard to tackle, but they're doing enough. But you noticed in the AFC Championship game, the first drive and then, subsequently after that, Andy Reid has been designing a lot of RPOs, quick passes, I think specifically because as well as Joe Tooney is doing, that is not his preferred place. And so they're not going to try to leave him on the island too many times. So head-to-head in that way, the Eagles have the better offensive line.
When it comes to Juwan Taylor, I'd love to get your thoughts, obviously being a tackle for as long as you were. Do you think he ever got picked on with some of those, lining up off of the line calls? Do you think they were legit and maybe that's just how he tries to get an advantage? Because I know, again, we're a lot of KC, don't want to be biased, but at times we felt like, yes, he was lining up and we were apt to call those.
Sure.
But then it kind of felt like at times maybe because he had that reputation that they were almost calling on him more often than other guys, like maybe even like a Lane Johnson or a Deion Dawkins with that quick first step too.
Sometimes guys do get reputations and the other team will warn a ref crew before the game starts. But in Juwan Taylor's case, listen, as a tackle, your procedure is the refs are supposed to give you a warning of as far as like if you're leaving early, if you're lined up a little bit too far back, and then afterwards, then they got a quick whistle. I think he has mastered the gray area of pushing the limits as far as his alignment, pushing the limits as far as when he starts, because there is a gray area where they allow you to kind of start your we can get granular as far as your muscle twitches and stuff like that, but it really is that close. And so are you going to call him every single time? No, but I also give him credit for it's not my job to legislate how the game is called. It's the ref's job. I'll adjust to that. And what he's doing is taking full advantage of how the rules are called. I'm sure he has a good relationship with the side judge. He gives him a little wink, little nod, like, hey, let me know if I'm violating, and they will or they won't. But it's not on him to not give himself an advantage against the league, which has turned into you just had an alien here at pass rusher. In Myles Garrett. I want every advantage against that guy that I can get. So I don't begrudge Juwan Taylor at all.
As an offensive lineman, Marshall, how tough is that position? And what would you say are those like key traits as being an offensive lineman such as yourself?
I think it's one of the toughest positions on the field. I played left tackle, right tackle, both guard positions, but there's just a lot of, on top of the physical nature, there's only so many of those guys built like that. You see a few of them walking around here today, but there's a limited amount. And then to have the quickness to, again, block those guys on the edge, but then to have the mental capacity and the processing to do what the modern offenses are requiring. So there's a lot of changes at the line of scrimmage. There's a lot. I played on 8 different teams in 11 years. I had to learn 8 new different playbooks. Most notably, I signed with New England in 2019 on a Wednesday, like week 3 or 4. I signed on a Wednesday. I started at right tackle on a Sunday. In the middle of the game, Isaiah Wynn gets hurt, and I flipped to left tackle. The amount of mental processing it goes to learn the playbook and then flip it in your brain, and then to do that play after play after play and be physical and be athletic and all these things, it's a really tough position. So all the guys that are playing, especially the top of their position, it's an incredible thing to watch.
You've been doing so much post-playing career as well. I mean, you have done just a plethora of things. I would love people to know, because I think yours is a great story of, a lot of times NFL players, when they retire, what all do they do? But you have a massive portfolio of things that you've been working on.
I tried. I think my goal when I was playing was to crack as many doors open as possible and then give myself a chance to walk through them when I was playing, when I was done playing. And so that meant nurturing relationships, coming to Radio Row before I was retired, and getting in front of people, and then kind of fostering what I might think I'd want to do afterwards. So when I played for the Raiders in 2017, I was in the heart of Silicon Valley. I started looking into venture capital and startup investing and being an advisor. Made some investments in that regard, and just learn more about business in general. I've done some really cool player summits, some fireside chats in New York at New York Stock Exchange. I'm doing that again next week. And then on the sports broadcasting side, I've really dove into that the last year. I'm here on behalf of DraftKings. I've been doing a show with Trey Wingo. And so really just trying to nurture as many things as possible so that, if one thing kind of dries up or I'm like, I'm not feeling it anymore, I pivot to the next thing, but I've given myself the opportunity because I opened the door first while I was playing, while my name was a little bit more known.
Yeah.
I would love for you to, to answer this question for me, Marshall. Is there a current NFL player that you would love to mentor?
Oh, man, who I would love to mentor? Yeah, let me think. I think obviously it would be an alignment, a young tackle probably. Let's see. Listen, I don't know if he needs it, but I love the game of Andrew Thomas for the Giants. Great tackle. He's turned into a perennial, he's on that fringe Pro Bowl guy, but I think he'll be making Pro Bowls in no time. I'd love to mentor him, and maybe a guy like who's the tackle for? Well, I'll go a little nepotism, if you will, whatever that means. My guy Steve Avila, he's a guard. He's a TCU guy. I'm a TCU guy.
Yeah.
Listen, he's had an incredible career already, and maybe he doesn't even need it, but I'd love to just pour into him a little bit. I do talk to him in the off seasons and stuff like that. He's a guard, but he's had an incredible start to his career. So I think those two guys would be fun to just. I'd like to give more of what I know, and maybe you can cut some of the corners that I had to go through and learn a little bit harder.
Awesome. When it comes to what the Eagles have done, so much credit has been given to Saquon Barkley, and deservedly so. Yeah. Do you ever feel like the offensive line should maybe get a little more credit for the immense success? Because, again, taking nothing away from Saquon.
Yeah.
But he wasn't doing this with the Giants.
Sure.
And I think we all agree the Eagles' offensive line is a little more talented than New York, although Andrew Thomas, as you mentioned, is a very, very good tackle. I'm with you right there.
Yeah, but absolutely. The unit.
But as a unit, I've been very impressed with Philly and what they've done, and I feel like we haven't given maybe enough love to the Eagles' O-line, and we have in the past.
Yeah.
But do you think they deserve a little more?
I think linemen always deserve more love. I think the Eagles' line has gotten a lot of love. I think that helped with the Jason Kelce storyline, both last year while he's playing and now him being out. They've gotten more notoriety than most line units, I think, ever. But I think they deserve more because you're right. Saquon, we knew his potential, and we saw a lot of it in New York, but it's really been unlocked in this offense, specifically with this offensive line. He's running through incredible holes.
Yeah.
And, instead of having to make 2 or 3 guys miss when they're loading the box, he has to make one guy miss, a la that long touchdown against the Rams.
Yes.
6 yards down the field instead of right at the line of scrimmage. And so we're seeing the breadth of what Saquon can do because this offensive line at times is so dominant. I mean, they're behemoths between Mailata. You've got Mekhi Becton, who's reinventing himself at guard, which I love to see, and then a guy like Lane and Cam Jurgens, Lane and Dickerson. I mean, they're just huge guys, and let's talk about it. Physics wins ultimately. Those guys have mass, and they move people around, and Saquon is benefiting for sure.
You played for 8 teams, and that's impressive, Marshall. 8 teams.
Yeah.
Which city was your favorite to play in?
Oh, man.
Nice.
My answer to this question is kind of reliant on what I wanted out of that situation. So from a purely football perspective, playing Green Bay was incredible. That's kind of the football mecca. We're having a draft there here this year in a couple months. I have a cool photo of me running out, getting introduced pregame in Lambeau Field. It doesn't get much better than that. I think from a young guy, fun perspective, living in New York, not in New York, but adjacent to New York for 2 years, and we were a successful team, was incredibly fun. And then I think lastly, I got to play in Oakland and live in California for a year. I lived in San Francisco, and going out to a December practice and it's 72 degrees, I'm like, this isn't bad. This isn't horrible. So I say those 3 teams for those different reasons.
Before we let you go here, when it comes to patience with offensive line, and especially I think tackles, you mentioned Mekhi Becton, the transition from tackle, then he goes to a new team. He's really succeeding as a guard. You look at Andrew Thomas, his first year, Giants fans were like, what have we done? He's a bust already. And now, as we've talked about, a very, very talented left tackle. with Kansas City, for example, they have two younger guys, Wanya Morris and Kingsley Suamataia.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the thought process was Kingsley was going to be the guy. Then he started, only played 2 starts, and then they pulled him, right?
Yeah.
And then Wanya came in, and they had to go make some moves happen. But that transition from college to the NFL seems hard for tackles. How patient should people be when it comes to the tackle position?
I think especially more patient. I mean, it is a hard transition. I think they threw those guys in there because they need to see what they had right now. This is a team and an organization that's accustomed to winning. Where they are now is their expectation. And so when that's the expectation, there is organizationally less immediate patience for rookies, especially linemen, especially protecting Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Like, hey, we got to know if you can do this now. Right. That doesn't mean we are quitting on you or giving up on you, but right now we need to know what works for us now. That's the reason why they signed DJ Humphries, but Joe Tooney is playing a left tackle for this game.
Yep.
Because they need to know what they have and what they can trust, because we're trying to win championships. Now, I think Kingsley is going to be a great tackle. I think Wanya is going to come into his own and be a contributing tackle for them as well, but they just have less time with live rounds, I'd say. They're going to develop in their program.
With live reps.
Live reps. And then in their offseason, they'll get time and they'll come along. But every year, as long as Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes are together, they're like, hey, we need to know what we have so we can make a run, because we're in win-now mode for sure.
Marshall Newhouse, really appreciate it. Make sure you check out all of his stuff with DraftKings and Trey Wingo.
Yes.
Marshall, thanks, man.
I appreciate it.
Marshall, thanks for your time, man.
It's a pleasure, man.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you, too.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Marshall.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Marshall.
Appreciate it.
Shape.
Marshall Newhouse right there. Veteran. Love getting the insight right there.
That was a fun interview with Marshall, though.
It was a great interview.
It was fun.
Don't we love offensive linemen. We're
We
team
do.
O-line.
Yeah, we're always team O-line.
We're always.
Sterling, always.
Team
Team
O-line.
O-line.
Yeah, it was a good time. I loved your question about favorite city. That was really cool.
Yeah, it was.
Very interesting. Were you surprised that he said Green Bay?
Yeah, I was surprised. I would have thought, I would have thought he would have probably went with like New England or Carolina or Buffalo or New Orleans, where he played for a little bit, but Green Bay, I could sense that's what he was going to say, and like he talked about Sterling, he loved playing in Green Bay.
Yeah, crazy. We have from offensive line to kicker, baby. Hey, about the same size, about the same thing.
Brayden Narveson is joining the Stacking the Box podcast right now. How you doing, Brayden?
Good. How you guys doing?
Great.
Doing well.
Yeah, excited to be here, man. This is zoo in here.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. This is your first year doing this?
First year doing this, yeah.
Man. Welcome.
Yeah,
Have
exactly.
fun. Get ready for a lot of you've been bouncing around like crazy.
Yeah, everywhere. Every 15 minutes, just here, there, everywhere. It's been good, though.
From Desert Mountain, huh?
Yep.
Big golfer?
I am a huge golfer.
Yeah, Desert Mountain down there. Pretty good. We'll have to talk about it sometime. Well, we can maybe off air. We'll see if we can go golfing down in Desert Mountain sometime.
Man, Brayden, I want to ask you first question off the bat. You've had a busy and exciting year with both the Titans and the Packers. As a kicker, how do you overcome adversity when faced with tough situations?
Yeah, man. It all comes back to preparation, details, and routine. You can't ride the wave, as I call it, of the highs and lows, because there's going to be so many in professional sports and in sports in general, and you got to stay even-keeled through it and just trust the process that that you continue to do in the preparation.
When it comes to kickers, especially young kickers, I always find it's a very weird phenomenon.
Yeah.
Where you get drafted or you go undrafted to a team, you might have a stint or two, and then again, you know what it's like. You get released, and then you bounce around, and then you'll find a home. And then guys just thrive. Why does it feel like teams are so impatient when it comes to young kickers that they bring in when there's been a long track record of whatever the second or third team that gets that guy, they're going to be nails?
Yeah, I asked that same question myself. I think it's just it is an unfortunate thing. A lot of other positions do get a little bit more of a leash, if you want to call it.
Yeah.
But I can't control that, and all I can control, at the end of the day, is what work I put in, how I handle myself on the field and off the field. I've told a couple other people, next time somebody invites me to the house, I'm locking the door inside, turning the lights on, I'm living there.
Yeah, you're like, I'm staying. You're not kicking out here.
You're staying put. Brayden, I got a wonderful question for you. Name your top 5 kickers in the NFL right now.
Right now, I think Brandon Aubrey's at the top. I think he's just been remarkable. Top 5 in order or just 5 in general?
You can just name 5.
You can just name 5
we'll do 5. Yeah, let's make it like that.
Yeah, 5 in general.
You know, I'll throw myself in there. No,
like
I'm just
that.
kidding. We'll leave me out. Right.
Yeah.
We'll leave me out, but we'll choose 5.
I give you credit for being humble there, Brayden. I give you credit for that.
I'll go Brandon Aubrey.
All right.
Justin Tucker.
All right.
Nick Folk. Let's do Harrison Butker and gosh, there's a lot of good guys, man. And Chris Boswell.
Sure, yeah, he's been outstanding.
Yeah.
Chris Boswell's been outstanding for Pittsburgh.
Have you seen, we do a lot with Kansas City here, with Harrison Butker, I don't know how much you watch other kickers in general or if you even know about what he's had happen this year with some of the injuries he has sustained, but he has a fairly unique kicking style where he's been collapsing that left knee. I don't know if you ever see something like that and you think that looks perplexing, confusing. How often do kickers kind of try or look at other kicker styles?
Yeah, I mean, I watch, basically everybody, and that's one that I'm like, I mean, credit to him, it works. I have no idea how he can do that. I mean, I really don't. It's pretty remarkable that he's able to be as good as he is doing that. But it's a testament like golf swings, right? It just goes to show everybody's got to swing their own swing.
Yeah.
And if it works, let it ride. There's no use in fixing if it ain't broke. So.
Yeah.
Man, Brayden, I would love to ask you this: how do you stay fit and healthy during the offseason?
Yeah, a big part about me is I'm a type 1 diabetic, so health and nutrition is extremely important because without that, I can't even play football in the right light. And so, whether it's, having my dietitian make sure that I have the proper routine as far as eating goes, or, I've got an Omnipod insulin pump right here that makes everything, everything easier on me. It lets me regulate my blood sugar a lot better. And so certain things like that, like you just got to hone in just to be able to even have a chance.
Yeah. 3 colleges, right?
Correct.
What I've always wondered what goes into the mind, especially recruiting-wise, and where you want to go. Because college kickers, a lot of times, they're almost like freelancers, where it's like, hey, I'll go this school 1 year, I'll go this school 1 year. It's becoming more like that for all positions in college football. But what do you guys look for? Because it almost feels like a lot of great kickers, NC State, Western Kentucky, Iowa State. It doesn't seem to be as often, Alabama, Georgia's, Ohio State. It does seem to be a lot of smaller schools at times.
Yeah. It's a unique position, right? Like, you can play Division III football, and the uprights are still the same width, the hashes are still the same width, and everything's still the same, right? So it's I think it's a little bit easier to measure. Obviously, you can kind of analyze guys from smaller schools because it doesn't matter if I play at Nicholls State against Alabama.
Sure.
It's all the same, right? And so I think that's kind of that's probably a reason why.
Are there also more opportunities? Maybe at again, like NC State, they might not be putting up quite as many points as I've just always wondered how kicking recruiting goes.
Yeah.
If kickers they have the opportunity to be like, you know what? If it's a 50-yarder, are you willing to try it? Where maybe in Alabama or Georgia goes 4th and 3, we're just going to go for it because we're Georgia or Alabama.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. You always want to be on the field, and so I think going through that, transfer portal process and asking those questions is definitely important because when you have 50-plus yard field goals on your resume, it makes you more attractive to NFL teams and stuff like that. But also, I also want to be on a team where they understand, hey, I'm a team guy. If we need to go for it, let's go. But at the same time, if it's 4th and 12 and it's a 55-yard field goal, give me the reins and trust me with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Were there any kickers that you loved watching growing up, and did you emulate your game after a kicker that that you loved to watch?
Yeah.
Back in the day?
I wouldn't say that I necessarily emulated my game after them. Again, swing your own swing, but I mean, Justin Tucker's incredible, and I don't even remember if I listed him in the top 5 this year, but he is the best of all time. That's why he was left out of that if he was.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, yes, he had a down year, but at the end of the day, his sustained excellence over 9, 10, however many years he's played is remarkable. I mean, the guy is nails. I mean, he's incredible.
With the new kickoff rules, how different was that for kickers? Was it a difficult transition? I know every team had different philosophies, right? Some teams, they're almost pop it up, try and get it on the 1 yard line or 1 yard deep. Some just said, bleep it, just get the touchback. Did that change any of your process with these new kickoff rules?
So, funny story, I never kicked off in college.
Really?
Never.
Really?
So this was my first year kicking off. So in the NFL. So to me, it's like, well, this is all
this is
I
normal
know,
to
right?
you.
This is kind of it, right? And I like it. I think it's a lot of like hitting unique balls, trying to emulate different things, like put it in the corner at the 1 yard line, kick it out the back. Like there's so many different things that we did when I was with Tennessee and with Green Bay that was it was fun. Kickoffs are fun now. So.
Yeah. I would love to ask you about Sunday's game. Chiefs and Eagles. How do you see it?
Oh, that's been the question. I'll say this: we played the Eagles in Brazil. That team is uber talented, right?
Yeah.
Very talented.
Right.
I can't bet against Mahomes. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. Every year I wanted to do it against Brady. Brady won, and it feels like that all over again. Yeah. And so, I think the Chiefs will probably come on top, but I would not be surprised if the Eagles won.
Do you have an MVP? If the Chiefs win, if it's not Patrick Mahomes as an MVP, non-quarterback.
I gotta go DeAndre Hopkins.
I like it.
My former
Love
teammate
it.
in Tennessee. I gotta go for D-Hop.
Love it.
Surprised it's not Harrison Butker.
Oh,
I thought you were going to go Butker with that one.
And Eagles, Saquon. If the Eagles win, it's Saquon.
Nice.
I like that. I
like
like
it.
that. Brayden Narveson, appreciate it, man.
Appreciate your time, Brayden.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Good luck
it.
around, man.
Good luck,
Thank
man.
you.
Enjoy the week.
Hey, we'll see you soon. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
every time a kicker goes to that next team, they take off.
Yeah, they do.
You got it.
Appreciate it.
Hey,
See you,
see you, man. Hope that golf game goes well too down there.
I would love to see you and Brayden play. Just
he'd probably beat me, Malcom. Just very, very nice golf down there at Desert Mountain. I played there one time. I had the opportunity one time.
How'd
That's
you
where he's
play?
from. Not great, Malcom. Didn't play very good, but it was a great experience. The course was phenomenal. Do you golf at all?
I do. How are the greens?
Beautiful, rolling smooth, beautiful weather. 100
You played
degrees.
a full 18?
Full 18, Malcom.
Nice.
Yeah. Are you a big golfer at all?
I'm a huge golfer.
You are a big golfer.
I am.
How often do you golf?
I golf every Saturday. I practice at Saints golf course off of Morningside in Port St. Lucie, or we practice at Fairwinds in Fort Pierce. And my favorite golfer is Justin Thomas. I love his game.
Justin Thomas.
Yeah, I love his game.
It's fun with doing the Radio Row with you.
Yeah.
And I love talking to different positions. Like we go from offensive line to a kicker. I mean, it's just all over. You just run the gamut.
You run the you run the gambit of talking to different players. Getting their perspective on their position, how difficult it is, and what they need, and what it's like, when they played in college, and to now in the NFL. It's amazing just to hear their different perspectives there, Sterling. It's really amazing.
Do you have a certain position, Malcom, that you like talking with more than others? Do you have a certain?
I love talking to quarterbacks because I want to get inside the mind of a quarterback and be like, okay, how do they do what they do as quarterback? Like what's their training regimen? Because I like to try to follow what they do.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. And
I love
quarterback
quarterbacks.
is one of the most – that is the most unique and probably detailed. Every single position has their own regimen, own details they go into. But you're right. Quarterback probably has their most on their plate
What
right
about
there.
you, Sterling?
I don't know, man. That's a great question. I like it all because I think all have their unique perspectives. I do love talking to offensive line because I don't think they give the credit that a lot of times they get that they should get. I think D-line can be really fun too. Obviously we had Myles Garrett.
Do you think defensive linemen get a lot of credit like they should, or do you think they don't really get the love that offensive linemen should?
Well, no, I think defensive linemen at times it can be really difficult because if you're not getting sacks, if you don't have the counting numbers, a lot of times a lot of people maybe don't understand. You'll have to get the big ball knowers to really pay attention to you. But if I think there's a lot of well-rounded players. I think, for example, George Karlaftis for Kansas City is a very well-rounded player, but he doesn't get an extreme amount of sacks. So at times, I don't think he gets the credit that he deserves, right?
Right.
Obviously, there's certain players that do get those sack numbers, and
right.
and you'll again, rightfully so, get some credit. But I think there's a lot of other guys in the NFL
Exactly.
who do run stoppers, right? You know, you look around and they might not get enough credit. When you look right now, this upcoming game here, Malcom, can you give me maybe 3 different matchups that you're looking forward to most in?
Yeah. I will start with, I'll start with Kansas City. I think it's going to be, I would say Patrick Mahomes versus Jalen Hurts. To me, it's going to be between those 2 quarterbacks. That, to me, is going to decide, who wins this game, who can make the least amount of mistakes, who's going to throw for the most amount of yards. And then my second thing will be the running backs, between the Chiefs and the Eagles. If Saquon gets over 100 yards, the Chiefs are, and the Chiefs aren't able to slow him down, I don't see how the Chiefs are going to win. Because the Eagles are, the Eagles' offensive line should get a lot of credit. They should get a ton of credit. Basically, with Lane Johnson and Cam Jurgens, the way they're stepping up, with Jason Kelce being retired, and everything like that. So, and Fletcher Cox, you gotta give the Eagles credit, where it's due.
Yeah. Have you been concerned at all with some of the injuries to Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson?
Yeah. I'm a little concerned about the injuries that they're dealing with, but I just feel like Kansas City's going to find a way to get it done like they always do, and that's why I just feel like it's going to be high scoring, and I feel like it's going to be one of those, whoever has the ball last, that's the team that's going to win. Whoever makes a big play on defense, that to me is that team's get, that to me is going to be the team who wins. So that's why I'm taking the Chiefs to win the whole thing again, and win this greatness, because I love seeing greatness. I want to see a team win 3 in a row like the Chiefs, and we just gotta enjoy it as media. I know we don't like it, and I know some people,
No,
don't.
we love it, Malcom. We love seeing the Chiefs win.
We love seeing the Chiefs
I know you're a
win.
Buccaneers guy, Malcom.
Yeah. I love seeing the Chiefs win. Don't get me wrong, but but there are people outside Kansas City that want to see somebody different, and I understand. But as a member of the media, you have to just enjoy greatness.
No, but I understand, and I know, but you're a Bucs guy, so you at least have that victory over the Chiefs, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So at least you have that going for you.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Let me ask you about let's talk briefly, since you are a Buccaneers guy. Talk a little bit about the Buccaneers season and what Baker Mayfield did.
Man, Baker Mayfield was second in touchdowns, right behind Brady. He had 41. Brady had 43 in the 2020 year, and Baker was phenomenal all year. Their running game was phenomenal. Bucky Irvin was just phenomenal. The rookie out of Oregon, I like his game.
Yeah, I do too.
I love what Mike Evans was able to do this year. Godwin, if he could get healthy, like if he could just stay healthy next season, I mean, we could win the division in the NFC South.
Oh, I think you can.
We have the,
I wish Iain was here for you to tell him that.
And we have, and the Buccaneers, we're going to be celebrating our 50th season coming up this coming year.
Yeah.
50 years as a franchise.
50 years. That's amazing.
It's going to be big.
That is really, really
big.
cool. I know, obviously, you're doing Special Olympics Florida down there, and you're doing a whole bunch of sports.
Yeah.
You mentioned golf. What is your favorite sport to play overall?
My favorite sport to play overall, Sterling, has to be bowling.
Bowling?
Yeah, I love bowling. I love
Malcom,
it.
I did not know that about you.
Yeah, I'm a bowler. I practice every Saturday at St. Lucie Lanes on US 1. Speaking of which, I actually went Saturday. Last week we had Special Strikers. I bowled a 130 last week.
Wow, a 130, Malcom.
Yep. So I love bowling, and I just want to bowl a perfect game. Just one perfect game. That would be my goal.
His goal
for the
one
year.
Perfect
That's my
game.
goal. I'm going to strive for it. If I don't get the perfect game, at least I'm having fun at the same time. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. 130 is good, Malcom. I was going to say we should go sometime and bowl, but I don't want you to beat me too bad.
I'm not going to beat you too bad, Sterling.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit.
So you golf, you bowl. What are some other sports that you're really into?
I'm into track. I'm into college sports. I'm into college basketball, college football. I love college football, man. I went to a game this past year with the University of Miami against Duke. the spread was 20 points. They actually beat the spread by 1 point. 21 was the spread. 21. They won by 21, and the spread between the Hurricanes and the Blue Devils, it was 20. Miami won by Miami beat the spread by 1 point.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Are you a Miami fan then?
Yeah, I like the U. I love their. I love Coach Cristobal. I love Carson Beck, who they got through the transfer portal from Georgia.
Nice.
So I want to see what they're going to do this year. Offensively in college football and in the ACC. They got Clemson, they got SMU in there. I know they got Syracuse and also like that. So it's one of those things.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
All right, looks like we are going to take a couple-minute break, Malcolm. We will be right back right here on Stacking the Box live at Radio Row.
Yep, be back.
Welcome back to Stacking the Box right here on Fansided, live from Radio Road, bringing you unified coverage right here. Wyatt, we've not done this before.
No.
We just met just before this.
Yeah, like 15 seconds ago.
And I feel like we already have good chemistry.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like we're about to crush it right now.
I think so, too.
So, Wyatt, tell me a little bit about yourself. I want to learn a little bit more about you before we bring some guests on here.
So I'm a Special Olympic athlete, and I also work for Special Olympics Nebraska as well.
Nice.
I do a podcast for Special Olympics Nebraska called Brave the Attempt.
Cool.
I interview athletes and people involved in Special Olympics. I also do a podcast called Spalding Brothers Show with my twin brother, Weston.
Nice.
And we talk about like just diversity, sports, life, whatever we kind of want, you know.
That's fun. It got to be fun to do with your brother.
Yeah, it's always really fun to bounce ideas off each other. And we also do talk about Special Olympics in that podcast as well.
Nice.
And so, yeah, but I'm a big football fan. I play flag football. I'm the quarterback, and then I'm the rusher on defense, and play basketball, tennis, and softball as well. So
nice, a little bit of everything.
Yeah. So, but my team's the Vikings. So
I was about to ask you. So, do you live in Nebraska?
Yeah.
Are you from Nebraska?
Yes.
Okay. So, how did you become Vikings? Is that the closest team?
The Chiefs are the closest.
Yeah.
And then so it's like Chiefs are like 3 hours away. Vikings are 6.
Okay.
Then I think it's like Denver or Chicago is
maybe
like
Chicago.
tied.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I like the Vikings because Adrian Peterson was really good, you know. And
yeah.
I was like, who is this guy? Like, and so I really like him. And then Dante Culpepper.
Oh, man.
He was like one of my.
How old are you now?
I'm like almost 30, bro. I'm like 29.
30. Okay, so we're the same age.
Yeah.
I thought you were younger. You got a young face, man.
Yeah,
That's
thank you.
nice.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It helps to be short in that way, you know.
Yeah. Well, hey, we're not towering people.
Yeah.
When an offensive lineman comes, we're not getting by him.
Exactly. But yeah, I liked Dante Culpepper when I was younger. Not gonna lie, I also liked Brett Favre. Like, I just like the players, really.
Sure.
I'm more of a team guy now. Like, this is my favorite team. I'll root for them no matter what. But like when I was younger, it was just like whoever I liked, like Megatron.
Yeah.
You know, Calvin Johnson. I loved him.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Those guys
it's like,
were literally legends.
Exactly. And you know, when Ndamukong Suh played for the Lions, I rooted for him. And
so, do you not like the Chiefs? Then, are you tired of their dominance
no,
of the NFL?
I'm from Nebraska, so diehard Nebraska football fan. But when Nebraska wasn't on, I jumped on in 08. I jumped on the Texas Tech bandwagon and rooted for them when Nebraska wasn't playing. So then I rooted for them ever since then. And then Mahomes came to Texas Tech, so I've been following him since college. And I really like Mahomes a lot. And I really want him to do the three-peat, man. I want to see history.
Well,
so I know people don't want it.
I'm glad.
Somebody's got to root for him.
I like having the rational non-Chiefs fan here. This is just awesome.
Yeah, I am a Chiefs fan, but not a diehard.
Yeah, I get
I'm
that.
more of a Mahomes diehard.
So,
but, yeah.
It looks like we're going to have John Randle up next, which should be fun for you,
yeah.
right? With Minnesota, that fandom. Little before your time, I guess our time. I'll say ours.
Yeah,
we're the same age. You know, got there in 1990, undrafted player, and then ended up with, what is that in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 first-team All-Pros in a row.
Yeah. He's like arguably, if not the best, one of the best undrafted players ever. Like he comes from like a kind of a rougher background, you know.
Yeah.
Had to work his way up, and I watched you ever watch a Football Life, those documentaries?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I learned all these players from that, watching the documentaries, and he was one of my favorites, obviously. And yeah, it was just great to see his work ethic, what it was like for him, being undrafted, and now he's a Hall of Famer and one of the best defensive tackles out there. He's 10th all time on sacks. So,
what is it? 100 and let me see now. Let me get the number in front of me. 137.5 sacks.
That's
29 forced fumbles.
Wow.
7-time Pro Bowler, Hall of Fame, all 90s.
That's just insane. Nobody wanted this guy out of college. Think about it though. With
Chiefs would have taken that.
Yeah,
I think the Chiefs would have.
I think the Chiefs would have taken him.
I think the Chiefs would have taken him.
Oh yeah, but think about I know it's a different position, but think about the quarterbacks in the Super Bowl. You had Mahomes, who before college was a 3-star coming out of high school.
Yes.
Then you had Jalen Hurts, who was drafted in the second round, and now they're they're playing in multiple Super Bowls. Holmes is in his 4th, and then Hurts is in his 2nd. So, yeah, I mean, you just don't really know. That's why
Holmes in his 5th.
5th, yeah, that's right.
5th.
I keep thinking 4th.
You don't show. He's played in 4.
He played in.
He's
yeah,
won 3.
5th. Yeah,
played in 4.
It's hard to keep track. It's like
because everyone keeps just thinking about the streak they're on.
Right.
The 3 straight, right?
Exactly.
I feel like we're almost forgetting that he's already won 1 prior to the back-to-back. He's been in the NFL so little a time.
Yeah.
But yet it feels like a long time for 31 other fan bases because he's been at the pinnacle and dominated this long.
Exactly. And his worst year was like the year he was a backup for Alex Smith.
Yes.
Because he just didn't
played
play.
One game. Played in 1 game.
Yeah.
And in that game, everyone goes, okay, we understand this guy is going to be different. He is going to be special.
Oh, yeah.
So, no, I'm really looking forward to it. Looks like John Randle might be coming up right over here.
Yeah.
Getting excited. Got to talk. We got to talk with your Vikings here.
Yeah.
We need more Chiefs, but they keep winning and playing in Super Bowls.
I know.
Wyatt, it's making it hard.
It is. I mean, but I don't blame the Chiefs for not making the Vikings win. I mean, the Vikings lost to the Lions.
Yeah,
so
you got to have
like,
it.
Ugh.
All right, now we have 6-time All-Pro. 6 years in a row, first team All-Pro. That's pretty crazy, man.
Hey, Wyatt, right?
Yeah, I'm Wyatt.
Nice to meet you, sir.
You too.
Pleasure.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's really great to meet you. I'm a big Vikings fan.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Well, dude, hey, well, on behalf of the Minnesota Vikings and the Wilf family, thank you for being a fan.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, man, how did you go from, being undrafted to you're a Hall of Famer, 10th all-time in sacks? What was your work ethic like coming out of high school and college?
Coming out of high school, I wasn't that talented. I didn't think I was that talented of a player. It took me getting to college to understand that I've got to push myself because I was undersized. So in college, I learned more about the game, appreciate the game more. But getting into the pros, I was fortunate enough to be around some very great athletes, Hall of Fame guys, Chris Dolman, All-Pro, Henry Thomas, Keith Millard. So I knew if I was going to play, I had to push myself.
Right.
So I would, this is probably before everybody's time, but there was a guy named Bruce Lee that I would take my work home and get in my garage and work my pass rushing moves. And I kind of thought trying to perfect my game. So I would, whatever move I could do on my right, I would do on my left hand side. So, but I just pushed myself every day. I critiqued my own self, and whatever I was doing bad, I tried to improve on it.
When it comes to that story about how you wouldn't be picked up unless you came back at over 250 pounds, and you put a chain in your sweatpants.
So true, yes.
That is true.
Yes.
Wow. How much of a weight was it? 10 pounds, 5 pounds?
It was 10 pounds. My roommate named was William Kursky. He actually went to school with Brett Favre, so he was a free agent. So he and I had a little extra time, so we went to this hardware store, got a chain with a little padlock, because when you put it on tight, it kind of. So I got this chain. The guy at the store said it's about 10 pounds. When I weighed in, I went from 240 to 250, and it allowed me to make the team. But after that, I had to prove myself every week in practice, and I had to go against this guy named Randle McDaniel, 12-time Pro Bowler and all this stuff, All-Pro. And he used to just slam me on the ground, knock the wind out of me. But I would stand back up, get back up, and let's go again.
Yeah.
Let's go again. Yeah. And it made me better. And one day, he wasn't there, and I went against this other guy, and I'm just destroying him. And the coaches was like, you know what? We think you're going to be all right. Because at first I thought I was just getting clobbered. But
sure,
it was things like that, but it was things where I played special teams. So I was a defensive lineman. I was on kickoff, punt return, kickoff, and hands team.
Wow.
Which is all receivers,
Yeah.
DB.
Yeah.
But my job wasn't to catch the ball. My job was to hit the first guy who touched the ball. And the one time I did it, we did it against the Raiders. And Tim Brown went to go catch the ball. Man, I lit him up. I lit him up.
So would you say that was your breakout moment, or was there a game that sticks out to you that was your breakout moment?
Well, my breakout moment as practice was on special team. Was the ball was rolling into the end zone, and I caught it before it hit the ground, threw it back. But my breakout moment was my first sack on Monday Night Football in 1990, my rookie year, against Randle Cunningham. I go in for one play, and I turn the corner against the Philadelphia Eagles, and I sack Randle Cunningham. And I don't know if we won the game, but all I know, I got my first sack, and I had the biggest smile on my face, man. It's like, wow, got one.
Do you feel like you ever helped pave the way for a lot of these maybe undersized defensive linemen? Like, I think slightly different position, but like a Micah Parsons, for example.
Oh, yeah.
If that was 20 years ago, they just see a great athlete, but how do we actually utilize them? Well, now you help somewhat pave the way for that.
Yeah. When they put me Tony Dungy came in, and he told me the story. He goes, didn't know where to play you at. Yeah. You wasn't 6'5", 6'6", and we didn't know what to do with you. So put me at that 3 technique and just telling me be like a Tasmanian devil, and that allowed, I think for a lot of guys at the time, we had Brian Young. We had numerous guys who were undersized that people who didn't think they could play, but allowing me to do that really opened the door for a lot of guys, and I'm very appreciative that they did. It changed a lot of guys' future, and it's definitely made the game different. And I think it went to where people's perception was that you couldn't get any sacks at a 3 technique or at the defensive tackle. You could only get them at the defensive end. So allowing me to do that, it changed the way people looked at that position.
Yeah. Who do you think in the Super Bowl has the best defensive line?
That's a good question. I say the Eagles have the best defensive line, but there's this guy for the Chiefs who has, to me, it's like a one-man wrecking crew. And I don't think I've seen anybody control him, but that's just my perspective of it, though.
Yeah. John, really do appreciate it. I know you got to go. Wyatt, you have something to give. Give the Hall of Famer here.
What?
For you.
And
this for me?
Sign that ball for him, baby.
Dude.
Come on, Wyatt.
Give me your autograph, man. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
All right. I'll sign it for you.
I had the pleasure of participating at the Special Olympics in Minnesota.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Yeah, so he's from Nebraska originally, and I was asking, like, you're kind of in between Chiefs Kingdom and Minnesota.
Yeah.
And so he's like, I went Minnesota growing up.
Hey, good selection.
Yeah.
Anytime you want to come to the Minnesota Vikings, and if I can do anything for you, please do not hesitate.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Sweet. I will take you up on that.
Hey, hold on.
Well, thanks,
man. Oh, man.
Jeez.
Wyatt.
Booyah.
Yeah, I've never been to an NFL game before.
You haven't?
No, never.
Well, you got an invitation.
All right, man. I'll take you up on it.
Skol, brother.
Yeah,
Skol.
Nation.
Let's
go.
Thank you so much, John. Really do appreciate that. Hey, Wyatt, you got to take him up on that, man.
Oh, I definitely
You got to go to a Vikings game.
I got to.
Getting the Skol going?
I know. I went in the stadium once. It was like a high school baseball game was being played in there.
Really? That has to be pretty cool,
Yeah,
though.
so I've seen the stadium.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Got to
Thank
get the football. Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
John,
so.
how about that, man? A Hall of Famer now has your signature.
That's pretty cool.
Not many people can say that, Wyatt.
Yeah, that's
not many
pretty
people.
Cool. But
real cool, man.
What a nice guy, and defensive linemen, they're pretty fierce out there. So it's cool how, his attitude on the field and off the field, he just wants to help people. So
that is just
such
very,
a nice guy.
Very cool. I think we're having. Let me see who is coming up next. Looks like Todd Heap. Todd Heap coming up next. You getting excited? We got some tight ends.
I think it's fun to hear from the tight ends because, like, think about, like, in the early 2000s what they did for their team to now. Like, they're kind of more wide receivers than they were way back, and it's just fun to see how the tight end developed over time.
Well, I'm excited to talk to Todd, too. One of my favorite players growing up was Todd Heap. Surprisingly, I don't know why I was a big tight end guy. I loved watching tight ends play growing up. Yeah, I loved Tony Gonzalez, obviously, being in Kansas City.
Yeah.
But Todd Heap was one of those guys that I always really enjoyed watching play. And it is interesting how the game has changed because Todd Heap was known as one of, the best tight ends in his era, right?
Yeah.
Yet he never went over 1,000 yards. He never went over 900 yards receiving. And now you're looking at guys like Travis Kelce who have almost done that just perpetually every single year. So just hearing how, in his opinion, the game has changed, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it will be fun to hear his perspective. And it's nice. The Ravens, they've always been in the contention for the Super Bowl. So, and they're all, honestly, one of the most fun teams to watch.
Yeah.
And it'd be kind of fun to see, what he thinks of Harbaugh back when he played to now. What he thinks of his coaching style. Because he's probably changed his style over the years. And
I think that's a really good point on how those guys have changed, Harbaugh specifically, because I want to know, one, the differences, but two, at some point, is there any pressure on Harbaugh?
Yeah, I mean,
is there any?
I think there is a little.
It's not quite Mike Tomlin, right?
Right.
Not quite Mike Tomlin.
It's not.
But you make the playoffs every year.
Exactly.
You might win a game.
Yeah.
But that Super Bowl is getting pushed farther away.
Yes.
Year after year, right?
Yeah. They're a wide open play for winning that game.
But at some point,
you never know.
At some point, you got to get it done, though.
Yeah, I know you do have to.
Am I wrong? You got to get
you
over
do
that
have to.
hump.
It's the NFL. You have to win.
Joined now, two great tight ends. We love tight ends too, by the way, guys.
Oh yeah,
we're a huge tight end people. We got Travis Kelce. We got Dallas Goedert in this game. I'm from Kansas City. He is a Minnesota Viking fan.
Yep.
Joined now by Dennis Pitta and Todd Heap.
I saw Kyle Rudolph walking around.
Yeah. So
tight end from your town.
Oh yeah, and I guess what I like to ask you guys is how have you seen the tight end position change from when you started playing the league to now?
Well, I'll let Todd answer that because he's a lot older than me. So he's seen a lot more than me.
I've seen a great transformation. I mean, I go back to the days, you've got go back to the old days. You go the Mark Bavaros, but then the first guy that I remember that was a real pass-catching tight end was Jay Novacek from the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So when I watched him, I was like, oh, that's awesome. He catches the ball, he makes plays with his legs. And then as I got older, got into high school, Tony Gonzalez was the guy, and Tony's could do it all. He could do it at the line of scrimmage, and he could make plays down the field. He could go up and make plays at high point everything, and just had fantastic hands. That's who I wanted to model my game after. But since then, from when I started in 2001 until 2010, there was a transformation. Not only in the type of tight end that played, but also in really the rules, how they've changed the rules, how they there's been a little more promotion of the passing game and moving the ball down the field. So that's kind of the impetus for it.
What rule would you kind of point at that allowed tight ends maybe to get more involved? Just actually lining up at the line of scrimmage, off ball, or
yes, and I'd say there was kind of the 5-yard rule where they could do whatever they wanted within 5 yards to us.
5-yard chuck, baby.
Yes. And that's not a thing anymore. It's basically that you're protected from the line of scrimmage all the way down. Back then it was anything goes within 5 yards. That along with how they've treated quarterbacks and how they've treated, what the defenses can do to a quarterback obviously has changed the way and as well as how they can hit you going down the field. There's a lot more consciousness on helmet to helmet hits, anything shoulder pad to the helmet, crown of the helmet, like all those rules that have changed, how defenders are expected and how they have to respond moving down the field. So,
do you like that some of the rules have changed, or is there a rule?
Oh, it would have saved me a lot of hits.
Yeah,
it would have saved me a lot of hits. But you know what? Overall, it's the same game. But there's just some of those things that make the defenders maybe hesitate a little bit sometimes and have to change their mindset. And it's hard to do that in a split second. So that there's a lot of adjusting going on for the defensive players, even to this day.
Well, and I think there's been a paradigm shift overall in offensive philosophy over the years. And like I said, I'm a lot younger than Todd. So when I got into the league, a lot of this shifting.
How many years younger are you?
I don't know.
Just a few.
Lot.
I mean, I just started. I just started early. I came out as a junior.
An entire college 4 years.
Yeah.
It's an entire.
Plus a 2-year mission for this guy. It's 4 years in college. I mean, I just got an early start. Some of us just want to get to business.
Point is, he's a lot older than me. Now, I think when I got into the league, it had gone away from these balanced offenses where you want to run the ball 50% of the time, you want to throw the ball 50% of the time, to really it's a passing game. And now there's been another shift in the NFL where it's kind of gone back to the old way of thinking and that old philosophy of kind of run first and pass second. But for me, I played in the right era because I was not a blocking tight end. I was more of a receiving tight end. I was a converted wide receiver from high school, and so the receiving part of it was always my strength. And, these offenses where I'm able to now be split out a little bit more, stand up in the slot versus having my hand in the dirt and being asked to do all the dirty work too, that suited my game a lot better. So, it helped me be more successful at that level. And so the position's changed a lot because now in a lot of teams you have a receiving tight end, you have a blocking tight end. Whereas back in the day, that was one guy and one role. And nowadays you can kind of split those between multiple people. But I still think it's incredibly valuable to have a guy that can do both. You look at the George Kittles of the world, the Rob Gronkowskis from a few years ago. Those guys are physical blockers, but can also do a lot of damage in the pass game. And that's always going to be the most valuable. But, fortunately, passing is such a huge part of the game. And it's no longer the mantra, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. They spread the ball out. And the run games are so dynamic now. Everything's an extension of the run game. These quick, short screens, even the RPO stuff that they do. It's all predicated off, being able to throw the ball as well as run. And so it's a fun product to watch now on the field.
I didn't know you guys are obviously here with Cadix cleats as well. Beautiful one right there. That's gorgeous right there. It's New Orleans themed almost with that color.
Yeah. So this is a really cool product that Todd and I have been involved with, in a great company. A Baltimore-based company, actually, which we're both Baltimore guys. It's a company that's really tackled something that not everybody knows is an issue, right? And we're trying to make the game safer from the ground up. And there's been a lot of talk, over the last handful of years about player safety.
Sure.
And in particular, there's been a conversation about how to make the field conditions safer, whether it's turf or natural grass or whatever it may be. And that's great conversation in the NFL because in the NFL you can standardize some of those things, right? You can get every NFL team, all 32 of them, to maybe have the same playing surface. You're never going to standardize that across college. You're never going to standardize across high school and all the youth levels. You're going to play as a young athlete on all different kinds of surfaces.
Yeah.
And so what this addresses is that safety, that ability to protect my lower extremities from non-contact injuries. So if you can see right here, the studs can move a little bit, they can spin, they can rotate. You guys can go ahead and feel that.
Nice.
And so there's a lot of IP and technology in what is coined smart studs. And so these smart studs can flex and they can do a lot of things, and it can alleviate the rotational forces on your lower extremities, on your ACLs, on your knees, on your ankles. And so it can prevent some of those non-contact injuries that where your cleat gets stuck and your body's kind of torqued and twisted.
Yeah.
It will release out of the turf easier, no matter if you're playing on natural grass or field turf or whatever it may be. And so it's really a cool product. Todd's really the one who kind of first stumbled across it, and I'll let him tell that story. But
he stumbled because they didn't have the smart.
That's
cleat.
exactly right.
Smart,
They didn't have smart studs.
Yeah.
That's a great.
No, I saw
segue.
it, and I thought back to my first major ankle injury in the NFL. We were playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was a few games into the season in 2004. We'd just gone to field turf, from natural grass to field turf in Baltimore for the first time, and I'm blocking on the backside for Jamal Lewis, and Jonathan Ogden, our left tackle, Hall of Fame left tackle, takes the Pittsburgh Steelers defensive tackle, Kimo Van Olhoffen, and just buries him into my knee. And my knee hit the ground sideways, and my cleat did not move from the field turf. It just stuck in the turf. I thought my knee was gone. I tried to get up. I couldn't. Realized that my ankle was gone. So I ended up tearing my ankle. It changed the rest of my career as far as going forward. But tore my ankle, ended up getting surgery on it last. When I saw this on social media about a year ago right now, that was the first thing I thought about. What if, And I looked at it and I was like, I had a lot of questions in my head. I reached out to the founder and CEO, Jack Rasmussen, went through probably about 3 or 4 months of questioning him. He sent me a pair of cleats. I tried them. I've had my son, 13 years old, wearing them for the last year, and he loves them. We've got these cleats on. About 20 guys in the NFL played in them this year.
Yeah, and you even said that sometimes they might get fined because the NFL No Fun League, they're not the best with that sort of integration with new ideas and products.
I think the NFL has gone in a direction of they put a lot of thought and effort into making the game safer.
Yeah.
Helmets have been a big issue with that, where these helmet companies are really trying to innovate and promote safety and all that they can do to prevent concussions and help alleviate that issue. Shoulder pads have been a big deal. Guys, protecting their shoulders, their arms, their necks. But not a lot of innovation, real innovation, true innovation has gone into cleats. Yeah. So that's what this is all about. And we think, I think it's the future of cleated footwear. I mean, I look at it as look at old Model Ts, cars.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine putting suspension on your feet, something that can help that release of cars.
People were playing in the NBA and just Converse.
Playing the Chuck Taylors old back in the day. I wore those back in the day, but
well, maybe he is a lot older than you.
Yeah, right? And you were playing Chuck Taylors.
Love the Chuck Taylors.
But it's an important conversation, right? Because if anybody's worn retro Jordans,
sure,
and tried to play basketball in retro Jordans, you're killing your feet.
Yeah,
they're heavy, they're uncomfortable, all that kind of stuff. But that's what guys used to wear back in the day before shoes have evolved so much. But cleated footwear, the interiors and stuff and the comfort has changed a lot, but nobody's tinkered with the plate at all. And they've tried different molds and different shapes and that kind of stuff. But what I think the innovation that this product brings is the flex and the spin and the ability for your cleat to not only stick in the ground and allow you to change direction at a high level like we need to do, but for it to be able to release and avoid some of those injuries when your cleat gets stuck and your body goes the other direction and all that kind of stuff. We're not going to prevent all injuries in the NFL. I mean, the injury rate in the NFL is 100%. You're going to get hurt at some point. It's just to what degree and for how long are you going to be out and all that. And it's a league of attrition. You want your best players on the field, and those are usually the most successful teams come late in the year. And so I think we've both kind of got behind this product because we see the value. And as former players, it certainly is intriguing to us. And we had a bunch of questions, like Todd said. It's there's no way that works, right? But if it does, it's an awesome product.
Yes.
And, all the research and all the testing and everything.
We've found it to be an awesome product. And all the feedback we've got from all the players that have worn them. We've got women's soccer players. We focused on men's football and women's soccer.
Sure.
And all the women's soccer players and women's lacrosse players, men's lacrosse players, the feedback has just been phenomenal. What we're hearing from them, because not only does it alleviate that, the lower extremity injuries, but it also just kind of gives you a little bit of a cushion where you're not coming off the practice field saying, my ankles hurt, my knees hurt, I'm sore, I'm stiff. This provides a little bit of flex to where you're coming off saying, I feel better than I normally would coming out of practice.
Wow. So you both play for Baltimore. What does Baltimore have to do to get over the hump and make it a Super Bowl?
Man, what a great question. I think that's what a lot of Baltimore people are wondering right now.
Yeah.
We've gotten that question a lot. And listen, Baltimore has had unbelievable teams the last handful of years. And anytime you have Lamar Jackson as your quarterback, you got a chance to win it all, right? And Lamar's been tremendous throughout his career. But the Ravens just continue to fall short in the playoffs because they continue to shoot themselves in the foot. They continue to self-inflict, with penalties and turnovers and drops and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. We saw it last year in the AFC Championship game in Baltimore against Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah. And an untimely fumble on the 1 foot line that just unfortunately gets knocked out and completely changes the complexity of that game. And Kansas City goes off to win their second Super Bowl. And then just a couple weeks ago against Buffalo, you have 3 turnovers in that game. Buffalo didn't turn the ball over at all. When you're -3 in the turnover ratio, you're not going to win that game. Yeah. I mean, that's just statistically shows you have like less than 7% chance to win those games. And so just self-inflicted wounds continues to kind of rear their ugly head at the wrong moments for Baltimore in the postseason. And listen, they've had some great postseason wins. Yeah. They beat the brakes off the Steelers the week prior to going to Buffalo. Mm-hmm. Last year against Houston at home, they blew out the Texans, who were having a great year. Yeah. And so they can win postseason games. And kind of the stigma around Baltimore and Lamar Jackson in particular is, he can't win playoff games. He's won a lot of playoff games. Yeah. But unfortunately, and it's not all on Lamar. They've hurt themselves too many times in some of those games. And, they had as good of a chance as anybody. Their roster, their talent, they were a tremendous team this year. And unfortunately, they fell short.
Yeah. Is there any, again, a little different here, obviously. Both of you guys played for Harbaugh. So, one, I would love to know your thoughts on Harbaugh. But two, Mike Tomlin goes to the playoffs every single year, yet there's a lot of talk about are they going to move on in Pittsburgh. Harbaugh doesn't have that. You're right. He does keep winning playoff games, but the expectations seemingly are higher in Baltimore. I just wonder what the feeling has been with Harbaugh with a lot of maybe Ravens fans around there.
Well, I think the Ravens have all the parts right now. Like Dennis said, it's a matter of self-inflicted wounds. Like if you can eliminate those in 2 games, they're playing in 2 Super Bowls. They're that close. They have all the parts, and I love what they did this year with Derrick Henry. Yeah, revamping the run game, really taking that to another level. Yes, totally. Yes, and so they've got all the right parts. It's hard to maintain that year to year. There's going to be some turnover. Who knows what's going to happen in the offseason, but that's the one thing about the Ravens organization, the scouting department, Eric DaCosta, the track record that they have of finding the right guys is phenomenal, and then taking care of those guys and moving them forward and giving them the opportunities to succeed. And so I think we can all have confidence in the Ravens going forward. And like he said, as long as you have Lamar Jackson, you got a shot. And we've got a lot more pieces than just Lamar Jackson. You can count on a lot of these guys to come back and have fantastic years next year.
Yeah, I think Lamar Jackson is not the problem. I don't know why.
No, he's certainly not the problem. Yeah, he's certainly not.
Well, you guys have the fix to the problem, and that is Cadix Cleats. Fellas, really do appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Great to be on with you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, of course. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. I did check to make sure. I thought they were going to be size 10 at first. I was about to see if I could just snag one on. I've been walking around NOLA the whole time here, guys, so my ankles are killing me. Yeah, we'll just lay some carpet down or some turf down all through NOLA, and I'll just walk on that the whole way. We'll do a bar crawl on Bourbon Street.
Thank you.
Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it. I think it's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I think so,
we
too.
Just lay turf down on Bourbon Street.
Oh, yeah.
We get some Cadix Cleats here, Wyatt.
Yeah, test them out,
and
see how they feel.
I think we'll be pretty good.
I think we'll be great.
That seems like the smart move.
Yeah. I think it's good for tackle football, flag football, whatever
You're right.
you need.
You might need to do that for flag football.
You might, I don't know.
Yeah, so it looks like we're about wrapping up for the day here. Yeah. Wyatt, any final thoughts of Wednesday on Radio Row?
Oh, man, it's been like a great experience for me. First time being here. It's been great to hear like everyone's opinion on the game and just meet all these great people and players. And, yeah, it's been great work with you, fan side and you guys. And
well, Wyatt, I'm glad we get to do this.
Yeah, this is something I've always wanted to do, so it's good to learn from professionals like yourself.
Well, I'm learning from you, too. You have your own podcast. You have 2 podcasts.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This is our first day doing this together. Scale of 1 to 10. How do we rate this?
Probably like a 12.
I was going to say at least 11. Why? We're on the same page, baby.
Yeah.
I love
All right.
this. All right, we'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot of fun
here
tomorrow. Thursday is a jammed-packed day for Wyatt. I am Sterling Holmes. Unified coverage coming to you live from New Orleans. Until next time, we are out.